head like yourself. What's up, Mikey Moon?
Hoorah.
Hey, what's up? Hoorah, Semper Fi, man. I don't totally agree with Rohan. I think that they're on their knees, and I think that they might come and meet with us. So you can thumb me down, whoever the fuck did that. That's fine. So we'll see. Time will tell. But I don't think they're going to bomb our bases. I don't think that at all. I think they've been severely damaged. They've had their scientists eliminated, head scientists. They've had their head of the military eliminated. They've had their proxies, virtually wiped out at this point. They're pretty fucking weak compared to what they were 2 years ago.
Mikey, let me ask you a question, man. You don't think there's, I don't know, I'm just asking the question if it's true or not, but do you think there's sleeper cells in America that they could activate?
No, I don't. I'm not worried about them. I'm glad we did this. We should have done it to North Korea when we had the chance. We didn't, so I'm glad that we finally made the right decision this time around. We didn't need them going through the same shit that North Korea it has gone through. What we've seen North Korea develop that weapon, and we've seen them now, the power that they have automatically. Because I love these thumbs down. It's so fucking retarded to watch my own thing. It's really obnoxious. We've seen the trajectory of North Korea since they got the bomb, and we have to treat them vastly different than we could before. The last thing we need is Iran in the same position. So, like it or not, whether or not they're going to do anything, and whether or not I'm right about them coming to the table and seeking an agreement or whatever. What I am right about, I think, is that we didn't need them to be in North Korea's place. So I'm good with it, and I'm good, and I'm proud of Trump for. I know that Trump is as anti-war as a party can be at this point, and the fact that he still did this means that he obviously has a reason to do it. So I'm fine with it. I support him.
Thank you, Mikey. So before we continue this, this stimulating conversation that's getting us nowhere, I have to take a moment to congratulate PB. She just recently adopted an orphan from Nigeria. She named him Chad. So everybody in the room, please reach out to PB and congratulate her on the new addition to our family. How you doing, PB?
Oh my God, stop. This is the most controversial one you've done so far. Hey, everybody.
PB, what do you think about the conversation? So sorry, Rohan.
I mean, I'm not a geopolitical expert. I do like the strategy, though. I think it seems strong. I do it with my daughter when she's silly before bed. I say, I'm going to take these 3 stuffies, and if, you don't come down, I'm going to come back for the rest. I think it seems solid, and I don't know. I think it's okay. I'm not thinking that it's going to start World War III. And I'm curious, though, to hear more about regime change likeliness from people who know more about the situation. If you've already covered it, don't.
Well, we've been talking about it all night, but if anybody wants to chime in, but I know Alpha's going to come to the stage. Alpha always brings great shares. And once again, peace and sincerely, congratulations on Chad. I know he's in the best hands possible. Blake, how you doing, Blake?
Good evening. I want to give out to all
you're in the matrix, bro.
I see all the. Can you hear me now, JB?
Yes, sir, man.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to all my Jewish niggas out here, man. I see the clubhouse. I see all the clubhouse Hebrews are happy with Trump now. He can finally do something right by y'all by getting down with the global order. So, shouts out to everybody, man. It's a sad day for MAGA, but a happy day for the Hebrew niggas.
Well, we are neither Hebrew nor the N-word, but it's good to take out the world's foremost sponsor of terror. So I'm with you on that one.
I want to go to Alaska next. She has a lot of polarized things. Blake, hold on a second. I'll come back to you. I promise I'll come back to you, Blake. You're in the Matrix. But thank you. So I want to go to Alaska, then I want to go to Alpha. Alaska?
I don't really have any point, really. I'm surprised at the amount of, I shouldn't be, but I'm surprised at the amount of Zionists and also just people in general who are like, yeah, glad we bombed those people. It's just very strange to me.
But, you mean the nuclear development?
I have a question. Why would does removing? Alaska, whereabouts are you? Are you in America?
She's you.
I'm everywhere, baby.
He's omnipresent. Omnipresent. Do you think Colonel Mystery is a visual?
Got a rainbow pill.
Do you think Alaska? Can you focus here? Okay, great.
Oh, no.
I'm curious.
I don't react to that. You're not my dad. I don't like that at all.
Believe me, if I was your dad, I would have spanked you a while ago.
That's disgusting. That would not be talking to you more.
That's well, you don't have to. You can go if you like. Okay, it was a joke.
Oh.
I wouldn't like to laugh.
Do you say those jokes to male people on here, by any chance?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, Mohan, before you accept, head from this woman, she's British, you should definitely check her teeth.
Why would you spank a man?
That's
a weird
so, oh my gosh, you should get an award.
Well, here's the long and short of it. She is a pro-Palestinian supporter, and she believes there's a genocide going over in Palestine.
Right. Got it. So she hasn't eaten pork in a decade and doesn't brush her teeth because she's British.
And she never took the time to look up the word genocide or Zionism. I guess she has to think
I
about
triggered
words.
a lot of you guys, huh?
No trigger. I'm pointing out your ignorance. That's not
How you guys got angry?
Nobody's angry. We're having fun with you.
She's British, her teeth. Ooh.
We're having fun with you.
How old are you guys?
I mean, how old are you? You're British, and we live in great countries. I mean, you're a second-class citizen based on birthrights. So I mean, like, what are you talking about?
Guys, let's
Great
be back.
side, you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Great
Hold
teeth
on.
represent.
Alaska.
Jeez. Why does this happen?
Alpha will bring the conversation back. Alpha, how you doing? Alpha, how you doing?
Good afternoon from Australia. How's everybody doing?
Oh, not another Aussie on stage. Oy vey.
Please, go better.
Alpha, you want to chime in on what happened today?
Yeah, sure. When Donald Trump's surprise decision to join the Israeli Defense Forces, or should I say the Israeli Air Force, in their coordinated preemptive attack on Iran, is a great thing to be celebrated by the people who have suffered from this regime for the past 4.5 decades. And the cumulative genocide that has taken place in Iran, where the Kurds, Persians, Baluchis, especially the minority Arabs, have suffered the longest, which many of our leftist friends, unfortunately, turn a blind eye to. In fact, the Amnesty International, which is largely dominated by our leftist friends, published a report in 2017 talking about the extrajudicial killings of the PMU. The PMU is an Iran-controlled proxy inside Iraq, and since 2017, post-Kurdistan regional government's referendum, which was legitimate, and they have committed ethnic cleansing against the Kurds and some Turkmens in the region. And interestingly, our leftist friends have turned a blind eye when it comes to reports about that from left-dominated organizations or left-dominated NGOs like Amnesty International and different human rights watch organizations, which is interesting. And it speaks volumes. In fact, it's a betrayal of the very values for which the left stood when they went to sit on the left side of King Louis XVI. And I find that to be somewhat unprincipled coming from our leftist friends, who should be very supportive of the war against Iran and very critical of these proxies and guerrilla movements.
Interestingly, it looks like that there is some movement from what I've heard in the past 4 hours from people inside the country, especially relatives and others who are very well entrenched in the armed movement, the armed forces in terms of opposition to the Islamic regime. It should be emphasized, JB and others, we should emphasize this more often, that this attack against Iran is not against the people.
I want to talk with you. Good morning, all of you.
Sure. It's not against the people, and the people themselves welcome this attack, except for the hardline conservatives who have family in the forces and actually have benefited quite a lot from the institutionalization of this government since 1979, or should I say since the coup d'etat. But the rest of the people inside the country, especially the largest and the smallest minorities, have actually welcomed these attacks against the regime, against these nuclear facilities, against the mad scientists that were trying to help this regime bring about the next apocalypse. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. And I welcome it. Being someone on the liberal side, a classical liberal, and I would say someone who follows John Stuart Mill, I welcome this. It's to take out a greater evil with a lesser evil. So I welcome it.
Sorry, can I ask you, when you said that you heard that there are some movements happening, are you able to tell us any more about that? Like, are you just saying like they're the ones who are kind of in military movement that are happen? Is there like what's actually like? Do you know any more details you can tell us about that?
Yes. In fact, Laura Sellier from I-24 News, who is an anchor and reports on the Middle East, recently, 3 days ago, in fact, she published a column where she spoke about multiple Kurdish factions, except for the leftist factions, the Kurdistan Democratic Party of Iran, and others have actually called for contact with the IDF, and they've said that they are ready to make tactical decisions and to move against the regime. And many other armed militias have propped up from the Kurds and the Baluchis especially. In fact, according to the Baluchi Liberation Front, they recently attacked many military bases in the south of the country. So they've begun their movements, and sooner or later, either the United States or the IDF itself will make some sort of direct or indirect contact and coordinate a strategic attack against the armed forces of Iran, which is the IRGC, which is one of the world's global sponsors of terrorism. And for instance, they support and they've organized Hajj al-Sha'bi or the PMU in Iraq, which is, I just said, that's very engaged in ethnic cleansing in Kirkuk region and the extrajudicial killing of Kurdish farmers and seizing their lands, which is what our leftist friends call settler colonialism.
Alpha, let me ask you a question, because you said a statement that, and maybe I just need some clarity, that they're already attacking the southern positions in Iran. How are the people doing it with no armaments?
Actually, the Baluchis are doing it with armaments. They coordinated with the Kurds about 2 years ago, 3 years ago now, since the uprising that began, or should I say the revolution that began with the killing of Jia Amini in the Kurdish Gulf of Sabaz, which is west of Iran or east of Kurdistan, however you want to term it. And they've been doing this for a while now. But right now they've called directly, and this is according to media news and according to I-24 News, that they have actually called for the IDF to make direct contact and give them violence against the regime. So most likely the KDPI, the Kurdistan Democratic Party of Iran, will be involved. That's for sure, because they're more of a center left movement, democratic, with a pinch of socialism in it. And it's most likely that they will make the move. But there's other factions like
Alpha, hold on 1 second, because I think Rohan wants to engage with you. There, Rohan.
Yeah, look, actually, I don't. I'm happy for you to continue because I'm really interested in what you're going to say. I just want to say a couple of things. Donald Trump on Truth Social just made a post. Any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than was witnessed tonight. Thank you, Donald J. Trump. He's essentially putting his foot down, saying, "We're not going to take your shit. Don't even think about it. This is preemptive." Also, the Islamic Republic run the Atomic Energy Organization said that the attacks in Fordo and two other sites will not stop nuclear development within Iran. The statement. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, following the brutal attack by the Zionist enemy over the past few days and at dawn today, the country's nuclear sites in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan were attacked by the enemies of Islamic Iran in a barbaric act that violated international law, especially the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, or the NPT. This action, contrary to international law, was unfortunately carried out in the shadow of the indifference and even the complicity of the International Atomic Energy Agency. The American enemy has claimed responsibility for the attack on the aforementioned sites, which are under continuous supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency, based on the safeguards agreements and the NPT treaty. The international community is expected to condemn the lawlessness based on the rules of the jungle and support Iran in achieving its legitimate rights. The Atomic Energy Organization of Iran assures the great Iranian nation that despite the evil conspiracies of its enemies, with the efforts of its thousands of revolutionary and motivated scientists and experts, it will not allow the path of its development of this nation's industry, which is the result of the blood of nuclear martyrs, to be stopped. This organization has put the necessary measures, including legal actions, on its agenda to defend the rights of the noble Iranian nation.
Thank you, Rohan. So hold on, Rich, hold on. Ryan, were you done?
There's a few more that they can hold off and not important.
I got a question. It's more of a legal question. I don't know if there's anybody on this stage that would be able to answer it, but
well, that's a lawyer.
Yeah, well, I know what kind of lawyer he is, but anyone's free to jump into this. I'm just wondering, when it comes to constitutional law, what my question is that I know that the AUMF doesn't cover this. The 1973 War Powers Act probably covers this, but that would require Trump to discuss with Congress. Do we know anything about what approvals he got? I mean, he thanked the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I would assume that his handlers would have said, "Hey, look, we need to talk to Congress about this." Even if you don't need a vote, thanks to the 1973 War Powers Act. But I'm just wondering if there's any concern that he should have legally after doing.
I mean, the War Powers Act requires notification 48 hours after conflict, and Congress has a 30 or 60 day period where they can pass a joint resolution of disapproval, and if they do that, the president's supposed to withdraw forces. To me, history of the Constitution, these sort of attacks, Margaret Hearts, early in our history, engagements against both the kind of the French and UK early in our history kind of point to this. These kind of limited attacks are, at least in my opinion, in the constitutional authority of the Commander-in-Chief.
There's some verbiage here that I think we need to clarify. This isn't a conflict, and it's not really considered an attack. Again, it's a very surgical strike on a military target.
Can you give me the definition, the definition and the differences between an attack and a surgical strike?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you my general ones, but I can dig it out. And then the gist of it is, an attack is with intent to further on the effort. Like for example, the Hamas attack on Israel, where that was an attack, right? They went in with an intent to both kill and take hostages, and then they had kind of like a justification for that was kind of mushy, and you can poke holes through it. Whereas this is in response to, and this is why I talk about the marketing of the effort, right? The legal structure is, hey, we gave you these many days to discuss. You were out of bounds by IAEA. You've been hiding these things, and now we need to take them out. And that's all we're doing, right? That's the legal and the marketing effort around that. But as you and I both know well, the timing of this is what's really, really important. And even the choice of words that he used in his speech, to me, reflect that change of regime. So that's kind of where I'm going with that.
Thank you.
There's also
Howard, hold on 1 second. I'll come right to you, I promise. I just want to say hello to Scott Jones. Hey, Scotty.
Hey, man, good to see you. Thanks for that shout out. Appreciate it.
Good to see you. Did you want to chime in, or you just want to hang out with the cool kids?
I'll chime in. I liked Roger's question, though. I thought that was a good.
Thank you. Howard, go ahead, man.
Oh, yeah. Hey, everyone. I was just going to say the other, component in terms of communication coordination with Congress, if that did happen, is the getting of aid, too.
Thank you, Howard. Alpha, you there, Alpha?
You're saying?
So I have a question for you. I believe you're Kurdish, correct?
Yes.
So what does today's action by America specifically mean for the Kurdish community in Iran?
Well, JB and everybody in the room, they've sent mixed messages. For instance, the Kurdistan Democratic Party of Iran, or the Kurdistan, or the Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan, and the Parti Jeune Azadi Kurdistan, or the Freedom Party of Kurdistan, which is an offshoot of the PKK, which is the Kurdistan Workers' Party, declared a terrorist organization by many nations around the world, especially Europe, including the United States. They have distanced themselves, including one of their left coalitionist parties, which is Komala. Komala basically means the collective. And given that the Komala and KDPI's skepticism that the regime will not really fall, and I believe this is because they themselves do not have the strategy to mobilize against the regime for many tactical and as well as logistical reasons, given that many of them are now in Suleimania region, or in the region like Koya, which is in South Kurdistan or North Iraq, and Sinjar, which is also again in North Iraq. So that's the logistical problem. and the Kurdistan Democratic Party has said that they may not allow any Kurdish factions to mobilize against Iran. And of course, given the monopoly of the Barzani family, that complicates the stuff. That complicates the situation further. Inside Iran, like I said, the Baluchis. I will put the article. In fact, let me just put that article in the chat for you guys, those who want to know, because it's good to speak with at least one critical source. And by the way, like I said, Laura Sellier works as reports from Bloomberg and France 24, and she posted this on her X handle as well. So there's mixed messages really, except for one faction, and that is the Kurdistan Freedom Party, which is an offshoot of the Kurdistan Democratic Party of North Iraq or of South Kurdistan. And basically they have distanced themselves from any kind of separatist goals. For what reason, nobody knows, but however they have emphasized the need for the regime to fall and the need for regime change. But however, Israel and the U.S. have not necessarily made those statements directly, and I'm sure they have good reasons for it, given the global public's aversiveness to such statements. But eventually the regime will fall if the war does continue, the attacks do continue, and they simply disable and of course destroy most of the Iranian military capability. But as for the Kurds, there are Kurds out there right now who have actually called for a contact, direct contact. There's been, how can I call this? There's been separation, splits happening right now. Militia splits that are now coalescing and are calling for Israeli commandeering. So they're calling for Israel to give them tactical positions. So in case they need it, or if it needs be, if it's necessary, they're willing to move. But the official statement from the Kurdish parties is, we don't want to make any kind of military move yet. Any kind of, we don't want to move soldiers. We don't want to move the Peshmerga forces. And that's to their own detriment.
Thank you, Alpha. I think Dr. Responsible was trying to get in. Dr. Responsible, Ricky?
Well, after that last statement, that's way too much for me.
Sorry, Ricky, give me half a second. I just want to say something quick there. According to the New York Times, Ayatollah Khomeini has retreated to a secure bunker amid fears for his life and has begun quietly identifying possible successors within the military and religious leadership in case current top commanders are taken out. The report says 3 senior clerics are now being considered as potential replacements for Khomeini himself if he is killed. Notably, his son, Mustafa Khomeini, long rumoured as his likely heir, is not among them. There you go.
So this comes at a good time. So what we're saying is that because of Trump's leadership and obviously Israel's intelligence, we have the main staff, or backup staff, of Iran's terrible regime hiding themselves in pits like Osama bin Laden. And I just wanted to say, I really appreciate all of you who needed the America's first president, but are willing to say, hey, we still might not like him on this, but this party's got it right. I'm so worried that Donald Trump might go back on his America First position in some ways. It's because Netanyahu is into his fight it. And I'm not saying that anything would lead me to believe that right now, but I am worried about that. I would like to hear from you.
Ro, is it possible?
Yeah.
If nobody is in the queue, is it possible if I read out? Oh, well, no, I know what. We'll leave it at that. Guys, I'll put the link in the chat. So if you guys really want to read it, I think it will help if you want to have a a fresh perspective in terms of what's going on inside the country and how's the mobilization going?
Alpha, look, I mean, if you'd be happy to paraphrase it, perhaps if it's lengthy, it might be a benefit to people. That's entirely up to you. In the meantime, whilst you're considering that, I'll just read out another statement that's come through from Netanyahu that addresses Israel. Dear citizens of Israel, my brothers and my sisters, from the start of this operation, I promised you that Iran's nuclear facilities would be destroyed, one way or another. That promise has now been fulfilled. A short while ago, in coordination between myself and President Trump, and complete operational coordination between the IDF and the US military and the United States struck Iran's three main nuclear sites, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. This powerful strike builds on earlier IDF and Mossad operations, continuing the effort to dismantle the nuclear program that poses a direct threat to our existence and endangered global peace. After the operation, I spoke with President Trump. It was a warm and moving conversation. He praised our soldiers, our people, and in turn I praised him, the American pilots, and the people of the United States. President Trump is showing strong leadership of the free world. He is a true friend of Israel, a friend like no other. On behalf of myself, the citizens of Israel, and the entire Jewish people, I thank him deeply. And I know, citizens of Israel, I speak from the heart of every one of you as well. So, I think they're having a bromance. Alpha, did you want to...
I just wanted to emphasize this point as well, Ro, just for your for everybody's reference. In 2017, 2019, in fact, sorry. In 2019, if I'm correct, the commander of the PJAK or PJAK, the party Jiana Azadi Kurdistan, the Life and Freedom, the Freeman Life Party of Kurdistan, like I said, which is an offshoot of the PKK, actually made a statement. Zilan Vajin is the commander in chief of that faction. They made a statement that
his name was Vajin.
Zilan, yes, Zilan Vajin. I'll put it in. I'll send it to you.
Vajin is in. You'll never get this.
Yeah.
Not the Sasha Cohen Vajin. No.
Oh, we love Vajin here. Okay, go on.
Yes, I'm pretty cultured there, so I'll catch the joke. Zilan Vajin actually made a statement that in the case or in a situation where Iran is facing a preemptive attack or any kind of war against it, that they will not take a position and they will have their own views and perspectives, and they will deal with the situation accordingly. And given the recent distanciation that they have committed to, simply speaks volumes, which is very much to the detriment of the Kurdish aspirations, who have suffered for the longest, more than anybody in the region, and of course the Baluchis and the other minorities like the Azeris or the Arabs. And then of course you have the Persians, who themselves brought Khomeini to power, but now they are the victims of their own past decisions, and now they've been victimized by their own past decisions and past aspirations for supposed liberation from the Shah. Not that the Shah was any better. In fact, the Shah was just as brutal, but just more subtle and less brazen with it. However, given this ambiguity, then Israel is really dealing with also a difficult situation, because if there are no allies inside to mobilize, and the people are not willing to be galvanized, whether out of fear, whether out of lack of leadership, then it makes complete sense why Israel and America have not made any explicit statements about regime change. But this also holds out to the opportunity that in the case that there is mobilization by militias popping up or simply separating themselves from the official leaderships of these different liberation movements to coordinate an attack against the regime with the backing of Israel and American air forces, or even troops on the grounds, which is a very unlikely chance. But what I will say is that given this lack of leadership and given the ambiguity of the liberation fronts, except for the Baluch, it's not likely that the United States or Israel will call for regime change anytime soon. But I do believe it is on the table because they have not necessarily ruled it out.
Could they do a regime change without anyone's help?
Well, that's an interesting question, Ali, because if we take examples of regime change, for instance, inside Syria or Iraq before the 2003 U.S. intervention, you have to understand that the Shiite majority and the Kurdish people inside Iraq were very mobilized, very galvanized, and when the militias began their movements, especially from 97 onwards, and they started making a lot of gains against the Saddam regime or the Ba'ath regime, the U.S. had something to work with. That's why Paul Bremer was in constant contact with the Kurds and people like Ahmad Chalabi from the Arab side, and even the Turkmens. So there was galvanization of the people, and their specific forces and militias could be mobilized because there was consensus that the regime must go. And the people, given their suffering, they were ready to move on against the regime. But in Iran, we've received mixed messages, and especially from the Kurds. Now, if we say that the Baluchis are a viable option, sure, the Baluchis have already begun, armed mobilization against they've mobilized their armed forces against, or militias against the regime. In fact, they've attacked 3-4 places already. The Kurds have made no such movements. In fact, one of the PJAK faction has completely tried to delegitimize the attacks against Iran, against the regime, and it's calling for the typical, sloganeers that our leftist friends go for. It could be solved through peace and whatnot. No, this regime does not know peace. This regime does not know compromise. Because if this regime wanted to compromise, it would not arrest 22 females and just kill a Kurdish one, for example, like Sheena Amini, right? If it wanted to compromise, it would remove the morality police. If it wanted to compromise, it would bring radical reform, but it didn't. And these factions, mostly on the Kurdish side, have been struggling against this regime, and many of their activists have ended up in jails and executed extrajudicially, and they still have the audacity to say that, oh no, we can still take the peaceful route, or take the route that does not involve armed coercion or of some sort. That's not how it works, in fact. That's not how it works. And this viewpoint is not really viable when people are suffering by the hundreds of thousands of people. So if there is no mobilization inside Iran, armed mobilization, then I don't see how Israel and them can topple the regime without boots on the ground, because they have to bring boots on the ground. If they put boots on the ground, then it'll be just Israel, and I'm sure NATO will get involved, most likely, and that's how they will change it.
Yeah, first of all, now you're talking silliness. There ain't no boots on the ground. That's not happening. So let's talk about reality. Trump said that after these 3 sites were hit, that if they don't come to the table for peace, that we have other targets. What are the other targets that he's referring?
Look, you just have to take out the bases of the IRGC, the facilities of the IRGC.
Well, I'd like to hear from somebody else, because you were the guy that was just saying that it requires boots on the ground. I'd like to talk to somebody who still touches grass. Well,
hey guys, how's it going? It's an interesting day. This is unexpected, and the fact that it went off without a leak, a hitch, and nobody knew about it, that's pretty impressive. But what's your question, Roger?
What are the other targets that are on the table?
I imagine some of the military bases and the leadership. Trump is very strategic in his missiles. He doesn't really like boots on the ground. So he does missile attacks, air attacks a lot more frequently. I'm imagining that his target list is probably energy, oil fields, well, maybe not even the oil fields, more along military bases, and I would think the leaderships or the IRGCs, like their actual personal palaces and residencies.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I also think it's when he talks about, like, okay, I'm going to name successors, like, the people that are being named successors are probably like, geez, thanks. At this time, like, nobody wants to be in this secession list, I'll tell you.
If you want to look at my picture, it has a bit of more detailed information on what actually happened. And I think it's, we're moving into PSYOP territory as we've probably been for a while, but you didn't hear that from me. Hello to Roger and other co-conspirators.
So who's going to take over when IRGC is fully disabled exactly? Anybody? Any idea?
I don't know if it were as easy as that. Rock Syria and Libya would have gone a whole hell of a lot better.
Are you guys open for a name change? Could we rename Iran Trumpistan? Anyone open?
No, I think they should rename it to the ancient of names, Persia, which is what it is. Just rename it to ancient name and be done with it.
What? You could be a party pooper, Marshall. Trumpistan, so.
I didn't notice that it was a joke until right now.
Well, Ops is strong.
But you don't think there'll be retaliation on the United States and these sleeper people?
I think there'll be retaliation. I think, look, I mean...
So then that's what I don't want. I don't want retaliation.
Well, there's blowback to everything that we do. There's consequences to action, there's consequences to inaction. And I think this is one of those areas where, you break an egg to make an omelet. If I had to say what's most likely to happen is you're going to see opportunistic hits at bases that have U.S. soldiers. So hopefully that everyone's on super high alert. You would hope that that's the case. The other thing would be, some sort of high profile, civilian target that that will get them all fired up. They really like that. When there's one thing about the Islamists and the jihadists really like, and that's when civilians die. They really celebrate.
Yeah, Schrader Hormuz is probably a key target. That's what the Nimitz is sitting over there. So,
but what is it that they could actually do to America that would make the average person give a shit? And I don't know what you guys do. Yeah, but I mean like a scale. I don't know. I mean, because the nuclear thing is out because of the galactics, but because it won't happen. The Galactic Federation will quantum stop it. So I guess the cyber attacks, and I guess more like large scale sleeper cell thing, activity. I don't know. But, huh? I didn't hear anything.
Well, I can tell you as an American, I am terrified. I don't think that we actually realize what Iran in 2025 is like compared to Iran in 2005, compared to Iran in 1985. What?
Oh, what? Do you think you're gonna fly past him?
Wait, hold on, Marshall, hold on. Why is everybody coming up here? I don't know where Ross is going, but everyone else should be on mute while Ross is speaking. And anyone that's not named Ross that's unmuted will just have to have their conversation in the chat. Ross, go.
So, what the U.S. just did, technically speaking, from an international perspective, is they attacked a country that, to this date, has only used enriched uranium to provide power to facilities refrigerating food and providing air conditioning, as well as other things involving energy being converted into power for production. Iran has never
Ross, let me ask you a question. Ross, let me ask you a question. Ross, let me ask you a question. I hear what you're saying, and it sounds like, just correct me if I'm wrong, that you would have preferred to wait until there's a mushroom cloud over Tel Aviv, and then say, aha, those bastards, they did it, now we got to go get them. That's what you would have preferred.
I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is engineers physically working at buildings, these buildings in Iran, if they wanted to kill people, they're going to do it without nuclear technology. What I'm saying is that the nuclear technology itself has only gone to things that provide energy for infrastructure. That's what.
Got it. Okay. So you hold on, Marshall. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you believe that the IRGC, their goals when it comes to nuclear is simply for benevolent means, and they want to just power their country. That's what you.
I have no opinion. I'm saying the United States of America, irrespective of any other country, that every citizen of the United States of America, including myself, just personally attacked people that are capable of killing me. I don't think you understand.
Wait, hold on. Well, hold on, Ross. Before you go further, do you know what a personal attack is?
You do not understand. My family is a family in the United States of America. And the United States of America just killed me.
Wait, hold on, Marshall.
I could be killed tomorrow.
Okay, hold on.
What the fuck is this guy chirping?
Hold on. Everyone mute up. Ross, mute up. Ross, mute up. Everyone mute up. Listen, there's a few things going on. Either he's trolling, and if that's the case, then we should just relax and we should just whatever. If he's not trolling, what we should pray is that his family that he just cried out to would manage his medication a little bit better than they're doing.
Yeah, so Ross, talk to me, talk to Kate, I'll listen to you. I do a Shark Tank thing, so it's like I can read people fast. In one sentence, what is your problem? It is blank. And the answer?
My problem is that I could be dead tomorrow. The United States of America is messing with people that they do not understand their capability. You do not understand what just took place.
I mean, actually, there's a sense in which you could be right. So we don't know yet. So why don't we just leave it there?
in 1985.
This is so
the
interesting,
Iranians.
Ross.
I mean, we don't know what happened. That's very true.
They know
Okay, so, but we're all in the same boat with that as well, right? Some of us have friends that have bunkers, some of us don't. I have friends that have bunkers. It's okay.
I do not have a bunker. I do not.
Okay, you can message me, and I'll be your friend for at least until we determine whether you need a bunker, and then that's it, man. You'll be good.
I don't think crying about a country that can't launch a ballistic missile, whose ability to strike our nation relies on proxies and terrorist groups, is, to be frank, intellectually honest. It is emotional. It is caving into one's fear. It is not using the decided part of one's brain that is able to fit things through and make logical arguments.
Okay, hold on. Let's just assume for a second that he's being honest. I just want to make sure that we're helping him out. If he is really concerned, if he's genuinely concerned with the fact that he doesn't have a bunker and that somehow the scary IRGC is going to come to get him, I posted a link at the top of the page to Atlas Survival Shelters. It's the world's #1 bunker builder.
Thank you, Roger. God bless.
So Ross, if you're truly concerned about this, you know what? If you're really concerned, maybe we'll even do a GoFundMe in this room and we can help you out. But I think Dr. Responsible is trying to get.
Thank you, sir. I think we should just hear Ross out because Ross, I'm kind of wondering. Obviously, you're upset, and I'm wondering why this move by the United States is so much more visceral for you than when they bombed Libya, when the United States went in and fucked up other really bad people. Could you explain that?
Because this is Iran.
Just back channel me, dude. He already has a bunker. We don't need to GoFundMe. Let's move right along. So next person needs a bunker or a harem or any associated
My zip code starts with 01038. Okay.
That's 100, dude. You're amazing. Just message me privately, dude. I'll make you tons of money, get you whatever you want. 100%. And I'm not at a gay bar. I'm in my Porsche.
Russ, the reason you're being poked at is because you don't sound serious. That's why. If you were genuinely serious about it, we could have a conversation. But you're not being serious about it. So if you would like to,
he is. He's totally genuine, dude. He's a very scared, long-haired liberal, and that's okay, man. We'll take him in.
I am not.
We'll get the God bunker access to it. 100%. Absolutely, 100.
Depends on
We'll get him signed up.
Bunker's only trolley, guys.
Guys, wait.
No, he's doing it first.
Guys, too many people talking at one time. Alfie wants to say something.
Oh, yeah, I love you,
trying to tell you
I'm trying to.
is that if you're building a filter system, that if you want to filter out low frequency signals, you use a capacitor in parallel with the resistor. If you want to filter out high frequency signals, you use an inductor.
Ross, I just want to say I followed you. I enjoyed the troll.
Mute up. Look, Ross, are you serious? Are you trolling us?
No! I'm saying that we attacked Iran and there are engineers in Iran that can
chill there. Hang on. Just hold on to your monkey. Alright, cheers. So Iran is the world's biggest sponsor of terrorism in the world. Okay, biggest sponsor of terrorism in the world. They've been.
Wait, hold on. I want to fact check you on that, Rolo. More than Clubhouse?
Yeah, more than Clubhouse. They funded Hamas, Hezbollah, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the Houthis. They funded the armies. They funded the ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles. They are a threat to the Middle East.
I'm not talking about the Iranian government.
Ross, okay, they've threatened America. They call death chance, death to America, death to Israel. I'm going to ask you a question. I'm not going to posit it. What would you like? What do you think should be done about such a threat? Where? Okay, hang on. Okay, what is it? 4%. 4% is for general consumption in terms of nuclear. Geez, I've forgotten the word. In terms of having enrichment, 4% is enough to be able to cover general purpose. 20% is for medical. 60% is what exactly? I'll put it to you this way. I've got a feeling that if they were left to their own devices, it'd go well beyond 60%. Do you feel that it would be safe to be able to enable such an actor to be able to have such a lethal weapon?
The lethality of uranium
wait.
Does not scale as a function of enrichment in the way that...
Just mute the fuck up. Thanks. Appreciate it. That was a question that was going to Ross. Ross.
What I am trying to say is that if you were to detonate a lower value enriched piece of uranium over a civilian target, that it would be just as dangerous as a highly enriched piece of uranium.
You know your voice sounds like Charles Manson.
He's an intelligent 12-year-old. I'll give him that.
I'm trying to say something really simple.
Ross, you're trying to say something, you're not answering my question. Okay, what should be done about the big boy, the big bully with the big weapon? Okay, how should the situation be approached?
I don't know, but what I do know is that there are young girls and young boys under the age of 12 that will not have power for the next few days for their refrigeration and for basic essentials.
A bunch of terrorist groups around the Middle East.
And I'm saying that their parents
maybe their government shouldn't have committed to enrich uranium to get a bomb.
Marshall,
to bomb Israel.
Do you live in America?
Motherfucker, I live in Texas. I don't live in America.
How are you not on your knees praying right now? This is nothing
not a whining little baby.
I'm telling you that the most
scare me and put my tail between my legs.
There's like something wrong with my microphone. Okay, Ross, I'm going to go back to this equation. You either choose to be able to do something or not. You either enable Iran to be able to keep on enriching uranium and become even more dangerous than what they currently are, or you do something about it. Would that be a fair junction?
Iran is the place where the people that don't want to go to war
Are you going to answer a simple question?
Don't understand.
I'm not going to waste my breath with you.
I just want to ask one question, bro.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, go for it, Jay.
I just came back in and I'm like, holy shit, I know what he's talking about, but I was like, this dude sounds just like fucking Charles Manson. Ross, has anybody ever told you that before? You sound like Charlie Manson?
I've never heard Charlie Manson speak.
JB, I'll say this to you, Ross. Ross, as a person whose family are mostly in Iran right now, and we have people in Iran, with the majority of them calling and welcoming the attacks against the regime. They're calling and they're not willing to be afraid or give it fear or capitulate to a regime that has been killing them for decades. But you think away about 7,000 miles, well, more than 7,000 miles, right? Give or take 100 miles. And you're afraid that tomorrow your refrigerator will not work. With all due respect, this is just a complete circus that you're trying to rile up.
Right? It's a first world problem.
Oh my God,
my refrigerator's not gonna work. How am I going to get my matcha tea?
Well, JB, thanks for the opportunity again, and God bless America.
God bless King Trump the First.
And I just forgot to say, obviously, hi. Take care. Thanks, Raj. See you.
Stay safe, Alpha.
I don't have security like other families in America.
Well, I don't have any fucking security either, but you know what I do have? A set of balls.
Marshall, you
I
should
don't let the Iranians scare me, and I don't worry about a regime who could, at most, send a missile to the Levant. Couldn't touch us, and the only thing they can do practically on our soil is terrorist attacks, which Al Qaeda did, and guess what? We're still fucking here. So, I don't understand your whiny, I mean this sincerely, whiny argument where you literally cried. There's just no point for it, and the reason I'm ridiculing you is because it is not an academically honest point of view. It is one.
Well, there you got us. Let's fly some bunker.
Okay, now you're in the audience again. Listen, when the trolls come up, you need to identify that they're trolls, and you need to respond accordingly. I just want to say this: Ross has won. He's sucked everybody into his troll, and you've responded to him as if he was serious. Way to go, Ross. Well done. Well played. You've earned a permanent spot. I'm going to actually follow you. You've earned a permanent spot in this house.
Can you make him a mod?
No.
I wouldn't do
I
that.
got a question for Marshall.
Yeah, what's the question for Marshall?
Yeah, Marshall, man, did you just say Iran's government can't really do anything?
No. I said what he was worried about? No, they can't. What he is worried about what he is worried about is the end of civilization. That's not happening. The Iranians are not dropping a nuke in fucking Chicago or Houston, Texas, or Austin, Texas, which is the thing this kid is worried about, which is, as Roger said, probably a troll.
I'm worried about the people in Iran going to the area that do not want to be involved in a war, but know how to finish one. I'm not talking about...
Maybe they should have overthrown their government and put somebody else in charge who wasn't suicidal mullahs who want to wipe a couple of countries off the map if they get nukes. Maybe they should do that. I don't know. Just fucking thinking.
Marshall, he's trolling you.
You know, when trolls meet autism, it's a very funny experience to observe.
Yeah, because autism doesn't give it its trolling until autism is told.
Wait a second. Hold on. I need some clarity on that. Was he a good autism or bad autism?
Autistic. We only allow the good autistic people on the stage anymore. The bad autistic people, we don't.
Thank you. Rob, hold on. Everybody, hold on. Rob, just give me a second. Ross, are you autistic? Are you on the spectrum?
No.
You sure? You've been tested?
I've been tested.
Okay.
Yeah, so my follow-up then, Marshall, is I guess your logic, I'm saying, so they are a threat to Israel, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely, an existential threat. It's why the Israelis...
Wait, hold on. Can I just predict? Hold on. I want to predict something. Rob's going to ask, why is it okay for Israel?
No, I'm asking
hey,
why are we intervening? No, I'm not. I've already asked that question.
Mute the fuck up for a second.
We're not doing this tonight, JB. We got it, big dog.
Okay, you're in the fucking audience, retard. Listen. He's got the good sickle cell, not the bad sickle cell. I'll bring him back up. But listen, if you're going to have these conversations, right? This guy is so fucking one-dimensional. He doesn't know. He couldn't find Israel or Iran on a fucking map. But his issue is, why is it okay for Israel to have nuclear weapons, but it's not okay for Iran to have nuclear weapons? And I will entertain his question the moment he can point either of those countries out on a map. Anyways, I'll bring
it. That was the best accent impersonation I've ever heard on Clubhouse. I beg of you to continue it.
It's because Israel is white. That's why they can have nukes.
Can I ask a question?
So Roger, let me respond before y'all kick me off the stage again, because that's what y'all do.
You're responding literally as in the middle of me speaking.
That wasn't the question. I don't give a fuck.
Wow.
Okay.
Monkey politics. I'm gonna go ahead and let you go.
One.
Monkey
That's
politics. Yes.
Man,
Number
you
one.
in there.
Number one banana.
Happy Pride Month.
Number one banana.
Hold on, guys.
Happy Pride
Hold
Month.
on. We're gonna have a queue. We're gonna go Dr. Adams, and then we're gonna go Rob. Dr. Adams go. Then we're gonna hear from Rob, and let's see if Rob says something original, because he hasn't said anything original in the last 6 weeks. But Dr.
No, I'm definitely going to bring some scholarship to this app. Vince Vance. Anybody heard his song from the 1980s? Roger?
No, I have no idea who this is. Is this a black artist?
Bomb, 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 Baran. Bomb, 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 bomb.
I think that was the 50s, bro.
That's the Beat Boys, Adams.
Yeah, I think you got it wrong. But Rob, let's go ahead. Let everyone stay on mute. Rob is going to say something intelligent for me.
Hey, fuck Roger. That's number one. Number two, fuck Roger. Fuck JB for playing both sides of the fence every day. If you're gonna be a coward, be a coward. If you're gonna stand for what's right,
I bet you're not gonna say fuck banana.
Wait, hold on, Adams. Hold on.
Happy Pride Month to Adams.
Rob,
Happy Pride Month to Adams.
No, Rob, hold on. Adams, please don't do that. No interruptions. Rob's going to get to the.
Sorry, it was so easy. It was so easy.
I know. And listen, nobody gets.
Despite the fact that he just tried to make a reference about the song Barbara Ann.
What he's trying to do is insult the mods so the mods will move him. He's buying time because he has nothing to say.
The question that I was going to ask Marshall though simply is, if Iran is such a simple. Hey, I'm talking. No, I'm talking.
I've got a question. But if you're going to be fucking JB, I don't want to fucking miss out on this, okay? So don't you fucking dare miss out on fucking.
All right, good job, white guy from another country.
Let's just let Rob ask this question. Go ahead, Rob.
The question that I really was asking Marshall was, based on his logic, Iran doesn't seem like much of a threat, so why do they need our assistance?
Rob, wait a second.
But unfortunately, Roger interrupted me before I asked the question, and then we got all of this. I had already asked the nuclear weapon in the chat, Roger, and you actually responded.
Rob,
you actually responded. Do you recall that, Roger?
Rob, can you get to your point?
You responded?
Rob, can
you respond? Do you recall responding in the chat? Well, my question is very simple. I was asking if Iran was such a threat, if Iran wasn't that big of a threat, why do they need our assistance? Because the way that Marshall's logic was just, again, you cut me off, so this could have been over 3-4 minutes ago, but you decided to go and try to insult me.
So Rob, I'll answer your question. Marshall's not here. I'll answer it for him. Here's the reason why the U.S. got involved here. Was, first of all, like, who doesn't want to smack around the IRGC? But the more important thing is that we had the B-2s loaded up with bunker busters. The targets that we were hitting, we're the only people on the planet that have the munitions that can hit a target and that can go 200 feet underground to hit that target. Does that make more sense to you? I guess not.
You have to mute, Rob. That's the bottom right button.
You see how JB playing? See how he playing the game now? Every other day, me and JB get along. We have intelligent conversation with each other. But that's how it is, man. Hopefully you come to a room I have next week. I ain't gonna be kicking people off the stage. I just like to come into a room where the moderators aren't gonna.
Change, Rob. Focus.
How come you didn't answer? Did you not like my answer?
don't you?
Well, I didn't hear the question. Actually.
You had been here monkey ears. Wait, hold on. No, hold on.
Actually, I fell out the room. So I didn't hear that.
Hold on. You strap in, because you were the one that asked. You were the one that asked.
I didn't hear your response, Mojo. Did you not hear that? And I had fell out the room.
Correct.
And when I came back, that's what JB was saying.
Strap in. Put your hands and feet inside the ride.
That's what JB was saying.
Keep them there at all times. Put on the seatbelt. Put on your emergency harness so you don't fall out.
Okay, Zionist.
I'm proudly a Zionist. That's not a fucking insult to me, motherfucker.
Okay, Zionist. It should be.
Wow. Only to a Jew hater would that be an insult.
I'm not a Jew hater. There's a difference.
Oh, you hate
That's
Jews.
what you guys do. No, I don't. I have no problem. I have great respect for the faith of the Jewish people, Judaism. I have great respect for it.
Oh my God! Here we go. We're about 10 seconds away from Black Hebrew Israel.
What do you say? Oh, I'm not though. No, I'm not. See, that's what you do. You keep trying to make assumptions, and again, you make yourself look stupid. It has nothing to do with Hebrew Israelites. I said I have great respect. And they muted me again.
I didn't mute you.
Again, like I said,
let's not mute
I have great respect. I have great respect. I have great respect. I have great respect for Judaism, for the Jewish faith. Criticizing the nation of Israel, their government, is not anti-Semitic.
But hang on, you're not making sense, Rob.
Of course.
Why would he Why would he stop
now?
It's not.
I don't know, JB. It doesn't make sense.
How does that not make sense?
Rohan, it's
I'm criticizing the nation of Israel.
Okay, can we please?
Are we saying that criticizing the nation of Israel is anti-Semitic?
It can be, but not necessarily. No.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Criticizing the nation of Israel, the state of Israel, is not being anti-Semitic, and it's not suggesting anything negative.
How Hitler? How Hitler? He fucking out. All right. You're out of here. Yeah, bye-bye.
I already got him.
All right, bye-bye. Yeah, bye-bye. So hold on. I want to speak to Rob. Rob, can you please tell me what your understanding of the word Zionism means?
In a nutshell, people who felt like Israel deserved their homeland, and we'll leave it at that, and that's fine.
Yes. So it quite literally.
And that's fine. And they have their homeland.
Hold on. Listen, I want to have a conversation with you. Something that I don't think you've ever done. But I want to have a conversation with you here. So if Zionism is the belief in the right to the Jewish people to have a homeland, right, which I think, it's not controversial to say that Japanese people should have a homeland. It's not controversial to say that Italians should have a homeland. It's not controversial to say that Spanish people should have a homeland. But for some reason, to some people that claim to not be anti-Semitic, they don't believe that Jewish people should have the right to a homeland. And this is and the way that they say it is by saying that I'm anti-Zionist, which, by the way, that would have been a perfectly appropriate position to have prior to the creation of the state of Israel, because there was people among the Jewish community that weren't always Zionist. There was other thoughts that they could have done. You know what they could have done instead of forming their own state? They could have just said, you know what, let's hide our Jewish heritage and let's just go hide in the rest of the world. We'll give up our traditions. We'll give up any signal that we're Jewish. And so when you now in 2025, if you say you're anti-Zionist, not only are you saying you don't believe that the Jewish people should have the state of Israel, which is akin to saying like you don't believe the Japanese people should have Japan, right? But not only are you saying that, but you're making this statement. You're making this statement in 2025 when you don't even understand the beginning of these struggles. You don't know the history of who's been in control of that land, who's lived in that land, who's come as visitors to that land, who's attacked that land. You don't know any of the history, because if you did, Rob, and listen carefully here,
you would know that at the same time that Israel was granted statehood and declared themselves a state to be recognized by the civilized world, at that same time, Arabs were offered statehood in the form of what you would call Palestine. And what they did is they rejected it, and instead the Arab world decided to go to war against Israel. But I'm going to tell you this. Once I hear your response, we're going to move on, because this conversation is not about Israel. It's not about the Jews. It's about the fact that finally an American president looked at the head of the snake in the eye and said, "Not today, Satan. We're coming for you." But Rob,
damn, Roger talking positive about Trump. I love this man.
Yeah, the only response I would have to that is I would have no problem with anybody having a homeland, but it seems that they have a problem with the other group of people governing themselves. And from the Arab perspective, this is how I would look at it. If I've been in this land for however long, who are you as the British government to offer me statehood in the area that's already mine? So whereas I can actually see it from your vantage point, that the Arabs should just...
Interesting. Wait, hold on. Interesting. So it's already yours. It's already yours?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying from the Arab standpoint, that would possibly be why they would reject it.
So they had an army.
That's possibly why they were rejected.
So they had an army, they had a government, they had borders.
Was it Britain's? Was it Britain's? Was it the UK's?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Was it the UK's?
Listen,
it wasn't.
It
wasn't anymore the UK's. It wasn't anymore the UK's. They had some guns and they came in and they took over.
I'm using it not because
I get you guys don't like my response, but you know, you don't have to.
You're just stupid. It's not whether we agree with you or disagree with you. You're just an ignorant human being.
Wait, Rohan,
you guys don't agree. I don't agree with something.
For a minute, bro. Jesus Christ.
JB, we gonna meet up, JB.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, listen, don't threaten me, bro, because I'll actually shoot
I have no more respect. I
don't give a fuck. I don't need your respect.
You cosplay as a racist son.
You have no more balls. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, man, you a faggot.
You can bring it back up.
Everybody shut the fuck up for a second, thanks.
Rohan, you're very...
Feature Rob.
Any better? Is any better?
Yes, Rohan.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, Rob, I don't have a problem listening to what your opinion is. The way you're putting it across is just so fucking disrespectful, and that's the reason why I keep on muting you. You don't seem to be able to respect the law of the land here. It applies not just to you, it applies to everybody else. We've got a one mic policy here, and it's very rude. Like when a moderator is trying to have a conversation, you try to insert yourself over the person. We can't have a conversation with you. The position that you're taking, is actually tormenting yourself. You don't realise that Jews have been living on the land consistently for the last 3,500 years. Okay, you don't seem to appreciate that there was an option and a possibility that was put forward in 1948 to be able to have two states, and it wasn't necessarily going to be a Palestinian by name state, an Arab state, and a Jewish state. Simple. The option was put down on the table. It was rejected. And then 5 Arab Muslim armies in countries surrounding declared a genocidal war. I'm using the word genocide very deliberately because that was the intention. The intention was, as was stated historically, to be able to wipe the Jews off the land. It's pretty simple.
I think he was trying to get in. Ricky, hold up a second. I think Dean, are you there? You want to go? You're a little low. We might want to turn it up a little bit. Yeah.
I can't.
Make sure Mike gets really quiet.
Yeah, you're so low, dude. Yeah.
Should I ask my question now or no?
Yeah, just go ahead. Go ahead while you speak.
Okay, so we can be back. That's better. Go ahead. Okay.
So, first, thanks for the opportunity to speak here. And I'm Iranian. I just wanted to bring your attention to a few points. So, Iran just announced that they're going to block or close the Strait of Hormuz, and there would be no ships passing by there. About the reason the border was already empty and just attacked it. Because if not, we're going to have another Chernobyl. And basically, Iran has other sites which are not known. Plus, it's a bit ridiculous to assume that Iran's neighbor and ally Pakistan has nuclear weapons. Iran itself doesn't have.
Let me just say a couple things. So as far as the Strait of Hormuz, we've got a carrier strike group that's going to protect that. It's not worried about that. As far as having hidden nuclear sites, I think the problem is that you can't hide. You can't hide from the people that know everything. And here's the thing: if the good guys can put pagers in the pockets of the bad guys and then make them blow up, I'm sure we could find a nuclear.
Sure, let's see. I mean, more than half of Iran's income was spent on military. You know that, right? Okay. After that, Iran's neighbor, they have nuclear weapons. So what makes you think that Iran doesn't have that right now?
I think they have nuclear weapons. I think that they haven't just been sitting here for the last 15 years while multiple presidents did the dog, pretending to send in inspectors that were being shoved into fake sites. I'm 100% believe they have nuclear weapons.
Okay, perfect. So that's one thing. And you talked about changing Iran's regime. The founder of Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini, he has a quote. He says, "Preservation of the system is the most obligatory of obligation." حفظ نظام وجب واجبات in Persian. So, during the last 8 days, about 300 to 400 people died because of
Quick question. Are you a supporter of the IRGC?
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Wait, hold on. You say no. So let me ask you this: if you had to choose between the IRGC and Cyrus the Great, for example, who?
I would choose Cyrus, but that's not possible.
You meant if you had to choose between IRGC and Pahlavi, which one do you choose?
Well, since there is no other option, I mean, if we try to change the Iran's regime, we have 3 options, okay?
Okay,
the first
we
option,
just asked you a simple, straight question. Answer, do you want IRGC or Pahlavi? These are your only 2 options.
Yes, I'm answering, and I would appreciate if you don't interrupt. There are 3 options.
You're not going to answer. So yes, he is
Yeah, listen, when this whole thing's over, it would please my soul if the entire country gets renamed Trumpistan. That's my...
I see. So there are 3 options. The first one is a regime transition, not changing that by the internal people, right? And the second one is Pahlavi, which has so many people supporting him. And the third one is the Mujahideen Khalq, which maybe less than 1% support them. Right now, the only option Iran has is Pahlavi. And not to forget, his daughter was also married to a Jewish person about 10 days ago. So he's probably going to be the next regime if there is any change. But about all of this changing the regime, I just wanted to say, Iran killed 3,000 people in 3 days, not any people, his own people, in Masa Amini's movement. So if you basically try to corner a mouse, he's going to bite you. So Iran is going to attack. I mean, the retaliation you talked about is going to happen.
Yeah, hold on. Let me talk to my dick riders that are in the chat real quick. Rob is suggesting that I only go to rooms where me and JD would only go to rooms, where we mod, and Othello's co-signing on that. I have to tell you guys something. First of all, not only am I undefeated in debates on this app, secondly, when people make this comment, I volunteer willingly to put myself down, have the mod badge taken away. I even volunteer. I asked them, who would you like to be the moderator of this debate? And even in those situations, usually what happens is the person all of a sudden has microphone problems. It's weird how that happens. Or they leave the room, right? They never really fully participate. So I will say this to Rob. I will say this to Othello. Anytime you want to debate me, if it's a topic that I'm knowledgeable on, if it's something that I care to discuss, I'm happy to debate either of you fucking morons. And you can pick whoever the moderator is. I don't give two shits, because here's the thing. If we're going to have a conversation on a topic that if I'm willing to debate it, I guarantee I'll fucking know more than you boobs. But anyways, if you guys want to come up, by the way, mods, please invite these guys up, Othello and Rob. They add so much value to these conversations.
Please bring them up. I really want to speak to Rob, who's a friend of mine.
Yo, how's it going, everybody?
I try to send. Hold on. I try to send him a few invites, and he declined them all to Rob. Othello, I'll invite up now, but I doubt he'll come either. So let's invite Othello. Let's get to the crux of things.
Can you invite
wait. Rob, I can't invite Rob up anymore. Othello's on stage, Rob. If you guys, hold on, if you guys could bring up Rob, that'd be greatly appreciated. Othello, I saw some receipts on you spewing a lot of anti-Semitism. Very surprised.
Okay, what did I say? What did I say, JB?
Sorry, I couldn't come off mute. Something to do with MG sucking Zionist cock. Like, you know MG in real life. You know whose cock she puts in her mouth.
I said she sucks Zionist dick on the daily. I was that anti-Semitic.
Well, I have to say, listen, and I don't want to get crude because MG's my friend and she's a classy gal. All I have to say is if there was any truth to that, I'd be excited because I'm a Zionist and she's beautiful. That's all.
I mean, you probably have a high rate of chance of getting that.
Actually,
you have a high rate of chance of MG's husband wiping the floor with the monkey that you fucking are. So at the end of the day, right. So again, MG is married to a high-value fucking man. The fact that you're going to sit in here and propagate some fucking narrative and compare her to some cheap, trashy, nappy-headed ass black bitch that maybe you're used to actually fucking with, right? Because again, you come up into these spaces and you pretend to be precocious in a society that you don't belong to. So the fact that you want to sit up in here and talk about MG's family, her beautiful family that your nappy-headed black ass has yet to create, it's laughable.
Matt, can you bring up Rob Roulette, please?
I can't. I think Ro has to do it.
Well,
yeah, I was that anti-Semitic.
Well, hold on. I just want to say, I want to make one slight correction to you, Dr. Adams, and you were on a great roll there. The one exception, though, is that I don't think that he would share time with nappy-headed women. I think that, a matter of fact, I have it on good authority that he actually himself is a cocksucker. So he is into men. So,
oh, absolutely, Roger. I mean, again, even the most nappy-headed ass, hair-hatted hooligans wouldn't even let this motherfucker sniff it.
Again, I was what I said anti-Semitic. That's the real crux, not what a down low man has to say.
You know, why we allowing racism against the black, but everyone shouting Zionist, anti-Semitic? You guys hypocrites, you know? You guys big hypocrites.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Where's the racism? Please point it out to me.
Your Adams, this freaking Adams guy being racist to the black.
Adams is hold on. Adams, may I ask you 2 quick questions?
Yeah,
Adams,
of course.
Can you give me the background of your father?
You know, I mean, yeah, I'm a country boy's son, you know, in his own words. And, you know, this black man under a Trump hat, you know, sitting in Malibu in my PTR is definitely me. So, right, I don't come on this app as a namesake of somebody else's failure. I come on this app as myself. So it's really interesting.
So
Excuse me. I wasn't finished. No, you sound like, petting zoo virginity loss in your throat. So at the end of the day, you're not going to sit here and you're not going to devalue my personhood of claiming that I'm being racist, okay, in calling out bad black behavior. I'm gonna step on the gas. Bad, nappy-headed ass monkey behavior for what it is.
Okay.
Let's say the quiet part out loud.
Okay. So I am Jewish, so I will be anti-Semitic. This is how it works.
This is crazy.
Adams is their chihuahua that they stick on.
Yeah, he's like their Uncle Tom that they use as a prop, and this J.
Hold on.
You're sexually assault woman.
So you
sexually assault woman, JB.
What the?
You're a criminal. You're a sexual assaulting to woman.
I'm sorry, is this a Muhammad supporter talking about devaluing women?
No.
Like, you literally look for your mates in elementary school playgrounds. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Both of you troll for women in freaking playgrounds and fuck petting zoo animals. You fuck petting zoo animals.
JB, how many women you sexually assaulted this week?
Oh my goodness. Now we're getting to the root of it.
Get rid of the
It's crazy. And then you have Othello. That's crazy. Do you know that your namesake is actually a tragedy? And I can actually understand that because everything that you've said has been absolutely disingenuous, non-intellectual, and horribly tragic. Horribly tragic.
Man, Adams, and you've really said some groundbreaking things today. I'm sure the whole room has gotten smarter from hearing you talk.
Anything else, Monkey? Anything else, Monkey?
Oh, man.
Anything else, Monkey? And the reason why I'm calling him a monkey is because if a grown-ass, strong black man actually wants to show up and have a conversation, then I'm willing to do that. But, as of late, given the options that we have on stage, you sound like you're in the enclosure between the peacocks, the flamingos, and the damn gorillas.
Adam, do you ever notice how you don't get a green bean? Newsflash, no one likes you.
Why would I need a green bean? Why would I need a green bean? Do you know that you're the only person laughing amongst yourselves?
You come in these rooms
right.
and still no one likes you after like...
Oh! Isn't this crazy? Listen,
Listen,
I'm not gonna kick him.
Hold on. Othello, thank you for reminding me. Adams, welcome to the Green Bean.
Thank you, Jay.
We should have a dick sucking Olympics, you and MG.
That's not good. Hey, hold on. Listen, you made your joke twice now, and it didn't land either time. But I'm going to tell you personally, if you make one more fucking comment like that about MG, I'm not only going to block you, I'm going to get everybody I know to block you, all the houses to block you, and you're going to have a very boring time on this app. Because the bottom line is, you like to come in these spaces. We can live with or without you. Talk shit about her woman.
Fuck MG.
All right, you little hoe. You're gone.
And you're a racist piece of shit.
Block party.
Yeah, you're a racist piece of shit.
Bye, tragedy.
Yeah.
I don't mind a little bit of shit talking, dude, but come on, man. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? The fucking IRGC? We treat women with respect around here.
Roger, he couldn't win. He wants to attack a woman who's not only an astounding woman in her own right, but she's not even on stage. Like, it's crazy to me, like how people just, they get a mic, they have some airtime, and all of a sudden, they're the god as far as, what people should believe about another person.
Also, not Dean, I can't wait till Interpol picks you up.
That's sure. Yeah, I second. Oh my God. I second what Roger said when I was MG's just a good human being. On this app, off this app. But guys like that, they get off on picking on nice people.
Jealous.
What's up, J-Lo?
What's up?
What's up, J-Lo?
We're celebrating the greatness of America and King Donald.
Yes.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, let's talk about the fight that Mike Brutus brought up. Who's CO and who are the other black Gnostics that we need to talk?
I'm fucking around. I'm tongue in cheek. I know it's just Chinatown, and Jay has been carrying the fire of healthy debates and some ugly shit. You have to make some weird compromises, weird bedfellows. But no, JB, you mentioned calling your own people out. So I mean, everybody knows Ricky does it, but Ricky and JB are the wops who like to kind of snuggle up with the black Gnostics and let them talk bump shit on their stages.
How dare you?
Is this true, Ricky?
Kind of. I mean, to be honest. Fuck you, Mike. We'll find out when he needs a new girl.
No, but in fairness, JB's done a good job overall, Roger, keeping it.
But what was your point about the blacks in here? What's going on? Talk to me.
Oh, I'm gonna be. Oh shit, JB's gonna hate this. I guess in a sense I agree with them because the room shifts wildly from being I don't know a normal room, what I would consider a normal room, to we get enough of the black Gnostics on stage and having mod badges, and JB, he's doing clubhouse shit, if you ask me, which I respect, right? He's doing let me ask you a question. Do you think we should pay reparations? I think we should pay reparations. I get it. It's good content. But then he starts handing out fucking green beans to a bunch of militant Gnostic black people who think that they have special knowledge because they're black, and then they run roughshod over the whole room, and it turns into a fucking woke militant black room, and it's no longer fun. And basically me and Adams are the only two people who come into the room and actually push back against these fucking retards. But it's hard when they're all mods along with JB and we get no support. So anyway, but it's fun clubhouse.
You know that most of those black Gnostics piloted the name of the center of the Santa Maria, right? Just so let's get our bonus.
Wait, hold on a second, Rick. Let me jump in real quick because I was dealing with my note. So Mike, let me ask you a question. Do I or do I not offer you a green bean every time you come in here?
Yeah, but I got the same.
Yes or no, Michael. I listen to you. I listen to you, Babylon. Okay, it has to be and you tell me no. So when you complain that I'm giving it to just my black Gnostic friends, I also offer it to you on a daily basis.
I hear you. That's point well taken. I agree with Roger though about not having the green bean is more effective sometimes. But anyway, it's good clubhouse content. I appreciate it.
But Mike, you got to admit there has been some better clubhouse content with these sort of situations. I think you know who achieved that.
Yeah, but you've been resting on your laurels.
I know. I really do have to prove myself again. I was going to with that guy who was crying about Iran and how he was going to die, his family, but you guys just can't relax for a second and let content go ahead and content. But I get your point, Mike.
Yeah, I just realized, Mike. It just dawned on me. And I had nothing to do with it. And I actually addressed it when you used the term mayonnaise monkey, right?
Yeah.
Now you and I understand what that means, but they didn't, so
they're full of
shit. Kicked you out.
They're full of
shit. They kicked you out, and I think you got burger.
They are the type of people who will pretend that they don't know the meaning of the. I learned that fucking word from them calling white people mayonnaise monkey. And whether it's theater or you're honest, I don't care either way, because like I say, it's good content. But, you know, you hold these rooms where Othello and CO and Nye's okay, but, you know, even the good
Well, Othello never got a green bean.
No, but the whole fucking, they got Nye and CO running cover for them, mutant people, inmate, all these fucks trying to kick people, and then Othello and everybody, you know, I mentioned that I had 2 black kids who were seniors in high school at least attack me with car antennas when I was 14, and they called me the word nigger 1,000 times as they did it. And all those bitches did was laugh and chuckle and go, "Oh, you lost a fight. Oh, you lost a fight," right? Meanwhile, all they do is sit up on this stage talking a gang of shit about white people, and then you know, every little oppression that anyone ever in the history of the world, not just black people, Native Americans are black. These motherfuckers started talking about how we genocided the buffaloes. How the fuck do you genocide an animal? Like, that's a term. Like, these people are out of control, and this shit just gets let slide when you have guys like CO and Nye and that stuttering prick Hakima, and you have the whole fucking stage. We was king was fucking.
Last night, Hakima was mod, and he modded some random woman, and she removed everyone, even Randy. Like, what does Randy?
Sarah, was I there for that?
No.
Okay.
But that guy King, he does that when you're not around too. He hates white men.
Fucking A.
He likes me though. Huh?
No, I'm agreeing with you, Sarah.
That King guy, he's very nice to me.
And then
like, he will make everybody quiet so I talk, but he hates white men. He kicks them off the stage.
They'll be kicking the shit out of all the white people on stage, and then Jay.
Sarah, I just want to ask you.
Jay will chime in. But I'm one of the good ones, right? And they'll go, "Yeah, you're cool, JB. Anyway, this cracker over here, blah 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 blah." It's like, what the fuck, Jay? I mean, it's good content. Oh.
Hey, you know, you keep saying, hold on, Roland, please, respectfully.
Can you actually, is my microphone okay, or is it fucked up?
I'm having a conversation with Mike. I don't know. Do you want to join in the conversation so you don't know what I can think about, or no?
No, I'm interested in listening to the conversation. It was just a simple question.
Okay, can I finish what I'm saying there? And then you can have the mic. Thank you. So Mike keeps saying it's good content, but you have these side little comments that it's not good content. So here's my thing, bro. I offer you a green bean every day, you decline. Then you come in here and you fucking cry like a little bitch. If you don't like my spaces, stay the fuck out. But you know what? I like my spaces. I enjoy my spaces. And you know what? I respect these people. Just because you don't respect them, stop fucking crying about it.
Hey Jay, can I ask a question?
I want to check in with Mark. Mark, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm right as the male. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm just
that was a very nice J&J. Mike is a great human being.
I don't need your approval, Ricky.
You have my approval, JB.
Hey, and JB, I stuck up for you.
Ricky, don't get jealous, okay? I have enough
when everyone on the app started saying, when did Jay become Jewish? Is he faking being Jewish? I always thought he was Italian. I took up for you. I said, if that's the case, JB would be the first Italian in the history of the world.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? That I didn't know he was Jewish then. Why would I? And I said this. Roger and I had a conversation the other day. Why would I pick the one group in the world that gets the most smoke and the most hate? Why would I? Listen, I'm a lot of things. I'm not dumb. Why would I select the one group out of every group in the world that gets the most fucking hate and say, I'm part of that group? Yeah, I think I'm not that fucking dumb.
All right, back to the conversation. I'm going to go to the audience.
Mike,
because Roger summoned.
Mike, you okay?
I'm fine, Ryan. What's your problem? You okay?
Well, do you want to know my problem?
Did you miss the part where Roger summoned me and said he wanted to know what I meant? Maybe you should take it up with Roger.
I missed it.
No, listen. I caused all that trouble, and I apologize. I just want to know what we meant about the Black Gnostics that were on the stage. I will say this: I think that once upon a time, this app was really good at bringing some people together to allow for a conversation that would have like a back and forth that was pretty even. But there seems to be like a balance. Like if you lean the scale too far one direction, all of a sudden that conversation that seems nuanced and seems like everybody wants to get a better understanding of everyone, all of a sudden when the balance of power, whether it's political, whether it's identity, whatever it might be, once it shifts and there's enough weight on one side of the scale, the conversation really flips into something else. And I don't know how to fix that because it's very difficult. You can't control who shows up into these rooms. You just open them and then they show up. I mean, you can have a little bit of control of the content, the type of conversation you're going to have, the title that you're going to have, the way that you're going to moderate, that sort of thing. But it's very difficult to maintain a balance of ideologies and identity and all these different things, which is why I try to stay away from the identity piece and have more of a conversation about the ideas. That way, if you can take the identity away from it, then you can try to balance it around the ideas. And people, that are married to their identity and all of their ideas come from their identity, they become less interested in that conversation, which makes it better because for me, I want to talk about the ideas and not about the identity. That's my preference. And by the way, it's not that I think that it becomes better or worse if it's tilted in one direction or the other. I think once it's tilted identity-wise, if the topic's around identity, it's just going to get really weird. I don't want to be around a bunch of people that I agree with, and I don't want to be around a bunch of people that I disagree with. I'd rather be in a conversation that's just a little bit more balanced. That's my preference. And so, and I think Clubhouse in general has struggled with that, but I would say that historically Healthy Debates has probably been the best on the app for allowing for that.
Hey, Roger, let me ask you a question. We had a conversation a couple of days ago. I'm not sure if you recall the one group that I hate the fucking most. Do you remember what I said? Wasn't the pro-blacks or the anti-Semites? Do you remember who I said?
Probably with me, the progressive whites, right?
I said the pseudo-intellectuals. I hate these motherfuckers. Like Mike was a pseudo-intellectual. That's just my opinion.
So my least favorites, I don't like the vegans. I don't like the communists. I don't like life coaches. I don't like, who else do I not like? Yeah, the progressives, the commies, the life coaches, the vegans.
I'm a pseudo-intellectual now. Last week, Jay asked me to Chris.
It's a nice little throwback to Goodfellas.
Yeah, I think it's funny too.
Guys, quit.
You just did, but you can ask another.
I appreciate that. Hey, how do you guys think tonight's speech with Trump, is that possibly the best speech he's ever given as president?
Short and to the point.
Probably the shortest speech I've ever seen him do, to start off with. I was saying earlier that I'm actually really surprised that given the gravity of what's just happened, that he kept it so short. Perhaps that was by instruction. I know it seemed really well, but it was an amazing speech.
Well, I think everything that's been orchestrated so far has been really good. Like, if you think about, like, hey, we've got this deadline to talk about, a deal, and then Israel strikes. And then, hey, I'm going to think about this for 2 weeks, and then we strike. I think the misdirection that he's given, I don't think he's going to get a third chance at misdirection. I think the misdirection's over. Now it's going to have to be very direct. Hey, if you don't do this, this is going to happen. And I think he laid that up.
Well, I thought the part I thought was weird about the speech, it was a good speech, not a great speech. I thought BB's speech was fantastic. Was that he had the vice president, the Secretary of State, and the Defense Secretary standing behind him, and I can't remember a time when the president was going to address the nation that he came out with half a scab.
I'm just saying we are glossing over the hypocrisy of today, right?
Kamala's gonna get us into World War III. We don't want any more wars. We're MAGA. Blah blah blah.
And now all of a sudden we're pro-war, pro all that BS we're complaining about. Like, let's cut the shit, right? There's already factions of Republicans who are pissed off about this, and it's gonna hurt the Republicans in the middle.
I'm probably the least hawkish of the people that are right of center that are on this app. I don't. I would have liked to have seen Congress declare, give the permission to this as the Constitution states. There's a lot of preferences that I have, but here's the thing: I make an exception when you start thinking of like every generation has the evil of their time, right? And and God bless the people that the Winston Churchills of the world. Not a perfect guy, stood up to to Nazi Germany. I feel like that the United States has kicked the can so much when it comes to Iran that I look at Trump and I have to say, you know what? Finally, somebody did something, and whether it was the right thing, whether it was the right timing, whatever. What I can tell you is that continuing to kick the can down to another generation until they have a fully developed nuclear program, I think that would be highly irresponsible. And so I don't give a shit why people voted for Trump. I didn't vote for him, but I will say that over the last few weeks, I've had more respect for Trump than any time since he's ran or since he's become president. I think what he's doing takes courage, and when you do something that's courageous, you're gonna have.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't disagree. I would have blown this shit up 2 weeks ago. I wouldn't have waited, right? I'm fine with him blowing it up. But I do think that it is very hypocritical of the MAGA movement to be like, oh, we never want to go into another war. We never want to attack another country. It's none of our business, blah, 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 blah. Kamala's going to drag us into the Middle East. We're never going to get out. Nikki Haley is a war hog. All that shit that they said, and look at us. Look at where we're at. Like, it's
I don't remember anyone saying that Kamala was going to get us into war in the Middle East.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard that rhetoric either.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm saying I don't recall anyone criticizing Kamala on the grounds that she would get us embroiled in a Middle Eastern conflict.
Go look it up. It's an easy find on Google.
I mean, like, listen, within all the shit that people say in a campaign, I don't doubt you. It just didn't strike me as a big talking point. Because, like, who would you think is likely to cause more? I think, if anything, the claim was that Trump will be a more pacifying effect on the world, as we usually see with Republican presidents, that people are afraid of the guy that's ready to press the button. And I would not call this war, by the way. If you wanted to call this a war, you could probably just extend it from the authorized use of military force that we've had ever since 9/11, allowing us to do everything in the Middle East, including topple two other...
Wait, hold on, Mixed. This specifically, the AUMF does not cover this.
Why not?
It doesn't, because it only covered Afghanistan, Iran.
No, it didn't have any nation names. It had the perpetrators of the 9/11 attacks and the associates. The associates allows them to kill everyone. But
not to mention the AUMF is no longer in place anyway.
Oh, well, that's good. Then it's not under the AUMF. This would just be simple War Powers Act of a president engaging in...
Right, this is 1973 War Powers Act.
Yeah, right, which is fine. I wouldn't call this a war. I would call this an opportunity that the president, probably any president, would have made use of. Like, with Iran's air defense down and Israel being responsible, America should just take a swipe out of the nuclear arsenal, right? If they have been campaigning against it for 50 years, and they have, and they don't want Iran to have them, and Israel just left Iran like a beached whale, America would be stupid not to just send in a few bombs to finish it up. Any further, it probably won't go any further. It was a smart move. I would say a war of opportunity, if anything.
So, I mean, this doesn't counter my point, right? I think the attack was correct. The point that I'm saying is that you have significant portions of the MAGA movement that are anti-involvement in the Middle East of any kind, right? And then now we're supposed to cheer this on even though it runs counter to the whole American First philosophy that we need to focus on our own shit. Like, if you can't see that as a hypocritical situation, I don't know what to do. I think you should that, but I think you guys have to agree with Marjorie. I agree with what I cannot believe I'm agreeing with Marjorie. She literally said this 2 days ago, that it is anti-America first for us to get involved in this.
I wouldn't characterize it as hypocritical. I do agree with you that there are people within the MAGA movement that are America First, and they interpret America First to mean no foreign entanglements to the highest order. We should all just focus on the two oceans we have on either side, our military support, and just focus on fixing America. I think there's plenty of MAGA people that hold by that, but I also think there are MAGA people that support Trump and want him to be the strong man, to, yes, respond quickly and decisively when we have foreign conflicts. I think that
can I clarify here a little bit?
It's also three oceans, the Arctic too.
Okay, thank you.
Well, hold on. Let me just say this to Alexander. Before Trump got back into office, there was American troops that were being killed by Iranian proxies, and I think that there's a lot of justification to say, hey, look, you funded, you trained these proxies, probably ordered them, and American soldiers were injured and killed by these Iranian proxies. I think we have more than enough justification, even within the, it's not, not our war. Those people would have liked to have seen our troops come home, but while they were there, if a hair on their head was harmed, I think that they would all give the thumbs up to, like, let's retaliate.
And again, we are not destroying Iran. We are not conquering Iran. We are disabling their nuclear capability, which is good for the world.
Okay, so what Roger just said is true. I don't know of any part of the America First movement that wants no involvement on the world stage. I am aware of groups of people who are scared of perhaps this particular situation because they're afraid that Israel is whispering in the ear of the American politicians via their lobbying groups and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think that there's anyone in the America First movement who would not have pulled the trigger on this operation as was just laid out by McSad and Roger. I don't think there's anyone that would have done that. What they're looking to do is not start wars, not put troops on the ground, not get into another Iraq and Afghanistan, which is what we all have PTSD from. The entire country, anybody who knows exactly what happened there, has a post-traumatic stress response to what we do. We spent almost $20 trillion doing nothing, building gas stations, replacing cars, et cetera, We let the military-industrial complex run our lives, steal our entire fucking paychecks, steal our entire retirement savings, and that's it. We don't want that to happen again, and that's why there's so many people that moved over from many different parties to come join this movement because they all feel it.
Well, it's not just MAGA. Most people in America don't want that from all parties.
Okay. We also have lots of bombs, and I've never been one to be petty about using them. Let's use them where needed, as long as it's not people.
And I think one of the things that Americans often forget, lose sight of in an active American war, is in a free speech country like ours, a very, sacred free speech place, the anti-war movement, that happens at any war. Nobody likes war. Every time there is any kind of a war, people will oppose it because people die. That's just a natural response. That's not to say that's not a good war. I'm just saying there will always be people opposing a war. Republicans, Democrats, lefties, conservatives. There will always be a justification to despise war, as there should be. But this is a good attack.
Well, military move. Let me ask you a question. You think, and it's not my opinion, I'm just asking you a question, that he loses credibility because he said, his slogan, keep America first?
I think that in some people will interpret that and they'll hold that against him, sure. But I think most of the cooler heads, the people that understand why wars are necessary and have to happen, they'll see that this was a measured,
small attack from like the American military perspective, and it was a huge reward for the small action. Like this is a better return on investment, let's put it that way, than the trillions we put into Afghanistan.
Correct, because nobody on our side has died yet, knock on wood. We were able to hit the 3 targets that we've identified that were the most valuable. And as Trump explained, the future targets that we may have to hit, it's going to be easier and safer to do that having done this. It also gives us a hell of a lot of leverage because we're no longer talking about a threat. We've actually wielded a little bit of power here, and so I think that's going to be it's going to be advantageous to us as a bargaining chip moving forward. The only thing the IRGC really has left that it could do, in my opinion, and I'm no fucking expert, but it seems like launch whatever power the proxies have left or whatever ammunition they have left, to just say, to tell their jihadists, hey, now's the time, now is the time, go do your thing. And so I do think people need to be extra vigilant. I think civilians will probably die in terrorist attacks. I think that bases will get attacked. I think that's going to happen. But I think that's also going to just further justify what we need to do to make them even more.
So I think Israel has done a good job of crippling Hamas and Hezbollah. So I think the Hezbollah spokesperson came out, I think it was like 30, 40 minutes ago, which I found it fascinating that they have a spokesperson. When I was reading the Newsweek,
they have political
that Hezbollah plans to not get involved. I know you can fucking hear me, right? So Hezbollah.
Yeah, I'm saying you shouldn't be surprised. Hezbollah has political
power. You can fucking hear me, so I'm gonna keep going because I know you can.
Yeah, I know you're surprised.
Right. So I'm gonna finish my statement. You can respond. Right. What is the point of this? I will literally done in a minute. Like, you know what? Go ahead.
Of course, Hezbollah has a spokesman. They are a political entity in Lebanon.
That was a point for you to go on mute. But anyways, essentially, right, they are saying that they're not going to get involved, right, which I think is a great thing, and it was a smart strategic move by Israel to wipe them out. You could talk about
a quick statement that I've got coming in. So just a statement from the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The full statement goes as follows. The United States, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, has committed a grave violation of the UN Charter, international law, and the NPT by attacking Iran's peaceful nuclear installations. The events this morning are outrageous and will have everlasting consequences. Each and every member of the United Nations must be alarmed over the extremely dangerous, lawless, and criminal behaviour. In accordance with the UN Charter and the provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defence, Iran reserves all options to defend its sovereignty, interests, and people. That's the end of the statement that's come through. I find it just a little bit hypocritical given the grievous injustices that are served upon 80 million of their population, 80 million people in their population.
Rolo, can you see if we can dig up right around the same time after just hours after Russia invaded Ukraine and see what the UN's response to that would have been? I think that would be...
Hang on, Roger, I'm just going to break something else. IDF says it's detected a launch of ballistic missiles from Iran. Sirens are expected sounding in the next few minutes. Sorry, Roger. Go on.
No. That was a great interjection. And let's just hope that everybody, that family, friends, and just everyone in Israel is safe. The one thing that I really appreciate learning more about Israel is the lengths that they go to make sure that their people are safe. It's sad that they have to go to those lengths, but if there's any country prepared for incoming missiles, it is Israel. And so let's just, that said, let's just hope they're safe.
Yeah, 100%. Look, I just got a message, just as you were saying that, from a family member of mine who's just let me know that they're in a shelter as we speak. And look, I mean, whilst we're on that topic, we get so many people coming and say, oh, well, it's a genocide in Gaza, it's a genocide in Gaza. Notice how many people were given protection by Hamas against incoming potential threats. The amount is zero. This is the reason why people have died. There have been a total, right, given the thousands, right, you've got to maybe have a picture of thousands of rockets being fired towards a country. From Iran, from the Houthis, from Lebanon, from all over the place. 2 people have lost their lives. A total of 2 people have lost their lives whilst they've been in a shelter. But people who just cannot grasp, this concept of having an intellectual conversation and realise that the reason why people have died in Gaza primarily is because Hamas chose not to protect their civilian population, well, despite them actually building and digging up 300 miles, 500 kilometres of underground tunnels. That wasn't for them. No, that's not to be able to protect citizens. That's to be able to make sure that terrorists can move around freely, whilst their citizens are going to be under attack and they're going to die. Interesting. So anybody wants to have a conversation about that, feel free to come up. I'm more than happy to do that.
Yeah, I think that was interesting. Can I just also say hi to Ken? It's been a long time since I've said hi to him. Probably six months or more. Well,
thank you.
Ken, what are you getting from the news? How do you feel about what's been going on?
Just watching the same news you guys are just watching. So, I mean, I just sometimes go into some of these rooms just to hear what people are saying who generally are not all that informed, So I just listen.
So I have a question. So there's updated reports, right? Initially they thought Iran had 3,000 missiles, right? That was the initial estimate. But there was an updated report saying that Iran actually has 20,000 ballistic missiles. Is that true? Was Israel's count that far off from what the initial estimates were?
Sorry.
Wait. If you're asking us to be able to count the missiles better than Israel can, I don't think you're going to get a qualified answer. But if anybody feels qualified,
I don't think anyone
actually know at this point in time, but as it's happening right now, the whole of Israel is under red alert. That basically means that there's going to be approximately 9 million people in shelters. That includes men, women, and children. This has been ongoing ever since Iran initiated the missile strikes against Israel in all types of night. People are getting up at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and literally have between 30 to 45 seconds to be able to get into their shelters. Imagine that effect happening once, but maybe 2 nights in a row. What about 3 nights? So let's just add up the months that this has been occurring and what type of effect it's had on innocent people, let alone the deliberate targeting of civilian bases such as hospitals. And notice that there are these woke leftist motherfuckers, right, will stay completely and absolutely silent when there's a deliberate target against the civilian population. There's silence. Crickets. Nothing.
May I speak?
Yeah, go for it, John.
So, just to clarify, I'm definitely in support of Palestine. I support Palestinian resistance. Not sure where I want to begin, but I guess I'll go backwards. And I don't want to speak for too long because I want to give everyone a chance to healthfully debate me, as is the title of this room. I just want to... like I said, I guess I'll just go backwards.
Can I ask a qualifying question, Josh? Do you mind?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Do you believe that Israel has a right to exist?
Not in its current form, no. And I'm not like these guys that go on Piers Morgan, like Dave Smith, and they seem to crumble under this question, like, and they're like, oh no, of course Israel has the right to. No, that you're asking, when you ask me that question, it sounds like you're asking me, does apartheid South Africa have the right to exist, or does Rhodesia have the right to exist? It might be a little inflammatory, but I wouldn't say it's equivalent, but it's similar to asking if Nazi Germany has the right to.
Oh my God. You're making an equivalence of Israel, which you've probably never been to in your life, to Nazi Germany, which you probably know very little.
I specifically said I'm not making an equivalence, but I can compare it to that.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's no comparison between the two. Like, if you want to be intellectually honest about it, to start off with.
Well, I can tell you why. I can tell you why I think it's comparable.
Position, what you've said so far, you believe that Israel does have the right to exist, but you disagree with its politics. Is that correct?
Okay, so Israel in the form that it currently exists is a supremacist state, which means, and the whole thing is, let me ask you so I know which direction I need to address you in. Do you believe that Israel has a right to exist from a religious perspective? Like, are you an evangelical Christian, or are you a religious Jewish person, or like a Zionist, in that you think that they have a religious right to live there based on the Torah or the Bible? Or are you a secular person that thinks that that Israel is the ethnic homeland of Jews, that they have that they can trace back their ancestry?
I'll answer your question because it's getting a little bit long in the tooth. I believe that any people that have been living on the land for over 3,500 years that hasn't been ceded have the right to be able to have that land. Would you disagree with that in any way, shape, or form?
No, I actually agree with that. And what I think a lot of people don't realize is that Palestinians have closer genetic ties to Canaanite and even Israelites, the ancient Israelites that we read about in these biblical scriptures, than
I think that's where our conversation is. I think that's where our conversation finishes, because you're talking about false science. It's unproven. It's been debunked.
No, it isn't.
I'm not going to be able to go into dialogue with you about it.
You can look it up. You can look up the average Palestinian has 80% Levantine genetics, as opposed to.
I know this. I promise you. I know this argument. I know the material you're referring to. It has been debunked. There's no point in having a dialogue.
What is your foundation?
Wait a second. The foundation and the premise that you have this conversation is completely flawed. Sorry.
Hey, Veronica, could you just give me a second with this guy, just to bring him back to the 21st century for everybody? Never mind what happened 2,000 years ago.
Happy to, sure.
Okay, so 21st century, right now today. So, Josh, here's my question to you. This whole issue, and I'll even, for the sake of argument, say whatever you want to say, Israel's apartheid, whatever, it's your religious state, blah, blah, blah. By Western standards, I mean, I'm an American, okay? By Western standards, whether it's U.S. or Canadian or whatever, okay, it doesn't have necessarily all of the rules of religious equality that we would have in the United States. But neither does any other country in the Middle East. And my question is, when this argument comes up, nobody points to all the other countries in the Middle East. I mean, there's like, I don't know, 30, 40, 50, the different Muslim and Arab countries. Okay, most of the world doesn't operate like the United States and Canada. Okay, and we should stop trying to view it through that prism. Okay, so when you look around the rest of the Middle East, even if I accept some of the stuff that you're saying in regards to Israel, what about every other country around it? You want to change them too?
Okay, so basically, I think what you're trying to say is, why should Palestinians live in their homeland if there's Muslim countries surrounding them? Is it?
No, that's not even about Palestinians. It's about every other single country, leaving outside, let's skip the Palestinians for now. Every other country around Israel, okay? You know, a lot of them are Islamic, and they operate under some, different forms of Islamic law that would be First Amendment violations in the United States. Why are we constantly trying to view what goes on in the Middle East through some sort of American prism of the First Amendment or something? Because it's not realistic. It's not. We're not going to change the world. Well, I mean, if you're an enemy of foreign wars, then you can say, how do we do with Iraq? How do we do with Afghanistan? Trying to change the world. This is the way that part of the world is.
I'm still kind of having trouble understanding what exactly your question is.
My question is, you're saying Israel doesn't have a right to exist because
in its current form.
Its current form, whatever that means. I don't know. You want to go to the 48 laws? I don't even want to get that discussion. Okay, but because you believe in its current form, it's somewhat of an apartheid state. But isn't almost every country around it, every country that's one of its neighbors, like that by a U.S. or Canadian or Australian standard? Because they're not Western. You know, they operate with heavy emphasis on religion. You know, people don't dress a certain way. You know, it's a crime, or you get beaten or whatever. I mean, it's a completely different world. I mean, you have countries where their penalty for homosexuality is the death penalty. That's their neighbors. Okay.
Well, so, that's not Gaza. Like a lot of people say, oh, if you're gay in Gaza, you get thrown off the roof.
Going back to
no one had. Well, no. Okay, so all right, but you're talking about the surrounding countries, and I am talking about Palestine or Gaza, where the death penalty for being gay has never been implemented. No one has ever even been arrested for it, and their law against homosexuality, was a British law that they just left in place. Now, I'm not saying Gaza is the most gay-friendly place, but I don't see why that's the center. Again, I don't. Are you trying to say that Israel should
argue they should ally with folks who would throw them off buildings if they enforced the law that was written on the damn books? Your argument is that it's not enforced. The argument that somebody else is making was that it was on the books at all, right?
It's not on the books to throw gay people off the roof. It's not. The law that's in the book under Gaza was a law that was placed by the British mandate, and they just left it there. It's not like.
And it still exists, which is the point.
Yeah, it exists in many places. Israel, they may recognize gay marriage if you do it out of the state of Israel, but they don't allow gay marriage. Is that a little bit more progressive? Sure, but my thing is not.
There is something totally different in letting gay people get married and having them killed because they are gay.
But nobody has ever been killed by the state in Gaza for being gay. That's never happened.
You're missing my point, which is that it's there. If they didn't want it,
it's not there. There's nothing.
Uninterested in taking it off the book.
There's nothing.
They just left it.
There's nothing. But even the British law that they left in place, it doesn't say that there's a death penalty for being gay.
Okay, fine. I'm wrong. There's still a punishment for it, which is my point.
But it's never. Yeah,
and then people who sit on the left-hand side of the aisle and happen to be gay would be making an argument for a group of people who govern a place that wouldn't treat them decently. Hamas, the former government of Gaza, was not interested in treating gay people decently. It just fucking wasn't. The standard of life for somebody who was gay in Gaza under Hamas versus the standard of life for somebody who's gay in America, even in one of the most conservative states in our country, is a far better life.
Sure. So, yeah, of course. Now, if there are gay people in Gaza, and there's an account called
Queer people are all over the place.
Yeah, and there's an account called Queer Maps, and I remember one of these posts from the beginning of the war was a gay person in Gaza. You post anonymously. And they were mourning the death of their friend, their gay friend. And he wasn't killed by Hamas or any of the factions in Gaza. He was killed by Israel. So for me, the core concern for me is not whether they're allowed to be gay or not by the law or get married or not. It's who's actually, and in the end of the day, how are these gay people being killed? And 99.9% of the time, 100% of the time, because as far as I know, there's no documented case of the state killing a gay person in Gaza. They're being killed by Israel from bombing. And yeah, I don't know. We kind of got caught up in other things. I would like to talk about
reading ChatGPT.
I'm not reading.
When I asked ChatGPT, he just literally said verbatim what you said.
I
can read ChatGPT what it says, and it's
read me ChatGPT, and I just read it.
No, I know, but he's like,
okay, but because I've researched this, and maybe I get a similar thing.
I was
but I've known this for
while you were talking. Reading it, and it's
what does it say?
what you were saying.
Well, read to me what it says.
Hamas governs under the operations legal system that influences a combination of civil, religious, and traditional laws. However, there is no specific written law in Gaza under Hamas rule that explicitly prescribes the death penalty for homosexuality. That's exactly what you said.
That is hard because you can get that. You can
the murder. I know. I was searching it. I was like, I wonder if there is.
Look, I didn't get my answer from
you. A 25-year-old gay Palestinian was found decapitated in Hebron, West Bank, after seeking asylum in Israel due to death threats related to his sexuality.
Yes. Okay. Let me debunk.
As I said that there were no
verbatim what you just said.
I'll correct you. I will correct you. First of all, I don't use ChatGPT, and I read an article the other day about how ChatGPT makes people retarded. It's actually
the suspect, a premeditated murder, but the prosecutor stated the investigation found no evidence linking the killing directly to Abu Marquez's sexuality.
Correct. I know this case, and I know it not because I use ChatGPT.
I thought you just said that there was no doubt
from this. I said
killing someone for their sexual orientation.
I said by the state. And this happened in the West Bank. I was talking about Gaza.
This happened using to prosecute the murderer.
This happened once.
That's how it happened.
Okay, can I speak? This happened in the West Bank. It was not done by the state, which is what I said. The killing itself was not done by the state.
Hey, Josh,
murder is protected by the state. That happens in all the Islamic countries with.
Can we proceed with the discussion? Because it would be much nicer if we had a discussion where people are giving organic answers and thinking critically rather than reading from a.
Okay, real quick before Josh, please let me in real quick. So I actually went and looked it up, and according to this article, Bibi Netanyahu actually puts the number at 20. Why did I get muted? I've been patiently waiting for 20 minutes. The fuck? Why did I get muted?
I don't know. I didn't mute you, so.
Yeah, I think the mods are getting tired of this AI bullshit.
I didn't read from AI. And what you read from ChatGPT it's an accumulation of what you can read on Google. Now, yes, I've learned these things from.
So Google AI.
But I didn't Google it just now. I've known this for years, so.
You just spread a lie. You said there was no documented evidence. I did a quick search. I found two quickly.
Josh, I got a real quick question. Your full name, Josh Serrano. Are you familiar that that's a Ukrainian, Polish, Ashkenazi?
Yes, I am. My dad actually is Ukrainian Jewish. We're not related to the journalist David Sirota. Did I say my dad? He is my stepdad. And, I have civil conversations with him all the time about this. He's not a full-blown Zionist, but obviously October 7th struck close to his heart. And the fact that, this is kind of what I wanted to go into earlier is Israel is the only state where you can trace back your ancestry to Ukraine. Sirota, which means orphan, by the way.
Yeah, it's orphan. Ashkenazi meaning it's Slavic.
Yeah. And you can he can trace his identity back thousands of years to Ukraine, Russia, that area. It was all once the same place. Yet he holds an Israeli passport. So, and there's no other country like that where you can come, apply for birthright, and then essentially take a home from what used to be a Palestinian bill and one of these international recognized
how can a Palestinian that's like third generation living in Chicago can be Palestinian too? Like, that doesn't make any sense. They just...
Yeah, but the difference is they're not allowed to go back to the places that have been expanded as far as like illegal settlements. So, I mean, can I ask you what you think about illegal settlements and like how they've expanded into the West Bank? Like, do you call it Judea-Samaria? Like, what do you think about it?
I mean, it is Judea-Samaria, and I'm against all illegal actions.
I mean, we're going back to 70 AD or 130 AD.
Why don't you guys use ChatGPT to figure out what I was talking about earlier? Because I honestly, I read this from...
That's how I read verbatim what you said.
No, not about that. Earlier than that. And it wasn't verbatim what I said. And what you found on ChatGPT, you're going to find on Google. You can find it on Ian Pape's book. I mean, you can find it in the book called... The Invention of the State of Israel, which was written by an Israeli professor.
Oh, okay. So you were saying you don't like the current regime or like the statehood that Israel has right now. What would be your solution?
You know, that's a very tough question.
If you were king of that region, and you could just rule it.
So I would like to see Palestine, Israel. I mean, I think it would be cool if it was like just a one-state solution. I don't care if you call it Palestine or Palestine, Israel with a hyphen. I don't even care if you call it. Or well, then that's like erasing the identity.
you said Palestine, Israel, or Palestine.
Well,
why not just
the first Zionists had no problem calling it Palestine, you know.
I mean, Israel defines Zionism as the Jewish people having the right to exist in their indigenous homeland of Zion.
That's incorrect. The original Zionists did have a problem with calling it Palestine, which is why on the currency during the Palestine Mandate, it adds after the word Palestine the letters Aleph Yud.
Land of Israel.
Eretz Israel, land of Israel.
Correct. That came late.
Zionists always took issue with what to call the place.
That is correct. What a lot of people forget is there were different factions of Zionism in the beginning. One of them was more liberal, and they actually opposed the more militaristic form of Zionism.
Do you oppose the definition I gave, Josh? Is my question.
Muslims and Arabs attacked, and guess who was capable of defending all of the Zionists? The militants. Welcome to the IDF.
So the Muslims intervened because before the Nakba,
that's a fun way to put it.
Well, what happened before the Nakba, before that war kicked off? There were several massacres.
All of the riots and killings that happened between 1900 and 1948.
I got a simple question, Josh. Are you a revert or no?
Am I a Muslim? Yes, I'm a. I grew up Christian. I was named after a Christian person in the book of Joshua. My wife is Tunisian, and
nobody in the book of Joshua was Christian.
No, I'm saying, but it's the Christian Bible is a Judeo-Christian text. It's the Old Testament is the Torah. So Christians believe in Joshua just as much as they.
That's correct. They would still not refer to the people in the era of Joshua as Christians, as Christ had come, and they were very clearly Jewish.
Of course.
Wait, Josh, are you like a recent revert, or you been listening for a while?
I want to talk about the human.
No, because if you're a Muslim, then we should go to like 520 and 521 in the Quran, where Allah ordains that region to be forbidden Israel. Moses.
Don't worry. Eventually, through Islam and the Quran, we can get him to be loyal to Christianity, and through a careful reading of Christianity, he'll eventually be Jewish again and wonder why he's opposing the state of Israel.
Well, he can't oppose the state of Israel on the basis of the Quran. If he's a Muslim, if he's Sunni, and he accepts the Quran and the Hadith and tafsirs, but just on the basis of 520 and 521, Surah 5, Ayah 20 and Ayah 21, both say that the land was given to Bnei Israel, to the Jews.
So Israel in the Torah is not.
No, we're talking about the Quran. We're talking about the Quran.
Yeah, it's both the Quran especially, and this is one of the most.
Yeah, the Quran says the land was given to Bnei Israel.
This is one of the most.
It says if they do not go in there, they're cowards.
Right. This is one of the most. This is one of the most common. This is one of the most common misconceptions that
Israel. You guys just kind of back.
Am I allowed to? Are people asking me questions?
Let me give in the South anything going back 5,000 years. I don't care what your views of it are. You got to deal with the reality of the 20th and 21st century. Forget about
I actually wanted to talk about the human shield things, but since you brought up Israel in the Quran, Israel refers to the children of Jacob.
It's Israel. It says, and remember when Moses said to his people, "Oh my people, remember Allah's favor upon you, when He raised prophets from among you and made you sovereign and gave you what He had never given anyone in the world." And then in 21 it says, "Oh my people, enter the holy land which Allah has destined for you to enter, and do not turn your back, else you will become losers." Surah 5, Ayah 20.
Right.
I know your entire sunnah inside out. So I mean, we can get through this.
So do realize again, a good part of that world, as was divided post World War I by Britain and France, post World War II by the United Nations. Because there are incredible similarities, by the way, nobody ever talks about, between the creation, whatever you want to call it, Israel, Palestine, 1948, and the division of Greater India. Because it was also a British colony. Right? Was that messy? Absolutely. Did people die? Absolutely. That's the reality, unfortunately, of the way the world is. But you want to go back and now revisit the whole partition of India too? I mean, seriously, because the similarities are amazing.
Bring up the Malaysian point as well.
Because similar problems.
I think that was back in 1946, and in the process there were 14 million people who were displaced. 14 million people who were displaced to the creation of Pakistan and India and the borders being created there. There were 1 million people that were killed. Do we hear anything about that?
Nope.
No. Absolutely nothing. Do we hear anything about the creation of Jordan back in 46, which was part of the British mandate of Palestine?
And supposed to be the second state.
It's meant to be the second state. Do we hear anything about that? No. What is the population of Jordan now? There's about 70% of Jordan is people who identify as Palestinian from the British mandate of Palestine. Yet there was, you seem to be, you sound very intelligent, but you're intellectually dishonest.
I've heard of all these things, and I think there's a simple answer. I think if we're trying to nail it down to one question, and essentially...
Hang on, before you go anywhere.
Yeah.
Do you believe, okay, great. Do you believe Jordan has the right to exist as a country today?
It's a sovereign country, sure.
Okay, so is Israel, so why do you have a problem with it?
I don't think that a country that has a supremacist ideology where one part of the land has the right I don't
he's a revert to Islam. His whole contention is Jew.
Hang on, pause. Mute up. It's really simple. Okay, I'm going to go back to this one. It's a simple one. Do you believe that Jordan has a history of better human rights than what Israel does?
Does Jordan have a better? I don't think Jordan has done an ethnic cleansing on its people. It doesn't have leaders of its
question.
The finance minister.
West Bank come from.
Question: do you believe that Jordan has a better human rights record than Israel? Yes or no? Okay.
Yes.
The answer is unequivocally no.
your feeling, right? Your feeling about this really doesn't matter. Your thoughts about it and your ideas about it really don't matter because the facts talk for themselves. Because Jordan does not have a better human rights record than Israel. So why is it that you expend, and by the way, don't take my word for this. It's worthwhile having a look at some of the documentation which proves this. But you seem to have a fixation on demonizing Israel, delegitimizing its right to be able to exist, and certainly do have some double standards there. That's 3 Ds that I count. You know what that means? 3 Ds, right, brings you into the contest for being a Jew hater. I'm not saying you are, but that's generally the 3 things that are looked at.
Just
it's not uncommon.
Jordan. The reason that Israel is currently embroiled with the difficulty of the Palestinians living in the West Bank is because Jordan illegally removed their citizenship from Jordan. These were Jordanian citizens that Jordan engaged in a war against Israel, and when it was losing, disavowed the citizenship of the Palestinians in the West Bank. That would be considered an ethnic cleansing, a human rights violation. They abandoned their citizens. So explain to me, how is Jordan not a problem and Israel is?
So Jordan occupied the West Bank during a time of war.
No, Jordan had the West Bank as part of Jordan. It was the West Bank of Jordan.
Yeah. So is
not
Jerusalem
the West Bank of Israel. It's in the east of Israel.
Jordan is east of Israel, yes, east of the Jordan River. So,
and yet it's the West Bank. Why would that be if it was an Israeli issue?
Well, the West Bank
of Jordan
is the West Bank of Jordan, which is the name that was just given to it. It's not really a concern of to me.
Based upon its connection.
It currently falls under what Jews claim is part of Judea and Samaria. So when Herodias, or whatever his name is, the Roman guy, maybe he was Greek, they labeled the land using river to the sea, which has been a term that goes back thousands of years.
Sorry, Nick, breaking.
Those are the board.
Pause for a second. Interrupt you for a good reason. Sorry, hang on for a second. Just happening right now, there are more sirens that are going off. Almost all of Israel is under heavy missile attack from Iran. According to reports, dozens of ballistic missiles are on their way to Israel right now. That means 9 million people or thereabouts are currently in bunkers, hopefully safe. Haifa is being hit. Reports coming through from MDA that the north has been hit in a variety of different ways. This was expected to be able to happen. There are no reports at this point that I've seen coming through about American bases being attacked at this point in time. I think that might be a matter of time, hopefully not though. Look, can I ask of you, Josh, maybe to stay on point, can I ask people just to be respectful, just even if I don't agree with Josh is being able to fathom at this point in time. Going on and on about issues is really not going to help the conversation in the optics either, so I can just keep the points right and really brief as well.
I would like to finish at least one of my sentences, and I would, because it seems like I keep getting hit with these questions that are taking us off track. We've moved over like several different topics now, and I haven't been able to rebuttal any of them because I just keep getting pushed to the next topic. So like when I came into this room, I listened for a little bit, and then I heard someone talking about like the human shielding thing, or like how Israel doesn't target civilians. And he said, if anyone wants to come up and talk about that, go ahead and do that. So I raised my hand. So I would like to, talk about.
That's exactly what I said. So if you want to talk about that specifically, I'll ask you one question. Who is primarily, just listen carefully, is that Ion?
Yeah, it's like hard to speak when you guys have these dick swinging contests about who's smarter. Nobody gives a fuck. We're about to go into war.
Yeah, okay. Look, if you want to talk about dicks and swinging, okay, we can have a contest offline, that's fine. Who is primarily responsible for all the deaths in Gaza? Please answer the question.
Okay, so I'll answer your question. Israel.
Okay. Would you be happy if I was to prove you incorrect?
I mean, I can just get to my point because I already heard everything that you're saying about the tunnels and Israel doesn't target civilians, but I have evidence and proof saying that that's not really the case. So we can put it.
Hang on, wait, you're missing. You're now, I don't know whether you realize whether you're doing it, but you're filibustering. The question was about the party that is primarily responsible for the deaths in Gaza. That's what I was asking.
So I will.
And you said Israel. Okay, so
may I explain?
I'm going to take your answer. Let's go with this, okay? On October the 6th, there was no war. There was unrest, absolutely, but there was no war that was declared. Would that be true or false?
There was no war. It wasn't a ceasefire either.
True or false? There was no war.
True. There was no war.
Right. October the 7th, the war was declared by Hamas, who had entered Israel and committed atrocities. True or false?
Atrocities, true.
Got it. They initiated a war, is what I was confirming with you. Got it. So there's a responsibility that we all have for actions that we take, okay? And there's going to be a response. Israel has the right to be able to respond. True or false?
True.
Cool.
Well, actually, technically, under international law, you don't really have the right. It depends where you're talking about. So, like, all the territories that were attacked by Hamas were occupied territories. So, under international law, they have the right to resist.
That might be a thought, feeling, or an idea for you.
It's international law, yeah. So, okay. Can I ask you a question?
No. I'm going to go down this line because I want to just stay on a logical path and not filibuster, which is what you were trying to do before. And you'll understand maybe towards the end that I am trying to have a civil conversation in good faith. Okay, got it. So you've accepted there was no war on October 6th. The Hamas entered Israel proper on October 7th and initiated a war. Where we got a sticking point was that you don't believe that Israel has the right to be able to protect itself and also respond. Is that, have I got that incorrectly? Or do they have the right to be able to protect themselves and to be able to respond?
I don't think you have the. I know, according to international law and to common sense, you don't have the right to defend illegal settlements.
Okay. So you're calling the whole of Israel illegal, is that correct?
The areas that were attacked on October 7th were Palestinian lands.
No,
if you go back to the 67 borders. There were rockets, sure. There were rockets that went in. So I guess I'm wrong about that. However, I just want to be clear, because if you're saying there was no war, you wouldn't consider an occupation an act of war, or since you say Hamas committed atrocities on October 7th, the atrocities that happened before that were committed by Israel, are those not acts of war? Like when people were shot in the shins, or when an American journalist was shot by...
You are conflating potential individual and isolated situations, and also the word occupation. The word occupation does get conflated. We agree with that. The military occupation, there's nothing illegal about a military occupation to start off with. But I'm not going to get filibustered into this dialogue. On October 6th, there was no war. On October 7th, Hamas entered. They initiated a war. Israel does have the right and responsibility, primarily. That is their responsibility, to be able to protect themselves and to be able to ensure that nothing further happens along those lines. So my next point is this. It's fair to be able to say that the tunnel systems that were built by Hamas were built well before October 7th. It's also fair to be able to say, and I doubt that I get any pushback from you, these tunnels were going underneath hospitals schools. They were going underneath schools. They were going underneath mosques as well, within civilian areas. I'll take it that I'm not going to get any pushback from you on that either. The choice that Hamas has made, and did make a long time ago, was that they would embed themselves within the civilian population, knowing full well that at some point in time when they enter Israel and to be able to commit an atrocity, that it would make it very difficult for Israel to be able to target them directly because they were in a civilian area. That they would also appeal to the nature of humankind to be able to the effect where if a civilian life is lost, that they would gain victimhood, okay, and also the public appeal. Okay. They did this very deliberately, willfully, and purposefully, such that people would lose themselves within emotional discourse and not realise that the primary reason why the people of Gaza have been killed within this war is because Hamas chose to be able to embed themselves within the civilian population. Now, there is no argument to that. Okay,
you're omitting it.
I'll land. The argument was the primary reason for people losing their lives in Gaza, okay, has been Hamas, based on two things. A, that they initiated the war to start off with. B, that they chose to be able to embed themselves within the civilian population. And if they had chosen not to embed themselves within the civilian population, there would be hardly any, if any at all, people who would have died.
Is that your landing?
Yeah, that is.
Okay, so I do see that you are omitting some things that you may or may not be aware of. But to say that Israel is only targeting tunnels or where they think militants are would be a complete fallacy. Now, are you aware?
To say that Israel is only targeting civilians is also a complete fallacy.
Absolutely. I don't think anybody says that Israel is only targeting, and I never said that.
Oh, many people do. That's bull.
Oh, hang on for a second, but I just want to make sure that we're actually staying on topic here.
It would be cool if I had at least a quarter of the time to speak that you did. So,
yeah, absolutely. Are you familiar to do that? Okay, just focus in and say, we're talking about the party which is primarily responsible for the loss of lives. Okay.
So, like I said, to say that Israel is only targeting militants, or even if it's over 50% mark, I think is a fallacy. Based on what we're seeing and what we can read out of Israeli media. So if you're familiar with the AI system that Israel uses to target militants, it's called the Lavender Program, and it's nicknamed Where's Daddy? Now, the reason they call it Where's Daddy is because Israel doesn't choose primarily to target militants on the battlefield. They use an AI system.
Josh, you're going deep into things that really are not dealing with the point at hand. I'll explain why.
But it's a direct answer to what you're saying. This is the evidence to support how we know that Israel isn't taking all measures like they like to portray, that they're only fighting a militant force.
Josh,
never mind the fact.
Josh, you're missing the point. Okay, the point is there would have been no reason for Israel to be in a war if Hamas didn't initiate a war.
There would be no reason for Hamas to be in a war or for Hamas to exist in the first place if there was no legal occupation.
Okay. And Josh, let's cut to the chase. Article 7 of the 1988 Charter of Hamas. You understand what a charter document is, I assume.
And there is an updated charter. Yes.
I do hear you. Specifically states that their directive is to be able to kill all Jews, okay, and to be able to wipe Israel off the planet. Okay, we know that this hasn't changed in ideology, despite attempts to be able to mask their intentions with a change of wording in some way, shape, or form from their charter. We know that they are a theological dictatorship that has suppressed and oppressed the civilian population. We know that they are an entity that has deliberately murdered, not killed, but murdered all of their opposition. Yet again, you choose to be able to spend your energy, time, and thought process of how you can demonize Israel, which has elections, which the people of Gaza have not. And what I'm saying is, I can say on hand on heart, I feel for the Palestinian people, and I would have liked for them to have had a two-state solution. And my voice and what I'm saying right now is the voice of, let's say, 85% of Jews around the world. But the problem is that when you get people who are Islamists, who are expansionists, who want to delegitimize Israel, it gets in the way of peace because you give air to these ideas that there is going to be no Israel, which is just absolutely ridiculous in itself.
Okay, I can see, yes, and I understand destabilizing a region can bring on theocratic and extremists and all that. But I want to stick to the point here because we were talking about the original question was, does Israel, or who's at fault for most of the civilians dying? And we can put to the side, all the dozens of cases where we've seen footage and stories well documented that Israel has directly targeted citizens. You can look at Razan al-Najjar or Heinz Rajab in her car, the 6-year-old girl we know. Okay, but if you want to talk about I'm sorry, my wife is just getting home. I'm a little distracted right now, but I was talking about the AI system, how Israel uses to target militants. The first thing is it's often incorrect, so it ends up tracking down someone who has the same name. And the other thing, if you read the article about Where's Daddy, why they call it Where's Daddy, is because they wait for the militant to come home and they strike him at his house with his family instead of targeting him while he's in combat. Now, what you say about tunnels and all that, that's...
Josh, yeah. I've given you so much rope, honestly. You're hanging yourself. I've directed the conversation in a very specific way towards who is the party that is primarily responsible for every single death in Gaza. You've avoided it. You filibustered.
No, I gave you my answer. I told you it was Israel, and I'm trying to explain why your view on it.
You are logical in the way you are addressing this, because before October 7th, there wasn't a war. On October 7th, there was a declaration of war. And Hamas has embedded themselves within the civilian population, knowing full well that there were going to be people who are going to die.
There wasn't a kinetic war, and yes, and we can talk about what Hamas's expectations from October 7th were in a little bit. But what I'm saying is the way that Israel has carried out the war is not just a war of self-defense.
It's a different conversation. Do we understand each other?
No, it's not. What do you mean? How is it not relevant to what we're talking about? How Israel targets a civilian?
It's relevant to the overall topic, but the particular topic that I'm looking at, for some reason you want to, I don't know, lose your sense about it, is who is primarily responsible for it. That's the conversation.
Who is primarily responsible for the current kinetic war that is taking place now? I can agree that it's Hamas because they chose to take an action, no different than the Irgun or the Haganah decided to take action by bombing the King David Hotel, killing 82 British people, a few Jews, and several Arabs. And we are talking about asymmetrical war, by the way. So does Hamas exploit the idea of asymmetrical war? Of course. Unfortunately, they don't live in Ukraine where they can fight in acres upon acres of open land. They don't have an air force. They don't have tanks. They're basically a ragtag team of rebels. Israel also exploits the asymmetrical war because they have these people condensed into 20.
Stupid would you have to be if you're going to go into a fight, okay, with somebody, right? And let's say you're 5'2", okay, and you're using your fist, and you pick a fight with a 7'3" giant, okay, with a machete and a machine gun, is that a wise thing to do?
Well, I think Hamas thought a little bit ahead of that, and I think they saw the type of reaction. The type of reaction. So I think they had a plan A, plan B, plan C. I don't think they wanted to go to plan B, plan C. So if we can talk a little bit about October 7th and what one of the leaders of Hamas said the expectations were.
I'm going to get that you are conceding to the fact that Hamas is primarily responsible for every single death in the area.
That's where you take it. When you say every single death, you're taking it too far, because there's no reason or excuse for Israel to target civilians.
You're missing out on the wording of my question. I said primarily responsible. There is a secondary level of responsibility, and we can talk about that. I'm talking about a primary level of responsibility.
So when you talk about,
let me open that up. Let me open that up, for you, Josh. Okay. Israel has got a responsibility, okay, and should be held accountable for their responsibility in terms of ensuring that the minimisation of casualties right within Gaza. Okay, that's a separate conversation. We can have that as well. I'm talking about primary responsibility. Overarchingly, there would not be a person who would have died in Gaza if not for Hamas's choices and their actions. It's as simple as that.
That doesn't give an excuse for Israel to do what they do.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
And that doesn't give Iran an excuse to do what it's doing either. So what?
Oh, exactly. Okay, so now, all right, so we're kind of getting somewhere with that when we were talking about, smaller countries picking fights with bigger countries.
Not an excuse for trying to murder Jewish civilians
we can talk about Iran in a little bit, and I heard earlier.
But you're so underinformed that it's going to innately be a biased situation for you.
No, I don't think so. But I could say this.
Oh, I know
you.
No, I've actually invested. I actually have skin in this game, unlike you. So yeah.
For you to say that I don't have skin in the game is an assumption of yours. So.
And it's an accurate one.
I would disagree. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Anyways, are you being hunted down? I didn't realize.
Are you being hunted down?
Jews are often, yes. Actually, we're targeted for violence. Yes.
Like the guy in Miami who shot 2 Jews because he thought they were Palestinian? Like that guy?
Like the guy that killed Jews in Washington, D.C., like fucking Jews that have broad all over the fucking place. Shut the fuck up. That's my point. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. That's proof right there.
Can we keep it civil, please?
FYI, gaslighting. Okay, he's gaslighting you just so you're aware. Hi, Michaela. How are you? Nice to see you.
Fine. I would like to hear what he thought the Hamas's expectations were, what they thought the response would be when they attacked Israel.
I would love to answer that without being screamed at. So there was an interview with a Hamas leader, and the first thing is one thing is for sure, they definitely intended on killing unarmed settlers. They definitely intended on kidnapping.
Can you call them people, please? Call them people. What they are, civilians.
Unarmed settlers are people.
Call them civilians, because that's what they were.
Not according to international
Call them
law.
civilians, because that's what they were. That's my proof of your bias right there. That's proof of your bias.
Hold on, just a second. I'm muting you, not because I'm disagreeing with what you're saying, okay? Is my microphone is it difficult to hear at the moment? Is it low or something?
No, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so look, regardless of whether it's me or whether it's Roger or any other mod, okay, when I'm not speaking, this is what we do in here. We mute up, okay, that's pretty much what it is. Try and have a simple conversation where one person is talking, everybody else is listening, not talking over each other as much as possible. I know things are going to be said and have been said in the past, but it actually can be quite triggering. The responsibility you have as an adult is to be able to hold it back for the time being until the person's finished. If the moderator needs to be able to interject at any point in time, that's the prerogative the moderator has within this conversation within this house. It's pretty simple. Okay, glad we've got ground rules out there. Welcome back, Sarah. Josh, would you like to answer? Keep it short, nobody interrupt him. And Paula, if you'd like to be able to respond, keep notes of what he said and just responding kind of afterwards. Thanks, Josh.
So responding to Michaela, I believe, what Hamas's expectations were, and I'll try to keep it brief as best as I can. So according to an interview, they expected most of their fighters to die just crossing the wall. Now, I think most Israelis, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist or anything, but just coming from my dad's friend who's Israeli, even out of his own words, there was a massive failure on October 7th. Like, there were reports of the wall being touched and chips being activated at an alarming rate, like 1 or 2 nights before. And, Hamas knows this. They know Israel has really good intelligence. So they really did not expect that this attack would take Israel by surprise. They expected most of their fighters to die just crossing the wall. They did not expect to get in as deep as they did. Their objective was to take hostages as a bargaining chip. And I do not think that they expected it to go this far, whether it be Israel to sacrifice however many hostages it did, and the bombing, those that were killed in the bombing when Israel was targeting these structures. And I also don't think that they'd expect that the world would allow this to go on for this long. That the international community would condemn it, call for a ceasefire, call for peace, and then that they simply just wanted to have a prisoner exchange for the many prisoners in Israel that are being held. Many of them, sure, are criminals. Many of them are not, and many of them are children. A few of them are children that, tried to stab an IDF soldier with a little blunt knife, but many of those children are tried in a military court where they don't get proper due process. So,
Josh,
yes,
I'm gonna pause you there because, well, first of all, I disagree with some of the things you said, but I think that we would be able to take each point as they come up. And I was asking for you to be able to make the points short, which you have done, so I appreciate it. Paula, did you want to respond? And hopefully, Michaela, that answers some of your questions so far. We can go back to that if there's time afterwards.
Michaela first, because she's the one who asked.
Thank you for explaining what this one fellow has said, but I heard they have found maps and plans. They were trying to go even farther, and if their goal was to take some prisoners, they wouldn't have all been killed coming over the fence. The ones who did get through and took prisoners also massacred a lot of people. So what did they expect? They didn't expect to massacre people either?
Look, if
what did they expect the response to be to that?
If I was the leader of Hamas, I would have made it a point, try not to massacre civilians, okay, Paula, and only, fight this IDF soldiers at the outposts that they were directed at, and take hostages of age, like adults, no kids. I think it's terrible that any children were taken hostage. But I can't speak for Hamas. I didn't put my parents in the garbage bag after they were blown to bits, so I can't really put myself in their shoes. And I don't think it's very different from Israelis who had their loved ones killed. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, first of all, your choice of words carries certain connotations. And I think you mean to exploit those negative connotations by using those certain words to sanitize the violence that Jews have experienced. And you know what? Every time some Palestinian grievance gets brought up, 10 more Jewish ones are brushed under the rug. And that's what really pisses me off. You cry, 75 years of oppression. You don't cry about 1,400 years of oppression of Jews. Like, nobody gives a fuck about that. You talk about 700,000 Palestinians have experienced Nakba, but you don't talk about 850,000 Jews that were ethnically cleansed from every Arab country. For every Palestinian grievance, there's a bigger Jewish grievance, and 100 of them. And yet, you people refuse to even so much as acknowledge the fact that innocent civilians were attacked violently. You can't even fully condemn that, can you? Find me a war that has had 0 civilian casualties, please. is genuinely, honestly, just disgusting. And the fact that Israel literally took out every fucking major terror proxy in the region surrounding it with major weaponry bases and took out most of Iran's nuclear facilities by itself, took out their air defense systems, is evidence that if Israel wanted to genocide Palestinians, they could have done it in a matter of days. That hasn't happened.
So
your argument is dying. Okay?
So
Face the fact.
what would happen, and how would that look on Israel if Israel did decide to genocide all the Palestinians? Which, by the way, your Minister of Finance, Smotrich, Ben Gvir have said these things openly.
I can find 100 Muslims, even 1,000, 100 Muslims or even 1,000 that have espoused genocidal rhetoric towards Jews, and for some reason that doesn't bother you.
Of course it does.
No, it doesn't. It's evident in everything you're arguing, in the way you're arguing, and what you're arguing, and what you're arguing for and against. It's evident that it doesn't bother you.
Is her response time going to be limited so that I can respond?
I'll say one last thing. This is the reason Israel exists, because Jewish grievances have gone brushed under the rug for millennia, and we're done fucking justifying our excuse to live, and our right to live, and our right to self-defense. We're done. We have a military. We're gonna fucking use it when necessary. Get the fuck over it.
Okay, so
Josh, I'm going to have you respond, but I just want to speak to something that's going on in the chat, just to be able to clarify. This is Health Debates, and there are a lot of people who come up here, and I disagree, like, with a lot of the things that are being said, and even Josh, like, I have highlighted by not attacking him personally, but attacking his points, how ridiculous his position is. And people are going to make up their own decision in terms of whether it's worthwhile to have these conversations. And if you don't feel it's worthwhile listening, then you're very free to be able to leave. I'm a strong supporter for humanity. I'm not anti-Palestinian. Okay, I'm pro-peace.
So what do you think about Paula's profile picture that I'm the reason Muslim men prefer goats? Do you think that's appropriate?
Is it appropriate that black people constantly cry about white people and constantly spew racist shit about white people? You're literally crying about reverse racism. Nobody get.
I was asking bro. Anyways, so Ro, did you want to finish what you were, or is it? I'm not sure where to go from here. I would like to respond to Paula's thing about eliminating all the terrorist proxies and just point out the fact that they're using ISIS to occupy or to democratically run Syria right now. So doesn't that make ISIS a proxy?
Who is doing it?
Well, Israel and the U.S. basically made it possible for
just because Israel took out
Jolani, who was a member.
Hold on.
Jolani.
Israel took out
Can I finish?
Does not make ISIS in power. That is a false equivalent.
No. I'm talking about Jolani, who was a member of ISIS, who planned attacks on civilian markets, and how he's now the leader of Syria, due to the fact between Turkey, the U.S., and Israel supporting this, endeavor. So
you sort of highlighting that, but you sort of miss out on like certain other facts.
There's plenty of other things I want to talk
about. Wait a second. What was in place for decades prior to that? The Assad government was responsible for the murdering and the slaughtering of over 600,000 people, men, women, and children, using chemical warfare on their people, causing, I think it was about 10 million or 12 million people to be refugees outside of Syria as well. Look, and this Jolani is, we know of his background, but could anybody actually be a worse substitute for Assad? That's really the question.
I think there's one. It's him, but I don't. But just to be clear, I didn't like Assad either. He double tapped bombing and all that. So I was just pointing out the hypocrisy or the fallacy that Paula brought up, that you were eliminating all these terrorist proxies. Well, they were proxies of Iran, but that doesn't mean that Israel doesn't have its own terrorist proxy. And then there's other things I wanted to address.
Shut the fuck up. Give me some credible evidence that shows that ISIS is a proxy of Israel. Please, find me.
So Israel had, and you can type this in Google now, I'm sure it'll come up, but Israel has provided weapons and medics to ISIS in Syria to fight the Iranian proxies and Assad regime.
So that means it's a proxy now of Israel? Is that what you're equating?
I think that would fulfill the definition of what a proxy is, yes.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's absolutely not what a proxy is.
When you give weapons and Medicare to...
Hey, Josh, can you hear me right? Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. I'm going to shift the conversation back over to Iran, Israel. What are your thoughts? I am going to center you again, Josh. I'm curious, what are your thoughts about Iran's nuclear capabilities being affected, their air defense missile systems being obliterated, and them being compromised into such a position now that it might be a coup? Josh? Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you ask me a question? My wife was talking to me.
You better tell your wife that I'm a lot more important.
This is more important right now.
Yeah, I can hear that.
I'm sorry. So, are we moving the conversation? Where do you want to go?
I'm curious about your position in terms of Iran and Israel and America's involvement in neutralizing a nuclear threat to the region and also for world peace.
So this is one of my other opinions that I do not go soft on. I do believe reports showing that Iran most likely was not developing nuclear weapons. They did sign the NPT. Now you can say they might be secretly developing nuclear weapons 800 meters under a mountain. But like I said, I don't go soft on this. I saw what happened to Gaddafi in Libya when he decided to give up his nuclear arsenal or his nuclear research, and he was toppled and sodomized within a few years. So I think that Iran should have a nuclear weapon. I don't think that they would launch it at Israel because they know that would be the end of them, because America would obviously come in and nuke them. But nuclear weapons do serve as a good deterrent, and I don't see why Israel, who isn't a signee of the NPT and basically secretly holds a nuclear arsenal, but it's an open secret that everyone knows that they do have a nuclear arsenal. I don't see how that's fair. And if you want to say, well, Iran is a fanatic religious regime, well, I see the same. I see that to be the same case with Israel, who says, we need to kill all the Amalek, and a lot of their positions are supported by religious endeavors. And
is it state policy? Is any of the state policy that we need to kill Amalek? Okay. Do you want to really compare Iran to Israel? I can show you 20 laws. I can show you 20 laws that exist right now.
Josh is a Muslim revert. He's a Muslim revert.
Oh, that explains.
Yeah.
But I am Sunni, so I'm not Shiite.
That explains it. That explains it.
That makes it easier for me to dismantle everything he believed in.
Yeah.
So, I can say a thing or two about the Quran. So the Quran is less violent than the Torah. The Torah has
no, it's not.
The violence in the Quran.
No, it's not. Surah 9:9:5, Surah 9:9:29, Surah 9:9:30. Sunnah and Abi Dawud 47:17, where Allah sends newborn babies to Jahannam. Surah 65, ayah 4. I mean, what are you talking about? Your Quran literally says, and even Muhammad Hijab himself says that it's permissible by the Quran alone to have sex with prepubescent little girls. Like, you're just ridiculous. Come on, seriously.
It doesn't say that, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it does. It's about the waiting period, and it talks about the 3 type of women that you have to give a waiting period for their menstrual cycles. 3 cycles, 3 months, and it talks about the 3 women. Hold on. It says the first is a woman who's menopausal. She's too old to menstruate anymore. Ibn Abbas talks about this in the tafsir. When the next one, when a guy stands up and he says, Prophet, what about the ones who are too young to have menstruated yet? And he says, for them, you give them 3 menstrual cycles. So that means a man married a woman, consummated the marriage, had sex with a prepubescent little girl, and this pedophile is asking the Prophet in 65:4 in Ibn Abbas's tafsir. He's saying, yes, for the one who's too young to menstruate, you give her 3 months before you get her more. Bro, I know your shit inside out.
You've listed off a bunch of things. You've listed off.
Look up 65 for Ibn Abbas tafsir. Just type in Quran Surah 65 I-4 tafsir and read Ibn Abbas.
I know you get your information from like the low quality tweet.
No. I've been doing this for years. I'm friends with Avery. I'm friends with God Logic. I'm friends with Ahmed X Muslim. I'm friends with friggin' all these different people. I've been doing this for years. I know your shit inside.
So a lot of the things you're saying are definitely taken out of context. I'm not even.
No, Ibn Abbas in 65:4 tafsir says the guy stands up and says, "Oh Prophet, what about the ones who are too young to have menstruated?" He says their waiting cycle, their iddah is 3 months. What are you talking about?
So
just type in 65:4 tafsir. And then first one pops up on Sunnah.com is Ibn Abbas. Ibn Abbas has his tafsir about the ones who are too young to menstruate.
The Quran is clear that you are not to have sexual relations.
No, it's not.
And why? Okay, you're not allowed to have sexual relations to anyone that harms their health, whether it be a 90-year-old woman.
You can't rip them. You can't rip them from their vagina to their anus, or it's punishable by having to pay. You have to pay money to the family if you rip her open. What are you talking about? And you can also fry the girl. And also it says in the text, the hadith, that the ones that you should go after are the chubby ones because they're able to take it. So you're just ridiculous. You don't know what you're talking about.
Wow. Dang. Very.
I mean, ex-Muslims are becoming a prominent voice in their own states.
I got a real quick question. Is there any compulsion in Islam to be a Muslim? To stay a Muslim?
Compulsion?
If there is there compulsion? If you leave Islam right now, what's the punishment?
I'm not aware of that. I don't know.
Yeah, Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 4, Book 52, Hadith 260. And it talks about Al-Ikrima. Ikrima says that Ali is in a neighboring town, and he goes to Ibn Abbas, and he says, Ali's in the neighboring town, and he's unaliving people. He's burning them alive. And he says, Ibn Abbas, what shall we do? And he says to this the messenger, he says, go and tell Ali from Ibn Abbas. He says, go tell Ali, do not give the punishment that Allah gives in Jahannam. But if I were there, I would do as the Prophet, may peace be upon him, said, to unalive these people, to kill them. He's saying, don't give them the punishment that they get in Jahannam, the fire. It's Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 4, Book 52, Hadith 260. You want me to read that again? Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 4. Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 4. It's Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 4. Book 52, Hadith 260. And it's narrated by Ikrima.
I mean, Iran literally has no minimum age of consent, by the way, and so do at least nine other Muslim countries.
Yeah, these people that use fear like God Logic are people I know personally.
So I'm familiar with some of those names that you've said, and I've seen them in debates with Muslim scholars, and of course a lot of these things are rebutted and debated over. So I'm not like even as a Muslim.
You can just read my name.
Don't interrupt. Let him just.
Yeah, I'll let him finish.
So, and as a Muslim, I'm not supposed to speak on things that I don't know fully about. But I've seen many of the things that you're saying, and I've seen them rebut. And you've like gone on. It would be impossible for me to do it, even if I was knowledgeable on it. But I do see this all as sort of I don't know if straw man is the word, but you're getting way off topic from the conflict that
hold on. I waited patiently. Hold on, David. Hold on. I waited very patiently. Listen, just read my name and my profile. Just my name.
Yeah.
It's Sunan Abidallah 47:17. And this is where Allah says, for the woman who buries her newborn baby alive, the mother and the newborn baby both go to Jahannam. Why is your God sending newborn babies to hell?
I'm pretty sure you're not reading something correctly, because if it says strictly in the Quran that anyone before puberty goes straight to Jannah. So that's one of the main things in the Quran. Like if a child dies or a baby dies or even a child prepubescent, they go to Jannah. So if what you're bringing up is true, then it's possible that that's some sort of contradiction, or I don't know if you're reading it from.
Well, are you familiar with the little boy who died, and Aisha was looking at him and she said this little boy is like a dove, and that he's clearly going to go to Jannah. And then Muhammad looks at him, and Muhammad looks at Aisha, and he says, do not say that, because he says that Allah has destined certain people for Jahannam also, even before they were born. So you're full of shit. Like, Allah destines people for heaven and hell.
I mean, that sounds like Calvinism, which most...
It sounds like your hadith, bro. Go read your hadith. Look up Aisha.
Oh, look, at
talking
the
about
end of the day, we can point to text all we want, but look at what's the reality on the ground. Muslim countries are known for human rights violations. Let's be fucking honest.
Can I speak on a few things here? Okay, first of all,
Hey, David.
Israel's age of consent is only 16, so you can have a 50-year-old fucking 16-year-old. That's pretty disgusting. And yes, I'm totally going to disagree with a lot of things Hamas has done, but Israel is not, saints either. What they're doing in Gaza is very despicable. So, just trying to bash Josh over here sounds pretty hypocritical by a lot of you there. Just trying to bash him. Yes, Hamas is a horrible organization or terrorist organization. You know what? A lot of actions that the Israel government has done recently against the people of Gaza is also considered terrorism.
David, with all due respect, I love it when people come and talk about their ideas and their thoughts and their feelings. But we're going to face it. You need to be able to break down these things factually speaking. And I've brought this up before. I'm going to say it really briefly. There wouldn't be a war if it wasn't for Hamas entering Israel to start off with. They're responsible for initiating this. They're also responsible for hiding in amongst the civilian population underneath mosques and hang on before we go off. They are responsible for hiding underneath mosques and schools, universities and kindergartens and putting tunnels underneath children's bedrooms and stuff like that. And Israel's got the responsibility, unfortunately, to be able to take out these tunnels and the infrastructure to be able to ensure that it doesn't happen again. So when we say Israel's responsible, yeah, sure, they have got a secondary level of responsibility in terms of the overall, in terms of the devastation that's going on. The primary responsibility is because of Hamas initiating this. And people wouldn't have died if Hamas didn't start it. People wouldn't have died if they weren't embedded themselves within the civilian fucking population to start off with. But they do have the responsibility, right, to ensure that there are minimum casualties. Now, if you break down some of the figures, and let's say we'll use hypothetical figures, okay, because that's what we're working with at this point in time. There's no reason to ever trust Hamas, okay? But even if we say that, right, let's use their figures, and let's say there's 50,000 people that have died, okay? Notice, for a start, that when it's reported by Hamas and the Ministry of Health, which is Hamas, BBC take it on, the United Nations has taken on as well, and other news agencies. There's never any mention of how many of these people are terrorists, militants, warmongers. They don't count as being casualties. We need to be able to call that out if you want to be intellectually honest. And then when you sort of divide that down, let's say that Israel, I believe at one stage, this is going back quite a few months ago, but there was a statement from the IDF stating that approximately 18 to 20,000 militants have been neutralised. Okay, so that would account for, 20 out of 50,000. precursor that's 40%. So there's effectively a 1 to 1.5, or let's even be generous than that, 1 to 2 ratio when it comes to militants to militant combatants to civilian deaths. Now, this is urban warfare. Those numbers are unsurpassed. Okay, they are unsurpassed in any other type of urban warfare.
Where do you get those numbers from?
Well, like I said to you very carefully, right, that I was using hypothetical figures. The numbers that have been reported by Hamas are approximately 50,000 at one point in time, and also from Israel, you can either believe it or not, it's either 18 to 20,000 militants that have been neutralized. Okay, I'm not saying that is the number right now, but these were roughly the figures that were being stated at one point in time, going back a number of months ago. Okay, obviously more people have died since then, unfortunately. But regardless, you're looking at urban warfare, a figure of between 1 to 1.5 to 2, right, is unheard of. You say there's atrocities that's going on. Sure, it's atrocious that there are civilian lives that are being taken. It's unfortunate.
Do you think that Israel targets
Hang on for a second.
Do you think Muslim countries target civilians?
Hold on. I'm going to ask you. If Israel had wanted to, they could have wiped out so many more people in such a short period of time. Okay? And I'm sure there are instances where individuals are going to they will need to be held accountable. Okay? Absolutely. Where there is an injustice, it doesn't really matter what side of the fence it is, there's a level of accountability that people have to take. But Israel's gone to the extent of roof tapping, dropping notices, like leaflets out to people, creating passages and corridors to make sure that people are coming through and that they're safe, they've got a safe passage to get out of the way. They're telling people to get out of particular areas to make sure that there is minimization of casualties. There's SMSs and phone calls, for fuck's sake.
Hey, Ron, I sent you something in your back channel, which comes from U.S. Stratcom. It's on the use of Hamas's Human Shield program.
Thanks, I'll check it out. But look, I mean, I can go on and on. You can say that what's going on in Gaza is a tragedy, yes, but it is not. You got to put it in context. It's tragic that there are human life. It's innocent human lives that are being lost. Okay, it's another thing to be able to look at the reason why they are being lost, and also the context of it as well.
So I would like to add to the context that you're making it seem as though Israel drops pamphlets every time they do an airstrike when they do it a few times for
Josh, respectfully, I'm going to pass over to David to be able to respond to the Marshall on the chief.
I'm not going to deny October 7th was a horrible thing. Horrific thing. And I'm not, and yes, I get there needs to be some type of accountability and all that. 100%. But okay, what has happened is way beyond that. That's number one. Also, this all has been starting way before, October 7th.
It's also been happening long before 1948, but nobody ever wants to start the timeline back then, do they?
Okay, first up, what I'm going to do is this, Marshall, would you be able to moderate the conversation for me?
Yeah, they'd be happy to.
Yeah, thanks. Can I ask you to be able to keep the tone of the conversation in line with what we do here at Healthy Debates, and also please feel free to be able to put the link at the top. I have trouble with this particular app.
I got it, Ron.
Okay, so I used to be on a different mindset of a lot of things. I used to work for the Department of Homeland Security, used to study different terrorist organizations and the mindset of what creates a terrorist. And the harassment that has been happening and bullying and torture of the people of Palestine for the past, I'm going to bring up time, before October 7th happened. I'm not saying October 7th was justified, by all means. I'm not going to say that, because it wasn't. So, but, this is all, when you treat people like shit and torture people, that's going to create extreme
extremist behaviors. I mean, look at Afghanistan right now, what the United States did. I mean, there's a reason why the Taliban rose to what they did. The United States went in, did some messed up stuff, and that created members to go, or individuals to go to extreme levels of hate, of anger.
I'm not going
and that has happened in Palestine for many years.
Josh, check your back channel.
But also, currently today, let's just mark today. Going forward, the people of Palestine need proper aid. There's aid that's being denied. They need proper care.
Hey, wait. There's two separate issues. Okay, let's pause it with regards to the aid, because you're talking about the injustice, okay, that has been done to Palestinians. Let's maybe even focus on Gaza, okay, because that's where the relevance is when it pertains to this particular war, the war between Hamas and Israel. You do realise, and I'm going to use effectively what you're saying. Yeah, when a people are oppressed, there's going to be a response. Okay, I'm not quoting you verbatim, but that's effectively what we're saying. And it's fair to say that the people in Gaza have been oppressed. Absolutely, they have been denied democratic rights in terms of being able to vote and elect for representation bodies right for the last 20 years. They are living under a theocratic dictatorship. That's also factors as well. They have been robbed of so many opportunities, but also including that of resources and money. The three top leaders have a total net worth individually of $11 billion, which is actually about a third of what Oprah Winfrey is worth. Just throw that in. But yeah, the leadership have stolen opportunity after opportunity. Instead of spending money on schools and education and opportunity for kids and universities, they've dug tunnels, they've bought rockets. They've taught their children right from early stages, right from kindergarten onwards. They've literally raped the innocence out of an entire generation by teaching them that their directive in life, right, to have a good life, is to be able to destroy Israel and to be able to kill Jews. This isn't a thought that I have. It's not a feeling that I have. It's an opinion based on facts that I've come across, which is education through UNRWA, unfortunately, that have done this. You have effectively an entire population that doesn't want a two-state solution. Okay, this is a big part of the problem. They have been oppressed, you're right. And Israel's needed to be able to create borders to ensure that there is a level of security. Okay, it's not perfect, but you seem to constantly want to be able to demonize Israel and hold Israel completely accountable for the situation there is, given the fact that Israel has not once initiated a military attack on Gaza or Hamas. They haven't initiated it. They've defended, absolutely. Given also that there has been ample opportunity over the last, how many years now, since 1940, the peace has been offered, a two-state solution has been offered half a dozen times, which each time has been thrown back. Why? Because they don't want Israel there. They deny the existence. They don't want peace. And this has to be thrown into the context of things. I can keep on going and going, but I'm getting tired now.
Okay, I'm going to have to actually go a little bit, but I do want to bring up one thing. So, you brought up no military action. I think that depends on how you look at it. So, would you say individuals in Gaza before October 7th, did they have free movement? Were they being ever, not just let me word that actually, let me take that back a little bit, I'm a little tired here. Were there physical abuse that happened, beatings, tortures from the Israel army or the police to people in Palestine? Do you feel that was happening on a regular basis at all?
I just thought it would be helpful for the room to know what is at the top. This comes from NATO Strategic Command, and it's called Hamas Use of Human Shields in Gaza. And it chronicles the use in 24 pages by Hamas of human shields as a way to defend how they operate. I thought this was important for people to note since we were talking about Gaza. And Hamas had been governing off of Gaza. I also want to make something really clear for somebody in the chat who's doing this. The issue is not with all Muslims. The issue is with extremists, fundamentalists, people who would use their religion and use it to justify horrendous acts of violence. Our issue is not with the average man or woman who happens to be a Muslim in the street. That's not who we have an issue with. We have an issue with people who are clearly evil, like Hamas.
Marshall, if a person practices Islam 100% adherence to their sunnah, would they be terrorists?
I don't think so, Rich, but we think
yeah. We definitely disagree. The truest of Muslims are ISIS, that's all I'm saying.
It's okay, man.
Oh, Josh, you should read the back channel. I mean, since you were duped into all this, and your Tunisian wife, has the right to cut your head off if you decide you want to leave Islam. Her whole family does too.
Well, I don't, again, it's not about Muslims, it's about Hamas, it's about the use of Hamas by Iran to get its national interest, good God, to get its national interest pursued. That is plainly what it's about. I think you do have to deal with, Rich, an element of Islamic extremism, but like I said, we disagree. You and I are probably going to disagree on that. We can talk about it later. But the thing at the top of the room is very important, produced by NATO Stratcom, very high degree of accuracy with NATO Stratcom. I would encourage people to look at and or read it. Oh, sorry, Benjamin.
Marshall, quick question. That link you posted, is that from a certain organization or like what is that from?
No, it comes directly from NATO's Strategic Command. It was produced originally in 2013, so it's dated. But it would be something worth looking at. In particular, I think, since you, if I recall correctly, you worked for Lilo and Stitch. Sorry, I got distracted. In particular, since you used to work for Homeland Security, you might find it interesting.
I'm not going to say Hamas has done some horrible things. I'm not denying that, but I think my point is, I'm not going to just there. It's beyond what the retaliation should be, and a lot of torture with people in Lagame. That's just what I'm going to say. I'm not going to defend here Hamas's actions. I mean, same thing with what's going on. A lot of Taliban, a lot of other terrorist organizations. I'm not going to defend their actions, but there is reasons why people join those organizations. And
if you just give me 2 seconds, Nathan, if you think NATO is inaccurate, I would like you to prove me where they have been inaccurate. I'm happy to take a correction, but if you're just going to call me a goofball, that's not exactly proving what I said wrong, or the thing at the top of the room wrong. David, thank you very much for your help. I appreciate it, man.
So, I don't know if it's cool if I can speak to just a little bit again.
Yeah, Josh, please go ahead, man. If you want, just talk it out loud.
Anyone who's interested in the whole human shielding thing, I think it's undeniable that there are tunnels under these structures. I mean, I don't see any other way that they would be able to evade airstrikes. They don't have an air force, they don't have anti-air guns, and they're condensed into a strip of land that's 25 by 5 miles. But to say that every casualty is because of a human shielding incident, I mean, you can look at, I mentioned before, for those of you who are in the room, the Lavender AI program that Israel uses to target militants, which after the time is incorrect, and they end up killing some poor guy with the same name.
I'm under the impression that's what I posted at the top of the room says. All it says when you click on it, hit go to link, and it takes you to stratcom.org, and it reads 1 through 24. Hamas use of human shields in Gaza, I'm sure it's a whole lot more, got a whole lot more information than I made it sound like. Maybe it's my fault for making it sound like there wasn't a ton of information, but it's a rather long document which should be read.
I'm not saying that I haven't read it yet. I'm skimming through it now, but I'm just saying the general idea that we can use this excuse that everyone is killed because of human shielding and not the fact that Israel often does target human civilians, and also even choose to strike militant in their home with their families. And then you look at many isolated cases which pile on top of each other. It's just not 1, 2, 3 isolated cases of them targeting journalists or take, for example, the 15 aid workers that were gunned down a month ago, and then Israel tried to lie about it, but then they released footage, and then they tried to say that these guys were Hamas, but then that was proven false. So I don't know if that's, I don't know if I can say that an Israeli doctrine to target civilians and to kill these aid workers, but one thing you cannot deny is that a lot of these IDF guys on the ground in Gaza, they do in fact target civilians, whether it's for them to do that in the book or not.
Frank, unless you can point me to something, I'm going to tell you, I've never run across anything that verifies the regular operation of Israeli soldiers targeting civilians as a regular practice of the Israeli military. I will tell you, I have read about folks going rogue in the same way that you had folks in the United States military go rogue, but I was under the impression those folks had been taken, put in prison in Israel in the same way.
No, they have not. That's the thing. In America, when the Nusra Square massacre happened by those Blackwater guys, they were imprisoned until Trump released them. But in Israel, you never see, and point to me a source if I'm wrong, but you never see accountability for Hein Rashad, who was shot with 355 bullets in her car while she was on the phone with the hospital or the police. You cannot deny that there was no consequence for the people who gunned down those aid workers. You cannot deny that all the children that were sniped
Hold on 2 seconds. I would ask, because I think there are going to be other people unfamiliar with this too, that you drop some of those links in the chat for us if you don't mind. I'm not saying that didn't happen. Don't take them for that. What I'm saying is there are going to be a lot of people who are going to hear you referring to stuff and whose questions are going to be, okay, interesting. What is that thing that he is referring to? Do you mind? You can use whatever source you prefer. Do you mind dropping some of that stuff in the chat so that people might read it?
Marshall,
I realize that's asking 15 seconds. Do that, but I would appreciate it. So thank you.
Okay, and I will drop some links. There's plenty of them of civilians being targeted deliberately, and videos of it on. You might find them on Twitter or wherever. But can I talk about a specific one that I think anyone who's anyone aware of what's happening in Gaza? Do you guys not remember about a month ago when 15 aid workers were killed by gunfire? Or the past few days, how 40 to 50 people have been getting killed as they're lured into these Israeli-backed aid stations?
Let me help you out. Let me get 20 seconds, right, to help you out a little bit. What just happened just now, right? What we just experienced with Iran. Those tunnels underneath Gaza were hundreds and hundreds of feet deep, right? So we heard Israeli say, we have to bomb down, we have to bomb it to get rid of the tunnels. Well, guess what? When they went in, they never did, right? The bombs never destroyed it. Iran had nuclear facilities 200 feet deep. They bombed it. They just asked the United States government for bunker buster bombs to blow up the Iranian nuclear facilities, right? So, if they had the capabilities of blowing up these tunnels in Gaza, which they didn't do, they never asked for bunker buster bombs from us with the war in Gaza, but they're verbally it's a fact they asked for it, and the president of Israel praised us for allowing them to use it. So which one is true, Marshall? are they lying about it in the situation in Gaza? Because if they knew they couldn't blow these tunnels up in Gaza, right? And they know they can't do it in Iran, they're hypocrites and they're liars. So they just bomb a carpet bomb, which is a war crime. The carpet bomb the city.
Do you know what carpet bombing is?
Well, they drop so many armaments. I know what it is, being technical.
David, I asked you if you knew what carpet bombing was. Do you know what carpet bombing is?
Yeah, carpet bomb is a dumb bomb. It is dumb bombs out of the plane.
No, it's
well, in my definition.
No, it's not.
No, so we're trying to oppose technicalities.
Argument because it's fucking stupid.
They drop so many bombs more than nuclear bombs.
Carpet bombing is the thing they did in World War II, where they dropped bombs out of B-17s and they literally look like a fucking carpet. The fucking ignorance when it comes to this shit just drives me up the fucking wall. And
it's not.
Hold on,
Marshall.
If you are merely a representation of the ignorance I'm talking about, if you're going to talk
the results were the same, Marshall. The results were the same. Look at the photos.
Are not.
Look at the
Marshall,
right now.
Marshall. What has happened are two totally different fucking things.
Marshall is
different. Hold on. Different in kind and in sort. The kind the Allies engaged in, which were actual carpet bombing, is entirely different than use of strategic munitions. It is entirely different. It is strategic. Let me finish. It is
what they should have learned in kindergarten.
Hold on.
Yeah, that was
It is entirely different than having.
This is adult.
It is entirely different than having fighter bombers drop a couple of dumb bombs. That is not carpet bombing. Carpet bombing is taking things like carpet bombing is taking things like B-52s and dropping bombs like a carpet out of the damn plane. That's carpet bombing.
Marshall is correct. Marshall is correct. There was no carpet.
Kindergarten here.
I say carpet bombing because the results were the same.
Words are important. Words fucking mean things. When you say carpet,
yes, I say inflammatory words.
I want to get back to the main topic because this is like a drag. The Islam thing, I think that I don't quite agree with you that there's this moderate Islam that's going to emerge.
No. I don't give a shit. This is not a room in which we make Islam the center of the debate. That's not what it fucking is. We're talking about Islam, we're talking about Hamas. If you want to talk about the crazy shit Hamas believes, that's fine. But don't push it on to something like 3 billion Muslims. It's not fair. It's not
move this towards the phrase, a total declaration of capitulation, right? Unconditional surrender is the phrase. So most wars, I don't know if you must know this, most wars don't end in unconditional surrender or even partial surrender. That most wars end the way North and South Korea ended, which is kind of a calcification of the defensive positions. Now, the problem is those kinds of wars.
The comparison. Armistices are different from the way most wars end.
Most wars that don't end in complete unconditional surrender create enemies. But weirdly enough, wars that end in unconditional surrender create allies and friends. And I was actually really encouraged to hear Trump insist on unconditional surrender. That is the only business to be in. That's how you make friends. That's how you free countries. That's how you move forward. And I guess I do hope that he doesn't talk out here, and that he gets to unconditional surrender, because that's
okay. So I just want to point out that Marshall is correct. You do have to be careful with words, but just because Israel wasn't.
Josh, are you going to drag us into kindergarten again?
The main point was that Margaret.
No, I'm talking about
distraction. It was a distraction from the main point. It's a debate tactic.
I'm just going. We don't have to talk about
definitions, doesn't he?
We don't have to talk about
that. Big ideas you're going to talk about. You're going to read us the dictionary now?
You gonna
No,
Google for
I'm
us?
just-
Is that what you're gonna do?
I'm
Benjamin,
moving.
stop. It's not helpful.
I'm moving the conversation
Marshall,
back
you
to.
gotta keep this conversation adult, or I'm leaving.
You can't fucking leave. I don't really give a shit. If you don't like the conversation, you're welcome to go. Don't let the door hit your ass on the fucking way out.
Yeah, I just wanted to move the conversation back to the Gaza conflict. The use of the phrase "human shielding" that seems to serve as a veil for Israel's indiscriminate bombing or targeting civilians, which they do. I'm not.
Josh,
I don't know if you guys want to.
I wasn't joking about those sources. Do you mind dropping them in the chat? I'm really
All right, I'll take a few minutes break and I'll start dropping some sources in the chat.
Thanks, man.
If you promise that we can talk about them a little bit.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. Drop the sources. Let's talk about it.
All right, keep an eye out for me in the.
Yeah, absolutely.
Israel could have carpet bombed Gaza in a day and be over with it. The fact that we have boots on the ground is the most humane thing we could have done to precisely hit the targets we need. Hamas is hiding behind civilians. They don't wear a uniform, which is a war crime within itself. And that's it. That's all there is.
How are you, by the way, off?
Yeah, I'm good. We just had a barrage of missiles on Israel. 26 wounded.
Oh no, that's not good.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave, I noticed you were trying to put something in the chat. Do you want to maybe quote it? Biden said that they used carpet bombing or something to that effect. Am I together? That's part of the quote. All right, Reuters, dude. I'm man. All right, Reuters.
But before you really cut me off, they dropped more bombs than a nuclear bomb. That's the point. That's the main point. They dropped more bombs on Gaza than the nuclear bomb dropped on Hiroshima. So so just if that's the thing about the situation, that's alarming. Shouldn't that alarm people, right?
Not if you consider that something that was even more brutal was the Battle of Bay City in 1968. If you're asking whether I consider urban combat in general brutal, the answer is yes, but that's because it's urban combat. It necessitates being brutal. It gets even worse when you have Hamas using places like schools and hospitals and other places of public gathering as places to hide their munitions and then their homes. Right? Like that's obviously not very helpful.
So help me. I'm gonna answer your question to help me understand. How many tanks and warships and fighter jets does Hamas have?
I don't think that's the issue, Nathan. Hamas could have offered.
That's a genuine question. Somebody, please answer the question.
Two. If Hamas doesn't offer unconditional surrender, then everything they need for their education is necessary.
So
it's a game.
Not
so Hamas is a game
as long as they want.
Israel has said themselves, the leaders in the current government have said themselves that even when Hamas is defeated or if they surrender, Israel still plans on occupying Gaza. And they want to relocate all 1.8 million people that are left to the Sinai Desert. They've talked about Libya. They've talked about Somalia, I think. So, and I don't think you can expect for Hamas to just surrender. These are guys that have been orphaned or they've carried their loved ones in garbage bags after they were blown to bits. I don't see why you don't reverse it and say, why doesn't Israel pull back the illegal settlements and release anyone who's being held in a torture prison without due process that were tried in a military court? Why does it always go the other way? Like, oh, Hamas needs to surrender or Palestinians need to be well-behaved victims.
Hamas is the proxy of Iran, who has done things like blow up school buses full of kids for shits and giggles. It's a tactic that Hamas has used that human shield report at the top of the room, I grant you, it doesn't excuse the violence that happens on the Israeli side of the aisle. But if that's the way Hamas acts, it's not exactly like they're a government who represents their people. Granted, as I understand it, the initial draft was something like 40% of the population voted for Hamas initially, but they haven't had a representative government in damn near fucking 15 years, something like that.
Do you think that if the U.S. gave Hamas weapons, do you think they would need Iran? Like, do you think that Hamas is an Iranian proxy? Do you think that's a fair assessment? Do you think that's a fair assessment to people who, as opposed to just saying that they're allies?
I mean, I can tell you the answer. I can give you the answer to that, Josh. If you actually had a legitimate two-state solution and you actually, recognized Gaza as its own country, then it would legitimize them then just driving fucking rockets into their fucking country and shooting like high-tech fucking rockets from China and Russia and Pakistan into fucking Israel and just fucking wiping people off the face of the earth more than what they already do. I mean, it would legitimize them to be able to do that. So, because they'd be like, hey, we're a sovereign nation just like Israel. Israel can get rockets flown in from the United States. Why can't Pakistan land here in our fucking new airport in fucking Palestine and drop off fucking rockets from fucking Pakistan and China and Russia? And then we could really do some damage to the fucking Israels.
Well, I like how you come from.
Josh, can you and I, since you went through the trouble of doing the research, I grabbed Reuters first. Do you want to start with that one?
Sure.
Okay, so bear with us, other folks. I'm going to go ahead and read briefly. This is from Reuters, August the 7th of 2025. This comes at 8:24 by Reuters staff in general, which means it's just a wire report, meaning it's supposed to be just an initial reporting of what happened. Israeli military says killing of 15 aid workers in Gaza caused by, quote, sense of threat, close quote. Cairo, April the 7th, Reuters. The Israeli military said on Monday an initial investigation into the killing of 15 emergency workers in South Gaza last month showed the incident occurred, quote, due to sense of threat, close quote. It said it had identified 6 Hamas militants as being in the vicinity during the incident in the city of Rafah. In a statement, the military said it was conducting a more in-depth investigation, but the preliminary inquiry indicated the troops opened fire due to perceived threat following previous encounter in the area, close quote. And the 6 individuals killed, quote, were identified as Hamas militants, close quote. The emergency workers were shot dead on March the 23rd and buried in shallow graves. The Israeli military initially said they opened fire after unmarked vehicles approached in the dark, but changed its count after a video emerged showing clearly marked ambulances and fire trucks with their lights coming under fire. A deeper investigation would be conducted in the coming days, and its findings would be presented to the public, the Israeli military said. The Red Crescent Society did not immediately respond to requests for comment. After the incident, the Palestinian Red Crescent Society called an independent international investigation and called for an international investigation and said, quote, the targeting of its ambulance convoy was a, quote, full-fledged war crime reflecting dangerous pattern of repeated violation of international humanitarian law, close quote. The emergency workers were from the Red Cross, Red Crescent, UN, and Palestinian Civilian Emergency Service. So to the initial piece, which is the accusation, it sounds to me like they have an initial investigation. I am not satisfied with the lack of specific comment from the Israeli military. I don't know if in reality that is something I have the right to be dissatisfied with, meaning I don't know if they've completed the investigation, so I'm not entirely sure. But, if you claim that they were terrorists and then there's a video that shows you fired on ambulances, that definitely seems like you committed a war crime. So, how does that hit you?
And one big thing that I don't want people to miss there is that about it at first. So they said that they approached with their lights off, and only because video footage was recovered from one of the victims' phones, they have to backtrack on their claims and then come up with a new lie. And of course, the investigation never finishes. Nobody is held accountable, and this has happened over and over and over again in Gaza. And I think we all know the story of Hind Rajab, which is the next link I put. The 6-year-old girl who's on the phone. It was showed that her car, her whole family was already dead, but the car, after Hind Rajab, the 6-year-old girl, was killed, there's, the famous phone call where she was on the phone with the ambulance. They tried to comfort her. They found 355 bullet holes in the car that she was in. CNN did an investigation. They were able to verify that it was done by an Israeli tank nearby. I think we all know that one, but I threw one more in there. And specifically because this one happened before October 7th. So this one happened during the Great March of Return. It's the story of Razan al-Najjar, who was a medic who was targeted by an Israeli sniper. And Israel tried to edit the video to make it seem like she was being used as a human shield, and then they were caught for that as well. So there seems to be this pattern here.
The last one, is that from Reuters as well?
I believe it was from The Independent.
The Independent, okay. Well, I appreciate you bringing it up. It's fair, and if that was, I wouldn't be happy either. Let's put it that way. I can understand your frustration at lack of having this addressed.
Yeah, so if Israel lies time and time over, they're editing footage, they're lying about ambulances having their lights off. Are you confident when Israel says that they're only targeting militants in Gaza? Or do you trust Israel?
Do I think what underlies this is, do I think there has been a repeated pattern of not telling the truth? I'm going to have to give you two answers. Number one, I have not paid close enough attention to give you an exact answer. And number two, what I have paid close enough attention to gives me the implication that the Israelis have been caught several times with the pants around their ankles when it comes to treatment of civilians.
And literally around their ankles when they raped that guy in their prison.
Well, I can only speak to what I've read. I can't speak to that kind of stuff. I like history more, and to be frank, I stopped watching cable news about a year ago. I still read the news, but
you like Twitter?
No, not really. But I use it. Don't get me wrong. I use it, just not. I read a lot of history-oriented stuff, and so as much as I like current events, and as much as my professional life in politics revolves around current events, I don't know. I pay attention to it probably less than I should, if I'm being frank.
Well, the Israeli prison rape is considered current events. Of course, there are many historical ones.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying it sounds like you have a larger kind of repertoire of stuff that's going on in your head than I do. So I feel a little ill-equipped to have the conversation.
I want to defend Marshall.
Please, David, go ahead.
I mean, you can't. I mean, I 100% agree that Israel is doing a lot of bad stuff, and a lot of people are. But just all that stuff nonstop, it's torture. I don't think we as humans aren't meant to take in all that, because it's some fucked up shit that's happening. Some very fucked up stuff, and on a lot of things. And it's just that's just happening. We're gonna go and read all that. Some fucked up shit. I don't think we as humans are supposed to know everything that's happening.
I mean, look, I as somebody who gets asked these questions a lot should definitely pay more attention. I don't know. There's a piece of it that just gets really exhausting over time, if that makes any sense. It's why over the last year or so I've fallen into reading more historical books than I have books of current event style. Nathan, you and I were going back and forth. You want to jump in, man?
Yeah, of course they're committing war crimes. This shit is crazy. Like, look, man, in war, if you look at the Telegram shit, when Ukraine, Russia went to war, of course, Ukraine, Israelis are using human shields. I've seen videos, maybe 25 videos of them tying a guy to the truck of the vehicle and driving down the street in Gaza, found to tanks. So I mean, if you look deep enough, hard enough, right, you're gonna find it. Of course, Russian soldiers executed and killed Ukrainian. They did. When it comes to war, humans are going to do whatever it takes to win. They're going to drop all the laws, these little fictional laws that's on the books, and become true savages to win. We dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan, right, to save lives. That was the reason. That was pretty much a heinous, inhumane thing to do, to drop it on 2 cities. Will they do it again? Yes. To win. People will do heinous crimes and all these books on the table of, I'm supposed to do this and you don't supposed to do that. And if you ever talked to like a CIA agent one day in your life and get him drunk a little bit, and he started disclosing all this type of information, it's really the crazy world that we live in. Israel is a proxy to it's like a hidden state of America.
It's an imperial proxy of America. It's part of the larger American empire.
Right, exactly. So it's our dirty hand to save our face. It commits the war crimes. We won't get punished. It's like when companies outsource to a third party or whatever type thing to avoid what consequences.
Nathan, do you agree that the Ukrainians and the Palestinians also have committed war crimes?
Yes, the Ukrainians committed war crimes.
And the Palestinians. And the Palestinians.
Palestine, of course they did.
Yeah, of course they did. All of them. There you go. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, there's a different name of the game. Humans, yeah, it is, Josh, you're right. Look, I'm gonna use my, if I'm trying to beat Josh, Marshall, and everybody on the stage, right, I'm gonna go to extreme measures. I'm not gonna care about the traditional way to fight. I'm never gonna put on a uniform so you know where I'm at. I'm running up on you. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna blend in and use every tactic feasible, no matter if it's right or wrong, to defeat you. That's what's happening with Gaza's not wearing uniforms, right? They're going against the most powerful country in the world, and it's not Israel's using, it's a proxy of the United States. So, of course, they're going to use these type of tactics. These guerrilla tactics is what it's really called. So it's a sad thing that the world that we live in. You want to this make believe, be voting for a great president, and he's not going to. It's all bullshit, man. These people will do all kind of heinous things and start wars and for money, for resources. It's a crazy world, man.
It really is a crazy world. David, go ahead, chip in.
I was just going to say, we talk about who should have nukes, who shouldn't. Do people actually in here trust the United States having nukes? I'm just going to say, okay, well, there was our last president who was, I don't know, half dead, half awake, whatever you want to call it, versus, also our current guy, Trump, and, dude's a freaking lunatic. I mean,
I trust us more than I trust others. Does that mean that we're a great place for nuclear weapons to reside? Not really. No. Does that mean that I think if the United States were to say unilaterally disarm, which is not what you're suggesting, it's a suggestion on my part, it's the scenario in my head. If the U.S. is to unilaterally disarm as an example as an example, I can't think of another word for example, as a way to show people, hey, you could disarm too. I don't think other people having nuclear weapons and us not would result in a better world. I think it would result in a world where people's more craven interests, whether it is Russian or Iranian regional imperial views or China slowly rising, I think they probably look at that a little differently than we do. There is a counter to my argument, and it is that China and Russia have both possessed nuclear weapons for decades and have yet to, well, aside from the Cuban Missile Crisis, have yet to wag them in people's faces.
And North Korea.
Yeah, North Korea. That's a good example as well.
What do you think about Israel having nuclear weapons, but also not being a city on the NPT?
I think two things. Number one, I trust Israel with nuclear weapons. They have, much like Russia and China, proven that they're not going to go popping off at the mouth and nuking Tehran because they don't like them. But I would prefer that if you redid the world today with that sort of arrangement, you would have different powers on the Permanent Security Council, right? Like the old imperial powers of France and Britain and Germany have seats because of their place in the world post World War II. But if you were to construct a Security Council today, you would stick people like China, probably like Iran, on to the Security Council because they have nuclear weapons and because they've become bigger powers in the world. Now, that is different than what we have now. I think it's a little weird that they have nuclear weapons, but they don't have a seat on the council. But we arranged on post-World War II imperial powers, and the Israelis were not a post-World War II imperial power. If anything, it can be argued that the Israelis were creating the state of Israel was a spoil of World War II. The Allied powers had the luxury to create the state, and the luxury to have Truman instead of have FDR. If FDR had been around, the thought is FDR probably wouldn't have okayed the creation of the state of Israel, but Truman did.
Why do you think that Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon for deterrence, for something like this, for example?
If I am sitting in Tehran and I'm looking at their national security interests, yes. If I were sitting in Iran, I would pursue a nuclear weapon for exactly that reason. If I'm looking at our national security interest, it's within our national security, vital national security interest for the Ayatollah not to necessarily have a bomb. Now, that's predicated on the Ayatollah thinking the Ayatollah might use the bomb versus, say, a buddy of mine from Serbia who is much more clear, who's much more dry about that. He thinks the Ayatollah is not as gung-ho to use a nuclear weapon as I might. And so the Ayatollah having a nuclear weapon is not, in his world, his Serbian world, as big of a nightmare, say, somebody in the United States might think that it is.
You think that if you controlled Iran, you would also continue developing nuclear weapons? I don't know that I agree with that.
It seems to me that if you look at North Korea as an example, their pursuit of their weapons program seemed to secure them from being screwed with. I would be frank, I don't think I have nearly as good a handle on the situation as you do, except
I would say I have a great handle on it. In the question,
you seem to have a better handle on the conflict than I do. I think I tend to like to listen to what you have to say on the topic to form my perspective. Yeah, so please go ahead.
Well, just in terms of the game of nuclear weapons, that's a scary game. You are threatening the world that they should be ready for you to have the capacity to destroy large parts of it. And, even if you were to say North Korea was a success story, which I think it can be spun from, a North Korean perspective, that it is a success story, how they got their nukes and how they were able to pull the world to heel as a result. I wouldn't say that North Korea is in the best situation
Like, North Korea started in a state of war, right? That part of their country was annexed. The rightful king declares this is a rogue state. America wants a South Korea. So, like, they were continuing their nuclear weapons as, like, part of a war effort. I don't think Iran is actively engaged in a war, except maybe against, like, the people that they put down to maintain the regime. And, like, nuclear weapons, especially with, like, a diaspora population that's talking shit about you 24/7, like, it just seems like it's inviting a fight. Like, I could hear the argument for nuclear energy, I guess, but I would, like, be very clear, like, to the international world, like, no, we're not doing anything with weapons. I would bend over backwards proving that we were nowhere close to anything that could be thought of as a nuclear weapon, and I'd have that evidence, like, published as a live stream on the internet as, like, a safety to prevent any kind of attack. I feel like that's a better deterrent, because, like, all of the treaties, all of the what's it called? The blockades that we've done in Iran. It's founded on the Revolutionary Guard being like a rogue terrorist state that causes shit. But, like, with weapons, that's an entity that has to be responded to, especially if they get close. Israel really, like, highlighted that like, the simple fact of Iran not being able to control its airspace makes it just a question of time before someone says, yeah, we should take what we can right now. And I think that if you didn't have the nuclear weapons program, you could spin it different.
Everybody's going to have nuclear bombs soon. I mean, that's just the future. And with the rise of AI, you know, those scientists who died in Iraq. Yeah, I mean, every country is going to eventually get it.
I'm not sure I agree with that either.
Man, scientists who got wiped out, I'm pretty sure they wrote down, you know, a lot of engineers and nuclear scientists, these, you know, Iranians went to school for this type of thing, right? And just because you kill one scientist, it's just the age that we live in data is so rampant that they're going to get it. And the other country's going to get it too, right? The question is what you're going to do about it. And how can we have diplomacy? You know, everybody has a gun, right? You know, that's basically the analogy. You have a gun, I got a gun, now what? You know, and go from there. You're either going to blow each other up, or...
It's not as simple as just getting a gun.
Yeah.
Because a nuclear weapon, both the development of and the delivery of, requires organization and infrastructure. Meaning, I'm saying, if you have a nuke, you are immediately a target in your apparatus supporting it, right? People aren't going to want to trigger a nuclear war. So if they get the sense that you have the weapon, and the only thing between you using it and it being inoperable is your infrastructure, what do you think I'm going to hit?
Yeah, but you know what North Korea president said? I forgot his name, Jim Kun, whatever the fuck his name is, the new guy.
Kim Jong-un.
He said, yeah, I don't know if he said it specifically, but I heard it in the news somewhere. He said that, well, we could just give Iran a nuclear bomb, some nuclear bombs, right? And there it goes. But even if Iran had nuclear bombs today, maybe they do have it. Maybe they do, right? They're not the idea that they're going to use it and get annihilated. Even if they use it against Israel, we have submarines in the ocean around that area to blast Iran off the face of the map, you know, off the earth, if they actually do use it. So they know that too as well.
America,
just like North Korea
we know damn well Iran ain't no threat at all.
Yeah, it's amazing too.
Come on, man. Like, for real, really?
According to
Iran with a
U.S. soldiers that they killed.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, McZed, Roger, and Rohan. Let me ask you a question.
Has anybody looked at the proximity to Tehran, where the United States actually bombed these nuclear assets?
You said where? Like the proximity between Tehran and the sites, like Fordrum?
Right.
It's not that close because Iran is a big country, so it might look close on the map, but I don't think it's that close. By the way, I don't even believe.
Yeah, I believe that the closest bombing was within like 68, almost 70 miles from the city limits. So it's not like we're looking at that. I just wanted to add context. Like, it's not like we're looking at, urban warfare where like the United States is bombing, somebody's skyline. You know what I mean? So, I mean, if you go to other sites and the multiple sites as the media is unfolding, you have some places that are 127 miles, like almost 200 miles away from the city limits.
Well, that's what the U.S. bombed. Israel was bombing apartment buildings and collapsing tall buildings. But I don't think that's the issue here. The issue is that the U.S. getting involved in any way makes all of the U.S. military bases in Iraq, Syria, basically all of them surrounding.
Josh, my point was that, the United States chose strategically to be able to target certain type of assets that Iran had to their disposal to be able to escalate the issue. And they did it well outside of the city limits.
Yes,
so, I mean, this goes back to my statement. Right. I mean, this goes back to my statement as far as, the Trump comment as far as evacuating the city, like he's going to be bombing the skyline. Like, this is crazy. Like, none of this happened today.
No, Trump is an old guy.
Okay, but can we agree that none of that happened today?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there were facilities that were a part of urban sprawl, right? 70 miles outside of the city limits that were bombed.
What are you getting on your timeline? Are you seeing a bunch of people saying that the U.S. bombed civilians? Because I haven't seen that. I don't think anyone's saying that. I think people are generally mad that we got involved at all.
I'm not saying that they are, but the undertone of the rhetoric that people are exuding through this, like these type of conversations, are almost as such that, Trump just, sanctioned B-2 bombers to be bombing under hospitals. Like, I'm just adding context. I'm not trying to argue and, like, going back. I'm just trying to add responsible context as to what happened today.
Of course, that's not what happened yet. Hopefully, we don't turn it into, like, what we did in Iraq. It's not like we've never done that type of thing before. But I don't want to minimize the fact that we are getting involved in a foreign war now, which Trump promised he wouldn't do. He said he would veer away from that direction, and he's gone back on pretty much all of it.
He also said behind those statements that he would, react appropriately to any type of threat or imminent threat to, the ideological, aims of us as a country and, the safety of our said citizens. And I feel like the actions that he took today was fairly consistent with that notion.
So I would argue that he put our American citizens who are deployed in the Middle East on all of those military bases surrounding Iran, he put them in danger. And of course, Iran was never going to strike the United States. It's like a boomer belief.
Okay, but let's go back to the statement that you made. You said that Trump made a certain type of campaign or you implied that Trump made a certain type of campaign promise that he did not deliver, or he misconstrued in the way that he's deploying his presidency. Is that correct?
He certainly did. He certainly did do a 180 on that. Yeah.
How so? He didn't start any new wars.
He ran on a populist agenda, which appealed to like the new MAGA, not the boomer MAGA, but like the younger age MAGA. That we wouldn't be. That we don't want foreign wars. And it's funny seeing all these Trump tweets from like 2014 and 2013. Him saying like, "Oh, Obama's going to invade Iran." Because he messed up, and like you can't elect a president that was trying.
let me ask you this question. Are you aware of the 2006 Anti-Palestinian Terrorism Act?
I'm not aware of that specific act. It sounds like it came right around the same time as Hamas took government in Gaza. But that was in the Bush era. So, yeah, where are you getting?
Was it repealed?
I'm not aware. I'm not even aware of the specific act, so please educate.
Right. So it's an act that specifically states that the United States government is not able to aid any type of foreign effort or otherwise that is contributing to the demise of Israel and does not acknowledge Israel's right to exist. Israel's right to exist is literally in the language of that said act. So when Trump left office, he clawed back a lot of, money that was not only going to Iran, but also going over towards, Palestinian efforts in Gaza and also the West Bank. And Joe Biden reinstated, and not only reinstated, but duplicated the said, monetary efforts that those countries lost in Trump, closing that window of opportunity for them to suck off, taxpayer dollars and being able to contribute to the murderous aims that they're, engaging in today. So, again, follow the money. When you look at Trump in his certain statements as far as saying that, he's not going to engage ourselves in any new wars. Yeah, he's right. But a lot of people didn't hear or didn't pay attention to, because again, when people hear their confirmation biases, they stop listening to things behind that. The man has categorically said that he is going to defend our American interests 10 toes down till the cows come home. So the fact that that message wasn't actually heard behind the gotcha moment that a lot of Democrats try to, play in the fact that Trump is now bombing people and he promised not to get us into a war that, quite frankly, Joe Biden started. Let's not do this. Let's be very deliberate and let's be very specific and intellectually honest.
Right. So the notion that like Iran wouldn't have money to send to their allies if Biden didn't retract the sanction, I think is a little silly. But again, we're on two different sides of the lane here, so I don't see how Israel is.
Are you American?
Yes. Hold on. Let me finish speaking.
Great. Oh, no.
I'm an American.
Hold on. I'm going to let you finish. Yes. But again, it's not a gotcha moment. I'm asking the fact that, you say that you're an American, but then you also say in the same breath that we're on two sides.
He's a Muslim. He's a Muslim.
Shut up,
Rich.
man.
He's a Muslim convert. You already said he's a convert, Adams.
Yeah, so Americans aren't allowed to be Muslims, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
wait, hold on, because I was.
But you're an American, right?
Yes, I'm an American, and that doesn't mean I have to support war crimes that Israel is doing. So you brought up the 2006.
You're an American citizen. Like you can actually vote.
Yeah, I was born in in Miami. Both of my parents are Cuban.
I mean that's not America, but we can question that.
Miami is in America.
He was born in North Cuba.
Yes, stepdaddy.
Exactly.
Pretty
He's
much.
born in the bodega in North Cuba.
And
that's nice. I like Florida.
And I can argue that Cubans are more conservative and patriotic than most Americans themselves, which I am not though. So
true of a lot of immigrants, especially Catholics.
Yeah, and the ones that
when a war starts, we gotta go back.
Makes sense. I'm gonna get back on this. We have issues.
That was the old.
You feel like minorities, carry a monolithic card, to where they're on the same page. And I'm telling you, bro, like this is where we have issues. Like listen, I get where you're coming from with that, but at the same time, that's not how the shit, rolls down the hill. It's not. I've seen women in Miami, okay, Cubanos, okay, that throw on a blonde wig, okay, marry a white dude, and all of a sudden they're saying, the craziest shit about freaking minorities. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. And a lot of Cubans do have blonde hair.
Josh, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Can I finish answering the doctor?
Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
So I just want to pin down on one point really quick.
Come back to me for the question.
Absolutely. Who is that, McZed?
Yes.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. So you brought up an act that says we have to work in America's interest, and I say I don't see how Israel always serve American interest. I get that there are military outposts for us.
But that's not what the act says. That's not what the act says.
No, but
no. My comments as far as American interests and the preservation of American interests was predicated on my comments on the sentiments of our current president. Now, referring back to the Anti-Palestinian Act from 2006, I clearly defined certain limitations as far as mechanical support and non-recognition of people's certain sovereignty behind certain monetary support. Those are two different things.
Correct. And I see a fundamental problem there. So we have there's no fundamental act of terrorism because when Israelis do it, it's not defined as terrorism. But we do have
McZed, are you hearing this?
Hold on, let me finish. So we have something called the
McZed, can you please look up the 2006 Anti-Palestinian Terrorism Act? Is that not like this is crazy?
Well, slow down. I think you're raising an interesting point, which was why I wanted to ask Josh the question. Josh, it seems very clear. You were born in America. You're an American. You're a citizen, and it strikes me that like with this 2006 law that was passed at the federal level in America, right?
The 2006 Anti-Palestinian Terrorism. That's the name of the act. I'm not adding.
That's fine. It's not
okay.
relevant. I don't care about any of the acts because there have been many. That's what I'm trying to really get at here. You're represented, right? You don't live in a direct democracy where you specifically, personally, have a vote that is on par with mine to determine any particular direction of the country. That's not what we have. We have a representative democracy.
We have a constitutional republic.
We all divide ourselves into different factions, and we vote for representatives.
Adam, are you going to argue with an attorney? Really?
No, slow down. Guys, I have a question for Josh. All right, just chill. This is just basic federalism of how America works. And like the representatives, we prefer the representative system. We feel like if we appoint someone, they will take on the task to look through the details and pass the laws to move our government in one direction or the other. We trust these representatives and we distrust them because we have free media and we can criticize them and we can replace them. But the main thing is that they have a name and a phone number and an office that represents every single citizen of America, including you. My question is, with all of this like Palestinian protesting, which is against every single decision that our elected representatives have decided to pass into law, all of it, have any of them, and at this, I really mean you, have you spoken with your representative as to why you're wrong? Have you tried to like convince him that the Palestinians are the ones America should be backing, not the Israelis? Like, why is it that I am filled with the discourse and the dialogue of everyone explaining how inane and stupid America is when our representatives are all in the phone book? Every single one of them. There's not a single English-speaking American person on this app that couldn't call their representative and discuss this issue personally with them or their office. My question is, have you spoken with your representative, and what did he tell you about why America does not back the Palestinian movement?
So, McZed, I actually put in the chat the Congressional Archives. So I'm not, citing a news source. Like, I went straight to the Congressional Archives.
Yeah.
If you want to read through that.
That means, just to clarify, the published documents of all American citizens as determined by their elected representatives.
Those are
Correct.
things that we have all as citizens
Correct.
sworn to by passing
Yeah, so
into law.
I'm not saying that you're wrong about this. I'm just saying
Just asking
that
what you talk to your representative about as an American citizen.
So since the Palestinian, and I'll give you the reason why
Like,
I
I can
haven't.
understand protests
Okay,
if you've gotten shitty responses, but what has your representative told you?
So I can give you a couple reasons why I haven't done that specific act for the Palestinian conflict. I have done it.
Do you know who your representative is?
He does. I just moved to Ohio. I think his name is I honestly I don't know. I don't know.
Like, no,
because I don't
how to talk to your representative about these issues.
That's not okay.
Because he
and I'm going to give you, if you let me answer,
Josh, you have to allow the autistic attorney to talk. Go ahead.
I get what you're saying, but I don't.
Is best spent consulting with your appointed representative.
If that were to do anything, by the way, it wouldn't statistical polls show that a majority of Americans are against what Israel are doing, and that I may be wrong. It might be.
No, they're not. No, we're not. Like, this is crazy.
An overwhelming percent of the youth, as in ages 18 to 38, does not agree with.
Many of them do not vote. Many of them do not vote. That's not a voting block.
Honestly, that has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
What are you talking? Like, this is crazy.
I'm not talking.
What are you talking about?
Do you want Josh? Josh, do you want to answer?
4 different questions.
A Harvard CAPS Harris poll in May 2025 found that 77% of Americans across all age groups support Israel over Hamas.
Thank you.
Look at the war. No, look at the war. Okay.
Government versus government.
Look at the and the wording and all these polls always have
Israel versus
embedded in them.
Hamas.
They always. Yeah,
so why am I seeing so many protests?
Wait, have you? Wait, hold on, Josh.
It would be impossible.
So I have a question for you, Josh. Josh, have you read the AP poll
from 2023? I have 2 other questions I have to answer.
Have you read the AP poll from 2023?
Because the
that
first guy,
surveyed people in Gaza and the West Bank and they're supporting Hamas.
Rich. Just let him. Go ahead, Josh.
Yes, I have, and an overwhelming support. Because it is innate for Palestinians to support.
Rich. Allow him to finish. Rich.
3%.
Okay, going to Dr.
Gaza.
Jesus Christ! He doesn't shut up.
Rich.
Going back to Dr. I don't know. I think you, Doctor. Going back, I think you might have. Misconstrued what I was saying, or you think that I'm saying something that you're saying isn't. No, I'm not saying. I just let you know my opinion that personally, I don't agree with the law that was put in place. And then as Mixed put out, it's like I don't have direct democracy. It's not like Switzerland.
What law?
Slow down.
No, hold on. Mixed. Hold on. Okay, wait. Hold on. For one, for you to say that you didn't agree with it, number one, you didn't know that it existed until I brought it up in this room. Number one. Number two, you have not had an opportunity to fully read through it. Okay. I was 7 years old. Okay, it doesn't matter. So again, using the whole age excuse, as far as I didn't know. Listen, stop. Let's look at the facts. Stop being emotional. You talking about you're 7 years old, you didn't get a talk man for Christmas. Listen, I don't care. Okay, you did not even know about this said law or piece of legislation until I brought it up. And you certainly did not have enough time in that time that I brought it up from now, to be able to read it.
Okay.
So why don't you just read it and just understand that you don't know exactly what the fuck you're talking about?
Okay. Well,
and just let it go.
I know because I know. Hold on. No, I get to speak now. I get to speak because this is like crazy bullshit right now. I never said that I know of this law. I said after you explained it to me, it.
Go ahead, make sense.
Okay, so Josh, all I wanted to redirect you to is I don't want you to read the law. I don't think that you should. You're not an expert. You don't know where it is. And frankly, you were not at the meetings, the discussions, the investigations, the hearings, the evidence that was presented.
The audio's all in there, bro. But go ahead.
Slow down. Josh, what I want you to do, the reason I'm directing you to your representative and I'm telling you that this is not a direct democracy and that your particular vote does not equal my particular vote on any given topic that the American government decides to pass laws about is because you are in a representative democracy. It is a better system, right? It's not bad news that your vote is not equal to mine. You don't know shit about this topic. That's partly what we're discussing here, how you don't even know about this law, how long this conflict has been going on, the different parties involved, why America has chosen its particular course of action. But your representatives have. They're being paid to do that. They're being paid to consult generationally with all the other people that have been doing that in the same building for the past 300 years in America.
Correct.
Understand?
I understand.
They are the experts, which is why I don't understand why you're coming to this conclusion rather than making use of the amazing technology of representative democracy.
Josh,
stupid fucking bureaucracy designed to work for you, and you mire yourself in the idiocy of your own shit.
I didn't draw any conclusions because you guys haven't let me speak. What I was originally saying to Doctor is I was originally okay. I will, and then the guy who gets paid by APAC to throw my letter.
Josh, stay focused.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Leahy Law. So the Leahy, because now you're bringing up a bill from 2006, which I didn't know about this specific bill, but it's common sense to anybody to know that we don't fund.
Which to add some context, Josh, because we're building, so I'm going to interrupt you from time to time, okay, because you didn't know about this law, okay? When this law was passed, I was taking my SATs. So again, I'm a lot older than I look. You know, it is what it is. But listen, looking at this specific law, is it not very clear? Have you had an opportunity to actually read it?
Have you read the Leahy Law?
Have you had an opportunity to actually read this law?
From what you explained to me about the law, and I will read it, just like out of spite. What from the wording that you from when I said educate me, right? Because I wasn't always acting like I knew everything. I said educate me about this specific bill. And basically, this summary of that you gave me is something that I kind of already knew, that we don't fund people who we label as terrorists, which is why I disagree with it fundamentally. Now, my disagreement doesn't mean anything, really. I'm just one person who can write a letter to my representative. But the original point that I was trying to get to is we have a law that says we are not allowed to provide weapons to a nation state that is committing war crimes.
That's
but we
not
do
what
that
that law
anyways.
says.
No, the Leahy Law says that.
That's
the
not
Leahy
what that law says.
The Leahy Law does say that.
Not what that law says.
Okay, then look it up. Use ChatGPT, whatever retarded app you want to use. What is the Leahy Law?
What do you mean ChatGPT? I went to school. So again, that's not what that law says.
Did you read the Leahy Law?
That's not what that law says.
So the Leahy Law says that we are allowed to provide weapons
to what?
To use it to a nation state that is committing war crimes.
So again, military aid is greatly different than actual aid.
We do
that
both.
That is given indiscriminately, for which we cannot prove the source, the direct funding, okay, and the end-all result as far as where that money is actually going to. Those are those are two entirely different things.
we give Israel money and
so part of the
for
problem,
them to use to buy weapons back from us.
The reason why Doge was so attractive to a lot of the American public, very congruent to what I just said. There's a difference between giving people military aid, and giving people. I mean, America didn't give military aid to Gaza, right? America gave funding to Gaza, and the certain type of, how should I say, auditing of that said funding is exactly what Elon Musk and Doge tried to do, as far as understanding exactly where is this money going. So again, the Leahy Law and the way that you're trying to frame it in the perfect world, it's a small world after all. Like that freaking ride on Disneyland is not the way that things are playing out on a geopolitical stage. People are accepting money under certain notions and misusing that said money into nefarious purposes. And again, the Leahy Law is not going to speak to that in the same gotcha moment as you saying that the United States is trying to funnel money into it. Like, I mean, what are you doing?
No, you're confused. We are giving weapons and funding to Israel, both militarily and regular aid, to Israel, which Israel is committing war crimes. So it's in direct violation of the Leahy Law. So these laws that you are talking about, I guess my original point that I was saying is they don't really mean much if we decide to do it anyways. I'm not talking about funneling money to... I'm pro-Palestinian. I don't know if you got that so far. So the Leahy Law says you cannot give aid.
Well, of course I got that. You're inherently misguided, on a lot of geopolitical.
So are you okay with the fact that we're in direct violation of the Leahy Law as Israel is committing war crimes?
Where has that been proven?
That Israel is committing war crimes?
Where?
Is that a joke? I mean, were you in the room earlier
so the room decides, where Israel is committing, war crimes?
No.
So let me ask you this.
I never said that. You want me to tell you where Israel is committing war crimes?
What legal doctrine is war crimes, charged under?
Geneva Convention is one of them.
Okay.
So
Under what court?
The ICC, International Criminal Courts in Belgium, I think, or Netherlands.
Right. So let me ask you this. What set of a legal body actually defines the framework of those said international laws?
The ICJ, the International Criminal Court of Justice, which time and time again has said that Israel is committing war crimes.
According to who?
According to the ICJ.
According to who?
Which the United States is a member of. So, I mean, what do you mean according? Like,
can you post a link to that?
What specifically do you want? Do you want the specific war crime? The specific war crime, or do you want something
crimes,
that?
Sweetheart? What war crimes? Name a war crime.
So, the blockade of aid is one of them.
Blocking aid. They're not blocking aid. Hamas is stealing aid. There's a big difference.
Yeah, and China's sending aid too. Like, it's crazy.
They've received the aid. Hamas has stolen it. And as it enters into the border, there's been hundreds, actually thousands of trucks going in to Gaza. You can ask the Egyptians and you can ask the Israelis. Hamas steals it.
So there was
that's what's causing the problem. Will you acknowledge that, Josh? Will you acknowledge that, or you can't bring
Hamas doesn't even have the manpower.
Oh, really? They don't have the manpower?
They don't have the manpower to hijack thousands of trucks. I don't know what you're saying. I'm talking about. Listen.
Yeah, are you there on the ground? How do you know?
Well, you're not there on the ground to tell me.
Do you know what their manpower is? Do you have
It's stayed. You know what's funny about that is it's stayed consistent. It's funny about that. Even though Israel claims they killed 20 to 30,000 of them, is that it has stayed consistent at between 30 and 40,000 militants, which means that the more you kill these families, the more people they're going to enlist and more people are going to volunteer. But that's besides the point. I'm talking about the blockade that is even Israel has admitted to, that they openly talk about, which went on for about 3 months.
Free flow of aid going in for the United States and Israel has actually been in charge. The aid has been flowing. Hamas has been stealing it. So please tell me what war crime. Keep going, Josh, on your war crimes.
There was a 3-month blockade where nothing went in. Only recently did they lift it under
Absolutely
the
nothing
pretext.
went in. Can you prove that?
Yes. So you go. What are you talking about? It was a 3-month blockade.
What are you talking about?
Israel doesn't even deny this. What are you talking about? And then the Israeli leaders.
Aid has been going through, but if you decide to put combatants there at the aid trucks, if you decide to hijack the aid trucks, you're going to have a stoppage until you get the combatants off the aid trucks.
It's funny how Israel has all this intelligence.
Do you have an obligation to? Just curious, generally. Did we have an obligation to feed the Germans during World War II?
We didn't occupy Germany the way that Israel's occupying Gaza.
Occupying Gaza? They've been out of Gaza since 2005. Who's occupying
under
Gaza?
legal standards? Gaza is still.
Do we have an obligation to feed the Nazis?
Wait, hold on. So first you're saying that you were feeding them. Now that I tell you that Israel did do a blockade.
Israel
they don't have an that's okay.
Occupation. Israel hasn't been in Gaza since and moved.
It's still in
2005. Is that a fact, Josh?
It's still.
Did they evacuate in 2005? Is that a fact, Josh?
Under international law and standards, it's
what
still
international
considered.
Law? Tell me, please cite your international law. Please be specific. And let me know what law school you graduated from, where you got your degree in international law.
I'm being very specific. You're not letting me speak.
Abby, I have a question.
Sorry, this guy's just.
No, it's
why don't you don't allow me to explain the occupation?
Hold on, Josh. I'm going to tell you what life is like getting shot at by ballistic missiles and having to live in bomb shelters. You want to know what that's like, Josh? Or you don't really care about a Jew or an Israeli citizen. You could care less. You want to know what life is like living under the fear constantly, or being attacked and brutally raped and butchered? You think that's a good life, Josh? Think that's justifiable because that's what you're about?
Who was raped? Who was raped? Can you give me a name? Can you
Josh, are you crazy?
Are you?
Can you name a victim that was raped by Hamas on October 7th? Go name it. Go give me a name. Did you go to law school?
Yeah, I went to law school.
Okay, so give me the name.
Yeah.
Is he crazy?
Give me the name. I will cash up anyone $1,000 right now if you name me one victim that was raped by Hamas on October 7th.
You definitely don't want to gamble with Abby.
You don't want to gamble with me.
What's the name? What was it?
I just said the name Lily.
Lily. Oh, Lily. Who's Lily? Lily who?
Who was a released hostage. And
Why is the name funny to you?
Why is that funny to you?
Why do you think that's funny,
Because
Josh?
she made it up.
You think that's a good life for people? Do you think October 7th is justified, Josh? Are you justifying it, Josh? You
name one victim.
October 7th? You
Name
think
one
nobody
victim.
was butchered? You think families were not killed? Do you think that families were not burnt alive? Do you think that they weren't videoed for their family members to see, for children to see their parents murdered in front of them? And
We were talking about
children murdered?
we were talking about rape. We were talking about rape. I can go on to
rape. Do you
I can go.
Pictures of the blood coming down the girl's bottom. Will that make you feel better? What the
That
heck?
girl was she was released, by the way, and she never said that she was raped. She
Luke.
She was Shawnee Luke was not raped.
Is that a good name?
Yes, she was.
Yes,
No, she wasn't. She wasn't raped. You have no evidence of that. There's no, she wasn't.
This guy.
There's no video of her. There's no video of her being raped. She's in the same clothes that she was.
Fucking minutes you can sit through and watch the rapes and the murders. How
Johnny
about you
Luke.
sit down and watch the video?
I
Were
did.
you
I
afraid
did. I
to?
watched. No, I watched it, and I
No, you
watched
did not. Where'd you see
I read
it,
the
Josh?
screens without
Where'd
words.
you see it, Josh? Where'd you see the official video that was released by the Israeli government? Where'd you see it?
I believe I saw many snippets
You
of it
saw
on
it?
Israel. I didn't see a full video, which
Right, you didn't
at
see it.
first they were only showing to a
45
private
minutes
audience,
of it.
right?
The United States Congress saw it. We saw it. You had
Nobody-
no special clearance to see it. You didn't see it.
Nobody was raped in these videos. There's no evidence of
Yes,
it.
there's complete evidence in the video.
No, then what's the name? What's the name of the girl that was raped?
So let's, Abby, as triggering as this is, like, even listening to this for me, like, I'm getting chills. Like, I can't even, like, the fact that he doesn't understand the atrocity that that woman had to face, and, you know, being dragged through the streets, being dragged, you know, it's...
You're
like,
okay, you're talking
people, no, listen. So, Abby, let me ask you this question. As far as the Geneva Convention that he mentioned, is that not superseded by the Rome Doctrine?
Hold on, I'm still on the rape. I'm putting some evidence of it in the chat for you, Josh. And I'll give you mainstream media like NBC and ABC. I'm not even going to give you Fox. Hold on, Adams. Let me just do this.
No, it's okay. I just, like, I can't even believe he said that. That's crazy.
I can't believe you can't name a single person that was raped by Hamas on October 7th.
I just said, Shawnee.
It gets you mad that no one was raped. That's what angers you, because the more people that are killed and the more people that are raped, it gives you the bloodlust that you need to justify what Israel is doing in Gaza, which supersedes the atrocities on October.
Wait, she doesn't have a bloodlust, and I don't want to hear you defend the shit that happened.
Yeah, I mean him. Like, I can't. Go ahead, Abby.
I'm sorry. I'm just getting articles here, but I mean, this is sick. People like this is what's so fucking scary, that they walk the streets. That someone like this is an absolute, it's not even denial. They're just propagandists. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. Even his Dems in the United States admit it.
Reasonable grounds based on testimonies from people like Zaka.
Zaka? Do you know what Zaka does? Do you even know what they do? Have you ever met them?
They lied about the beheaded babies.
Do you know how we treat bodies in Judaism? Do you have any idea about this sacredness and how we approach death and what we do?
Zaka was the largest. They between I forget his name, but anyways, the 2 or 3 famous guys who went up on stage in a press meeting and said, they shot nails into girls' vaginas and they beheaded babies, and we saw they put a baby in the oven. Like, all that turned out.
It did.
No, I'm sorry,
It's
Abby,
so unbelievable.
Abby,
It's Ellie Beer who runs United Scholar, who heads.
Abby, I could not listen to any more of that. I'm sorry. If you want to bring him up, that's fine. But I'm just like I cannot listen to any more of that.
You know, Shalomi's on the app sometimes. I don't know if he's on tonight, but maybe Josh should be in a room with Shalomi, who is a rescued hostage, and hear from the person directly. Maybe that would help him. Like, if he doesn't want to believe the video evidence that Hamas videoed themselves. They videoed themselves. They streamed it themselves. Like, if he doesn't want to accept that, maybe he should talk to Shalomi. I'm sorry, I don't know what I came into. I came in to say hello to you and Roger and more.
No, you're fine, Abby. You're like one of my favorite people on this app. As far as my question in terms of like the Geneva Convention and the implications of like the Rome Doctrine, like how does that supersede, if there's any pathway for that doctrine to supersede the aforementioned?
But they're at war, first of all, and they have not. This was not a starvation. This, the trucks were rolling in, and the trucks have been rolling in, and again, they can sit and talk to the Egyptians as well.
So my question, Abby, was, does the Rome Doctrine give certain type of updated nuance in terms of, how these type of geopolitical issues are handled, and does that supersede, the precedents from the actual Geneva Convention?
You'd have to go by what the incidents are, specifically.
So does the Rome Doctrine, set a different sort of, how should I say this? A different sort of a procedure as far as investigating claims of war crimes, and is it different from the Geneva Convention in the sense of looking at the modernized scope of how warfare is actually battled? Because there's a difference between 1940s and the 90s. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, the Rome Doctrine, in terms of when it came into play and when the Geneva Convention came into play, and are you defining the Rome Doctrine as a modern Rome Doctrine? I'm sorry. That guy just got me so flustered.
No, it's okay. I'm even explaining this to you, I'm just I'm very upset at what just happened. But we shall carry on.
And I don't feel comfortable saying. I mean, if I have to sit here and say the names of the victims, of the dead victims, of the hostages that after they were rescued, and ultimately after therapy were able to talk about some of the things they witnessed and what happened. I mean, I'm so uncomfortable saying that, and I don't know who this dude is, but I don't think it's something I need to sit here and cite all the names.
We're not going to change these people's minds. They're, in their stupidity and no information, and they just, it comes from, I don't know what it is, trauma bonding or whatever happens with these people, but they don't listen and they keep coming back with the same opinion. So don't worry.
And Marcus, why don't you come up and talk about the Rome Doctrine? I'm not familiar enough with it. It's the Rome Statute.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just, I'm not
it's okay. And I'm not an international lawyer, by the way, nor is that dude that was on stage, which is why I asked him. If someone starts citing international law, let them
He's
explain.
still in the chat with this bullshit.
Yeah, I think it's 60 or 70 pages, but it's very clear as far as the rules of engagement in terms of how it's set a precedence, on the world stage as far as how we should be handling geopolitical issues. It gives very specific definitions as far as what said genocide is. It gives very specific guidelines as far as in the International Criminal Court as far as, you know, how these situations should be handled. It's a very interesting read. Like, it's a very interesting read. Like, I'm not an expert, you know, but looking through, you know, some of the language of this said act, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I don't know. Like, I just don't see how people accuse Israel of genocide. And I also, you know, don't understand how certain belligerents of Israel have not been accused of genocide themselves. Like, it's a very interesting read.
So I just put in the chat the film that was also part of video evidence, not the film that the Israeli government has, that's the official one, but the one that was done by Sheryl Sandberg from, you know, a Facebook fame called Screams Without Words. And you can read what I put in the chat. It has videos of this as the terrorists trapped this woman on a highway, a line of cars, and she was a mother or two. Anyway, he wanted a name. They gave him a name. There's lots of videos that exist as part of that official film that the government has.
Abby.
And just to add some context, Abby, the Rome Statute was a treaty. It wasn't, you know, it's kind of one of those things different from the Budapest Memorandum, which was...
it was not a treaty.
Right, has different implications.
What's up?
So, Abby, what are your thoughts on the bombing?
I'm so proud of our country. I'm so proud of our president. And I'm old enough to remember when the hostages were taken and held for 444 days, or someone could correct me, 445 days, and how I felt as a teenager back then, and then how I felt when Reagan came in, and just the might of Reagan just being there. They were released within, 48 hours after he got sworn in. But I remember the humiliation as an American with this regime, and that this regime has just been a nightmare, and how they've just terrorized the world, including killing American soldiers and Americans abroad, and internationally attacking people and just terrorizing through their proxies. So the thought that they were days, maybe weeks maximum, away from full nuclear proliferation, and the fact that our prior government just funded them to get richer and took away the sanctions. And today, now knowing that the combination of an effort between two great allies working together has stopped this evil from having a nuclear capability is incredible. I'm just so proud of our military and of our president right now. And very proud of the Israeli IDF and the Israeli Air Force going in, and also all of the intelligence and the background intelligence that the Israelis and the Americans work together to gather to take them out. Just very, very proud moment. How do you feel, Adams?
Oh, man. Growing up in Southern Orange County, Abby, and seeing a lot of my friends that I went to school with go to Iran for summer vacation, and a lot of my friends are happy. Like, a lot of my friends are very happy, and it's just crazy to listen to so much of a wide noise narrative as far as like, oh, this means like the end of Persians, like, oh my God, like the world is ending, like it's crazy. I can't be happy enough, not only for the aims of, Israel, but also for the aims of Iranian people, in terms of them just kind of utilizing this moment to be able to, hopefully replace a government that is conducive and consistent to their values. I mean, I don't think like a lot of people, like even the Josh or whoever he was, like he was born in the 90s. Like, you know what I mean? Like the early 2000s. Like, I think you said that he was born, like, I mentioned something from like the early 2000s. He was like, oh, I wasn't born yet. It's like, you're a kid. Like, you're not looking at the aftermath of a lot of people coming into this country and voicing their grievances as far as the regime and a lot of things that they had to deal with. Like, I don't know, Abby. Like, it's to be honest with you, that's what I'm feeling in this moment.
I was actually 14 in 2006.
Where were you in 1979? You remember when our hostages were taken?
I wasn't a twinkle.
When the regime came in and took our hostages?
I wasn't a twinkle in my father's eye, but I will tell you that Reagan prolonged their captivity.
Reagan
because
prolonged
I'm sorry.
it? Are you
no, the
talking
administration.
Reagan made a statement.
You're talking about Carter.
You idiot.
They sabotaged. They sabotaged.
Reagan's speech.
Abby, hold on one second.
What was Reagan's speech? No, babe. What was Reagan's speech?
I wrote it down. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Abby,
I'm going to quote it because it's one of my favorite moments in American
Abby,
history.
before you go down that road, this is further proving my point.
Let me
Carter
get it out.
was a one. Go ahead.
It's right there.
Go ahead.
Carter did prolong it. He was probably one of the worst presidents we've ever had in American history. Reagan said before he got sworn in, if those hostages are not released, from the time I get sworn in at the steps of the Capitol to the time it takes for me to walk down to the White House and enter the White House, if they're not released in that period of time, I will turn Tehran into a parking lot. The hostages were released, and someone could quote me, it was either 48 hours or 72 hours after he was sworn in. That's what Reagan did. So for him to say Reagan prolonged it is just showing his absolute stupidity. And I know what it felt like to see American hostages, American citizens taken hostage by this tyrannical regime.
So I just wanted to say, Abby, that this actually further affirmed one of the points that were made before you came into the room as far as American values and Americans deciding to some degree on this issue of the Israel and Palestine conflict. It is what it is. Jimmy Carter was a lackluster president. He didn't show up towards the constituency that actually was going to vote for him. So I don't know, Abby, like it's kind of, it goes back into people having a certain sense of a conversation and not being equipped, in the sense that they just don't understand the history behind it.
And he puts Zaka, he doesn't even know what these incredible, they're saints. And what United Hatzalah, these are EMTs, ambulance services. These are people that arrived on the scene. You know, one of the things that happened, by the way, on October 7th, when they came in, and I toured Kibbutz Kfar Aza and Kibbutz Be'eri, you see the area where the ambulances and where the infirmary, the medical area of these kibbutzim, one of the things that these commandos that came in did is they went, because they knew a lot of them had been working as day laborers on these kibbutzim. They went and they burnt and destroyed the ambulances and destroyed all the medical equipment, so that after they did their butchering and raping and murdering, that those that that could survive it and needed medical attention would not have any equipment or any facility on the kibbutz. That's how these characters, these actors were from Hamas. And you can go see it. You can see with your own eyes. But of course, Josh thinks of making it up and that none of this happened. You can, and there's also videos. I mean, they're videos of the local civilians entering in through the fences, coming in and looting and stealing from the houses and from the dead bodies. It's interesting how so many of the bodies they found had no jewelry, no money on them. They were looted. But he thinks that didn't happen.
Like I said, they're incorrigible. Frankly, I'd be moved from the room, but I'd ask permission first.
And I actually spoke to someone who was on the scene from United Hatzalah, Ellie Beer. And you can talk to the people that were EMTs that were on the scene and what they witnessed and what they saw. I mean, it's just gut-wrenching. I can't believe I'm in a room having to defend this. Can we go back? I mean, it's just this, I don't even want to, or even dignify this idiot. Go back to talking about today and the strength of the American forces. And our Air Force is the greatest. I mean, we just have the most incredible Air Force. And equipment. Here, to our Air Force. The question now is, and David, I don't know if you read a bunch of anything about this, is what they're going to unleash on U.S. soil, and what cells they have. And thank you to the Biden administration for letting everyone into our country, including people on the watch list. And
it's been a question that a lot of people have had. Some people think they don't. I think obviously they do. Have sleeper cell. What's your...
Yeah, very concerning.
Abby, I'm trying not to let my mind go there. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's, I can't even imagine. Like, hopefully, what Trump has done today, sends a message, and it just, creates a certain sense of pause.
Well, I think I've said this to you, this has been a message that the Senate Foreign Relations Committee has been pushing for. I mean, if you listen to the speeches of Tom Cotton or Lindsey Graham, or even people like Josh Hawley, what they've been saying all along, that it's just going to take military action, and even some ranking Dems now are coming out, supporting it.
Do you really believe that Democrats are going to come out and support what Trump did today?
The ranking member on the House Foreign Affairs or Armed Services, I can't remember, I just saw it on the news, came out in support. I mean, you're going to have AOC wanting to impeach, who doesn't understand the Constitution. And you're going to have some very rough statements coming out of the Dems, but you also have some Dems that will support it.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
What's up, Rohan?
Where were you when we had lovely Josh on the stage, who thinks that everything about October 7th is a lot? That was fun. How is the news in Australia about this? Right.
Rohan, I think you're on mute.
We're not hearing you, Rohan. You might have to go in and out.
Yeah, I think Abby asked you a question. How is the news unfolding about the recent bombings in Iran in Australia?
Dr. Adams, guys, I'm getting sleepy. I imagine you are.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I was saying I'm getting sleepy. I imagine you are, too.
I think Rohan's trying to say something, but his mic is just not.
Yeah, we don't hear any audio from you, Rohan. I'm sorry.
What about now?
Oh, there it goes. Now it's working.
We got you.
That's really weird. I'm not sure what's going on here. I think there's a problem with my microphone or something.
Dude, you're in Australia. We're shocked the internet works there. But go on.
It is badass. Oh boy, where's Abby gone? She was here and now she's left.
I think it was.
She asked you a question and you didn't respond, so she left.
No, it was a lot for her to rehash with these low information people.
Yeah, whatever happened to the Josh guy? Where the fuck did he go?
I brought him up, but somebody put him down again, which is a shame.
I was interrupting Abby, and she was really getting frustrated.
God, he's just one of the dumbest fucking humans. Look,
he failed the litmus test for me.
Well, you know what it is.
I feel like he's young, misguided, and like poised to be a trainee. Like he's just like he's been sold a bag of garbage.
You guys remember him from this app, right? Do you guys remember him?
No, who is that?
So, I forget the fucking name, but he used to fucking hang out in Gio's room. He was like the Graper kid.
Oh. I didn't pick up on that at all.
Yeah, it's the same fucking dude.
Is he still here? Is he gone? No, it looks like he's gone.
Probably out fucking pounding his pud because he can't get any pussy. Sorry for my language, ladies. Hello, Chris. Hello, how are you?
That's cool. I was actually, I love to come back into this room and, because you guys typically know a lot of things and I learn a lot from you all. So, I just kind of came back in to kind of hear what you guys were talking about. So, I don't have anything phenomenal to add, but happy to be here.
Yeah, neither do we. But here's my expert analysis. Iran bad, Israel good, U.S. kind of like opportunistically good, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And I probably shouldn't feel this way, and I probably shouldn't be this way, but like, the child of someone who got drafted at 18 and as the mother of a 16-year-old son who has big dreams, anytime the war drum gets beaten, it's just kind of stressful for me. I know they can say as much as they want to, oh, there'll never be a draft and there'll never be whatever, but like...
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So, like, do you think that this is any different than, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Iraq? I mean, Iraq is a little bit different, but I mean, Vietnam, you know what I mean? Like, it's like people have this misconception that war is, it's not economically convenient. It's not one of those things where it's nice. It does produce casualties, but in looking at having the conversation as far as war, I'm taking emotion out of it, and I'm having the practical conversation of, like, listen, this is a repeat. This is history. This is history just repeating itself over and over again.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what makes our generation any different than the generations behind us? And I feel like once we start accepting that, I feel like there would be like a different sense of like nationalism. You know what I mean? And like people actually understanding that America is America, right? America is America. And like America is America because America chose to fight back. And there were many people of many different generations behind us that chose to fight back.
100%. Like, I'm with you, bro. Like, I'm actually with you. I am 100% America, but I am also a mother, and I'm also the child of a Vietnam veteran who left us stranded as a family, and a mother of a 16-year-old son. So when the war drums beat, just my dad lost all of his dreams because of Vietnam, and with a 16-year-old son and the potential of war, like, there's nothing you can.
My grandfather came back like a complete like nutcase.
Yeah,
you know what I